Chapter 651. If I have the chance, I'll naturally come again. Chu Nan's answer immediately made Xiao smile happily and help him pack his luggage. However, in terms of dealing with luggage, Xiao's ability was even inferior to Chu Nan's. Instead, she became more and more busy. After Chu Nan finally packed his luggage and bade farewell to Xiao, he hurriedly rushed to the space station. There was only less than half an hour until the takeoff. The students of the martial arts branch had only ended their trial on Leviathan yesterday. At this moment, they had just gotten off the space flight from Leviathan to planet Leppler and were waiting for a transfer in the space station. When they saw Chu Nan rushing over, the group laughed. Heh, Chu Nan, if you're late again, do you believe that Teacher Golostan will report you to the academy and expel you? Chu Nan glanced at the black-faced Golostan and laughed dryly. Without a word, he squeezed into the team. Heh, tell me the truth. Did you hook up with another girl on planet Leppler while Angie Prairie left? Mondeo leaned over with a sneaky smile. Chu Nan rolled his eyes at him. I think you hooked up with a girl on Leviathan, right? You even came to ask me. With a glance, Chu Nan was surprised. Hey, you've improved quite a bit. Compared to when he left planet Leppler, Mondeo's eyes were brighter and his aura was more stable. Clearly, he had improved greatly. Looking at Sar and Tanaka Iyoko beside him, he discovered that although the change was not as obvious as Mondeo, it was obvious that they had also improved, especially Sar. Chu Nan could even sense a strange fluctuation in the spatial energy around his body, indicating that Sar had actually begun to sense spatial energy and could affect the spatial energy around him through his internal breath. This sign was clearly the symbol of touching the cosmic heaven's gate. Of course, I wasn't idle on Leviathan. Let me tell you, the trial on Leviathan is much stronger than on Leppler. It's a pity that you didn't go. Teacher Golostan found it for us. Mondeo wanted to continue bragging, but a figure suddenly darted over and stood in front of Chu Nan with a cold snort. Chu Nan, when we return to the academy, let's see where you can hide. Chu Nan frowned as he looked at Rudy Carl, who suddenly appeared. He did not understand why this guy hated him so much. Didn't he just defeat him once before? Did he have to be so vengeful? What? You want to defeat me so badly? Defeat you? Rudy Carl sneered. What qualifications do you have to be worthy of me using the word defeat? I only want to humiliate you in front of everyone. Oh. Chu Nan was a little amused. How do you plan to humiliate me in front of everyone? Rudy Carl approached and said gloomily, if you dare to accept my battle, I'll torture and humiliate you to my heart's content before you surrender. If you don't dare, you'll become the laughingstock of everyone and become the most famous coward in the martial arts branch. Now, think carefully about which one you should choose. After saying that, Rudy Carl laughed extremely happily. Without giving Chu Nan a chance to answer, he turned around and left. Chu Nan looked at his back with a strange expression and shook his head. Is this guy crazy? He turned to look at the three of them and discovered that their expressions were serious and ugly. Chu Nan, I suggest that you don't agree to his battle. Seeing Chu Nan look over, Sar said in a low voice, he has already broken through the cosmic heaven's gate and is a true void break martial artist. His strength is not something you can compare to. That's right. Mondeo also sighed. Previously, on Leviathan, a group of us saw him defeat an initial stage void break martial artist on Leviathan with our own eyes. It proves that his strength is probably close to the second stage void break realm now. You're definitely not his match. Chu Nan Kuan, when facing an opponent you can't match, retreat at the right time and save your strength. When you become stronger in the future, you can fight him. That's the true path of a martial artist. The usually quiet Tanaka Iyoko actually interrupted. Chu Nan could not help but laugh. From their reaction, Rudy Carl's performance on Leviathan must have left a deep impression on them, causing them to have the thought that they were unable to match him, let alone think that Chu Nan was his match. Alright, I originally wanted to tease Rudy Carl and play the role of a pig to eat a tiger. In the end, these guys really treat me as a pig. Chu Nan mocked himself in his mind and revealed a relieved smile to the three of them. Don't worry, I'm not an idiot. When I return to the academy, I'll deal with the situation. The three of them thought that Chu Nan had listened to their advice and heaved a sigh of relief. A smile returned to Mondeo's face. Just as he was about to say something, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. At the same time, several exclamations sounded among the students and the tourists around the space station, as if they had encountered something shocking. Chu Nan, Sar, and the others looked out the huge window of the space station in the direction Mondeo pointed and saw huge black shadows flickering with strange lights quickly approaching in the vast sky. When the black shadow was close and everyone could clearly tell, the cosmic space station immediately fell into chaos. These black shadows were actually huge cosmic battleships. Damn, it can't be the cosmic pirates, right? Mondeo shouted in surprise. This was the guess in many people's hearts. The Sapphire Star Field was a chaotic star field that was not controlled by any interstellar government. Now that such a group of cosmic fleets purely composed of battleships had suddenly appeared, and there was no sign of any country on them, there was almost no other explanation other than cosmic pirates. Just as everyone was surprised and uncertain, a spot of light suddenly lit up at the front of a cosmic battleship flying in front of them. Then, the light quickly expanded and condensed into a super ball of light that was like a small sun in 13 seconds. Then, amidst everyone's cries, the ball of light shot out. A huge pillar of light that almost illuminated the entire space station instantly penetrated the cosmic space outside the space station and shot into the distance. Everyone looked in the direction of the pillar of light and saw a ball of flames explode in the distant sky. Chu Nan took a look and his heart suddenly shrank. With his powerful data ability, the memories in his mind could not be wrong. In his memory, the location of that flame was clearly the location where the Earth Federation's caravan space fleet stopped in synchronous orbit. Chapter 652. Chu Nan immediately turned around and found Golostan in the crowd. What? That's the Federation caravan. Golostan widened his eyes and looked at the space outside the space station in disbelief. After being ambushed, the caravan space fleet from Earth in the distance quickly reacted. The most important commercial spaceship quickly retreated. The space fleet of the Ceres security company that was in charge of protecting displayed powerful qualities. In a short period of time, they organized a formation and activated their shields to block the surrounding commercial spaceships. As they blocked the subsequent attacks for them, they counterattacked from time to time. Golostan glanced at it and pondered for a moment before immediately gathering the other teachers to discuss. However, they were only ordinary teachers of the martial arts academy who had led the students to the trial. Although everyone's strength was at least that of a void break martial artist, no one was a heaven control martial artist. Of course, they did not have the ability to interfere in the firefight of such a spaceship. After discussing for a long time, the conclusion was only to contact the Federation government and strive to obtain the corresponding reinforcements from the Federation. However, everyone knew very well that the Earth Federation was more than 1,000 light-years away. Even if the Federation government reacted immediately and sent reinforcements, it was impossible for them to catch up in time. Chu Nan did not expect the teachers to think of any good ideas. After explaining the situation to Golostan, he immediately opened his personal terminal and sent a communication request to Angie Prairie. However, the communication request had always shown that the other party could not receive it, showing that Angie Prairie should be in an area that the Milky Way Network's signal could not cover. This made Chu Nan feel very strange. Ever since he successfully repelled the Sand Eagle's second attack, under Chu Nan's contact, the Noctem Chamber of Commerce had built a Milky Way Network base station on the Holy Mountain. Therefore, Chu Nan could often contact Angie Prairie. Now that Angie Prairie could not connect, it proved that she was not at the Holy Mountain. After thinking for a moment, he changed to another person to send a message. This call was quickly picked up. Alpha, where's Angie Prairie? Isn't she on the Holy Mountain now? On the virtual screen, Alpha rubbed his eyes as if he had just woken up from his sleep. He was in a daze for a moment before he saw that it was Chu Nan. He nodded and replied, Angie Prairie, Supremacy Ovally, and the High Priest went to the headquarters of the Sand Eagle to sign the final agreement. They're not here now. Is that so? Chu Nan frowned and turned around to look at the still intense battle in space. He could only say, if Angie Prairie returns, ask her to contact me immediately. He hung up and called Dongfang. Soon, Dongfang's face appeared on the virtual screen. Unlike his usual smiling appearance, Dongfang's expression was very serious. When he saw Chu Nan, he immediately asked, Hey, Chu Nan, are you in the space station now? Is there any danger there? Chu Nan immediately understood that he had clearly received the news of the attack on the Federation's space fleet. There's no danger here for the time being. Those guys don't dare to directly attack the space station. How is it on your side? I saw a ship being destroyed just now. Dongfang's expression sank. Ignore the losses for now. I'm commanding them to retreat. Right, can you contact Supremacy Ovally? I tried just now. She and Angie Prairie went to Sand Eagle's headquarters today. I can't contact them. Dongfang's expression sank even more as he cursed softly. Damn, this must be Sand Eagle's scheme. Sand Eagle's scheme. Chu Nan was immediately stunned. Aren't they afraid that Supremacy Ovally will destroy them in a fit of anger after knowing? I'm not sure what's going on, but it's definitely related to Sand Eagle. Dongfang shook his head. Chu Nan, you. As soon as he spoke, he hesitated as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. If you want my help, just say it. There's no need to hide so many things. Chu Nan berated. Dongfang laughed. Kid, you know me the best. That's right, I indeed need your help here. Not only do I need your help to contact Supremacy Ovally, but I also need your healing ability. At the very least, it can ensure that fewer people die on our side. How about it? If you're a brother, come help me again. Cut the crap. Wait for me. After hanging up, Chu Nan explained the situation to teacher Golostan and was immediately rejected. No, how can you go back under such circumstances? It's too dangerous. I won't allow you to go. Chu Nan took a deep breath and did not plan to explain his relationship with Golostan. He bowed to him and turned around to rush towards the track leading to the ground. Come back. Seeing that Chu Nan was still disobedient, Golostan roared and stretched out his hand to grab him. Unlike Mondeo and the others, Golostan knew that Chu Nan had already broken through the cosmic heaven's gate. Therefore, in order to prevent him from escaping, he did not hold back. Instead, he directly mobilized spatial energy and planned to suppress him in one go. However, the moment he attacked, Golostan felt an abnormal fluctuation in the surrounding spatial energy, turning the spatial energy he originally used to restrict Chu Nan's movements into nothingness, leaving only the claw with internal breath in his hand. Chu Nan tapped his feet and his body suddenly accelerated, instantly leaving Golostan's attack range. In the blink of an eye, he had already passed through the crowd and entered the orbit of the space station that led to the ground. Seeing Chu Nan's figure disappear, Golostan was stunned. Although this was not a real battle, as a third-stage void break martial artist, his strength should have far surpassed Chu Nan, who had just broken through the cosmic heaven's gate. However, in the battle just now, Chu Nan had actually displayed that his control of spatial energy was not much inferior to his. He dealt with his move quite easily. Even if he had not attacked with his full strength just now, from this point alone, his strength was already not something ordinary initial stage void break martial artists could compare to. Previously, when Rudy Carl always wanted to find trouble with Chu Nan, Golostan was worried that he would be humiliated. Now, it seemed that Chu Nan's strength was definitely not inferior to Rudy Carl's. However, now was not the time to think about these things. Chu Nan ran away just like that. As the teacher in charge of the team, he could not ignore it. Golostan turned around and instructed the other teachers to bring the students into the space class and prepare to evacuate. Even cosmic pirates would not directly attack a civilian flight under normal circumstances. This was something that all interstellar countries could not tolerate. As long as the students boarded the spaceship and entered the stargate to jump away, they would be temporarily safe. You guys leave first in a while. After I find Chu Nan and it's safe, I'll take the space flight back tomorrow or the day after. A teacher frowned and sneered. Chu Nan has refused to listen to our arrangements time and time again. Why should we care about him? In any case, he has that friend from the series security company. We're not afraid that he can't return. Golostan glared at him. No matter how disobedient he is, he's still a student of our academy. How can we leave him alone? That teacher wanted to say more, but he was glared at by Xingdaoxing and could only shut his mouth. Golostan, we'll wait for you and Chu Nan on the next transfer planet. I hope you can hurry. Before Xingdaoxing could finish speaking, his eyes suddenly widened as he looked behind Golostan in fear. The teachers beside him also had frightened expressions. What's going on? Golostan turned away in confusion and immediately widened his eyes in shock. Outside the window of the space station behind him, he could see the convenient orbit that the space station led to the surface of planet Leppler. At this moment, the light of a particle beam that was clearly emitted by a cosmic battleship had just disappeared and swept past that orbit. This important orbit that connected the space station to the surface of planet Leppler was actually directly broken. Chapter 653. Golostan was shocked. Although the space station had at least 8 fast spatial orbits that connected to the surface, breaking one did not affect the space station much. However, this fast track was open and there were several tourists passing through. Most importantly, Chu Nan had entered this completely broken trajectory. Although it was very far away and could not be seen very clearly, it could still be seen from the space station that other than some fragments, there were clearly countless figures flying out from the broken orbit. Everyone looked at the broken track outside the window in a daze and was speechless for a moment. Under such circumstances, other than heaven control experts who were powerful enough to fly freely in space with their bodies and the even stronger star-grade martial artists, it was impossible for anyone to survive. In other words, Chu Nan was dead. Golostan was stunned for a moment before he raised his foot and rushed towards the orbital entrance of the space station. However, he had only taken 2 steps when Xingdaoxing grabbed him. What do you want? Xingdaoxing asked. Of course I'm going to save Chu Nan. Golostan roared as if he had gone crazy. He's a student of our academy. How can we watch him die like this? A pained expression flashed across Xingdaoxing's face as he said in a low voice, no, he's already dead. Don't do meaningless things. Golostan's expression paused and he stopped in disappointment. He glanced at the space outside the window and said in pain, at the very least, I have to retrieve his corpse. Xingdaoxing took a deep breath and shook his head. No, at least not now. After those cosmic pirates outside leave, we can contact some spaceships to try and contain the corpse. If we're lucky, we might be able to find him. Golostan stared outside and smiled bitterly. He knew very well that Xingdaoxing was right. In an environment like space, even these void break martial artists were not much different from ordinary people. Although there were sufficiently powerful heaven control experts in Star Cloud Academy, how could they bring a group of new students to participate in the trial? The strongest among these teachers was only a 4th-stage void break martial artist. Facing this situation, they were also helpless. Golostan clenched his fists tightly, his expression was terrifyingly gloomy. This was the second time he had led his students out to test themselves, but they had actually encountered such an accident. The person who encountered the accident was Chu Nan, who was extremely famous among the new students of the martial arts branch and was even very famous in the entire Earth Federation. Chu Nan was dead just like that without even a corpse. How should he explain it when he returned? The other teachers beside him also had extremely ugly expressions. Although Chu Nan had not listened to the command and acted on his own, no one could escape responsibility for such a thing. Compared to the teachers' different thoughts, the students not far away had a much more direct and intense reaction. They had also noticed that the fast spatial orbit had been destroyed. When Chu Nan broke free from Golostan and entered the spatial orbit alone, they had also seen it. Now that they saw that the spatial orbit had actually been destroyed by the particle light cannon and that several figures had flown out of the spatial orbit, all the students only had one thought. Chu Nan was actually dead just like that? Chu Nan was not dead. The moment before the spatial orbit was struck, Chu Nan had actually noticed this particle beam that was shot over unintentionally. However, he did not have any way to deal with it. He only had time to reflexively mobilize his internal breath with all his might and completely mobilize the spatial energy around his body, including his entire body. The particle light cannon passed not far above his head, and the spatial orbit almost completely collapsed. He was instantly pushed out of orbit by the huge air wave brought about by the explosion and entered the vast space. The first thought that appeared in Chu Nan's mind was that he was dead. Under such circumstances, a mere void break martial artist like him could not do anything. He instantly suppressed this thought. No, he could not give up just like that. How could he die in such a place? Chu Nan immediately forced himself to calm down. His brain, which was equivalent to an AI, continued to spin and quickly grabbed an image from his memory. This scene was the first time he saw Supremacy Ovally with his own eyes and was directly brought into space by her. He instantly extracted all the relevant data from his memory and analyzed it as quickly as possible. Of course, there was no doubt that Supremacy Ovally could move freely in space, but how did she survive intact? Soon, Chu Nan completely replicated the situation in his mind. Then he discovered the point. At that time, he had not broken through the cosmic heaven's gate and his perception of spatial energy was not strong enough. However, he could already sense the existence and changes of spatial energy in the space around his body. Now that he had relied on his memories to reconstruct the situation at that time, Chu Nan discovered that Supremacy Ovally had actually used spatial energy to create an extremely special space around his body, causing the environment of the entire space to be exactly the same as on the ground. At that time, Supremacy Ovally had even reserved a portion of the air in advance. Therefore, other than feeling that the gravity was a little uncomfortable, everything else was basically the same as on the surface. Now, if Chu Nan wanted to ensure that he still survived in space, he had to first stabilize the vacuum around him and not explode because of the difference in pressure between the two sides. This was not too difficult for Chu Nan. The spatial energy in space was probably very different from the spatial energy under the atmospheric layer. To ordinary martial artists, if they wanted to learn to sense and control this spatial energy again, they had to cultivate it for a period of time. However, to Chu Nan, this was only a change in some subtle data. In fact, from the situation he sensed, he felt that the spatial energy in space was purer, much more stable, and easier to control. Under the crazy circulation of his brain, Chu Nan quickly tested the most suitable frequency to sense and control the spatial energy in space by continuously adjusting the vibration frequency of his internal breath. Then, he quickly adjusted his internal breath and obtained the ability to sense and control the surrounding spatial energy. In the next moment, he had already controlled this spatial energy to reconstruct the space around his body, causing it to reach a small space that was almost identical to the conditions on the surface. Then, he discovered the next important problem. The remaining air in his lungs was about to be used up. Chapter 654. Chu Nan turned his head with difficulty and his gaze landed on the distant space station and the fast spatial orbit that had broken. If he could return there would be a large amount of air for him to enjoy. However, how could he return? If he was under the atmosphere, Chu Nan could naturally easily control the spatial energy to fly over. However, now that he was in such an environment, he discovered a very serious problem. Although he could control the surrounding spatial energy and was easier to control than the spatial energy under the atmosphere, he could not control this spatial energy to move his body. After an accurate data analysis, Chu Nan quickly understood the reason. He could fly in the atmosphere because while he was cultivating under the atmosphere, his internal breath had fused the spatial energy around him into it and maintained the same quality as the spatial energy in the outside world. This was why he could fly with his body. Now that the spatial energy in the outside world had changed, the spatial energy fused into his meridians was still the same as the spatial energy under the atmosphere. It was impossible to maintain a complete consistency with the outside world, causing him to be unable to complete his flight in space. It was not difficult to make the corresponding adjustments. He only needed to slightly adjust the internal breath in his body according to the situation of the spatial energy in space. However, there was a problem that Chu Nan could not resolve now, and that was time. With his powerful data ability, Chu Nan could use a very short period of time to analyze what adjustment his internal breath should make. However, if he wanted to completely adjust it successfully and fully fuse with the pure spatial energy in the outside world, it would take a lot of time. Even if he completely adjusted it, it would still take a lot of time to fly back to the space station or even the nearest broken fast spatial orbit. Various data flowed through Chu Nan's mind and he quickly calculated that if he wanted to adjust his internal breath and allow his body to completely adapt to the change in spatial energy, he would need at least 379.76817 seconds. He had just been blasted out of the fast spatial orbit by the shock wave. Now, he was floating further and further away from the fast spatial orbit at a constant extremely high speed. Now, he was already more than 6,000 meters away from the fast spatial orbit. At his current speed, after waiting for 379.76817 seconds, the distance between him and the fast spatial orbit would probably exceed 20,000 meters. Even if he still had the super high speed under the atmosphere after adjusting it, it would take more than 10 seconds to fly 20,000 meters. Could he last for nearly 400 seconds? Chu Nan had never experienced such a situation and could not accurately calculate through the data, but he knew that he had no other choice. After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan took a long breath. Although his nostrils still did not inhale any air, through this habitual action, he immediately abandoned all the useless thoughts in his mind and focused on adjusting his internal breath. 10 seconds. His internal breath had already perfectly distributed on the surface of his body through every fine meridian and began to directly come into contact with the spatial energy in outer space. 30 seconds. His internal breath and spatial energy finally reached an agreement. The first trace of spatial energy was fused into his internal breath and began to seep into the fine meridians. 60 seconds. The spatial energy finally fused perfectly with his internal breath and completed a cycle in his meridians. 78 seconds. Chu Nan felt the last trace of air in his lungs being exhausted. Be it his heart or blood circulation, they clearly slowed down. 100 seconds. His internal breath fused with spatial energy and completed the second cycle of circulation. A trace of spatial energy seeped out of his meridians and into his flesh and began to cooperate with his internal breath to refine his body. This process was almost identical to the preparation of Chu Nan's body before he broke through the cosmic heaven's gate. However, compared to before, this work environment was even more difficult, the conditions were even more demanding, and time was even more pressing. Most importantly, he did not have any chance to fail. 200 seconds. Chu Nan had already begun to feel uncomfortable. His heart and blood circulation had slowed down by 37% compared to normal. This change also seriously affected the control of his internal breath and the refinement of his body, causing the estimated refinement time to greatly increase. At this moment, he had only completed less than 30% of the tempering of his body. According to the current progress, it would take at least 800 seconds to complete the initial requirement of using spatial energy to fly. Chu Nan threw away the trace of panic that had just appeared in his mind and continued to focus on adjusting his internal breath and controlling the spatial energy to maintain the most perfect circulation of his internal breath. He did not allow any mistakes. 500 seconds. Chu Nan had completed 72% of the tempering of his body, but the last trace of air in his body had been exhausted. His heart had almost stopped beating and his blood circulation was almost stagnant. Chu Nan felt his consciousness gradually blur. The circulation of his brain became slower and slower, and the control of his internal breath began to become precise and perfect. He clearly felt his life force quickly flowing out of his body and even saw death waving at him. This time, am I really going to die? The consciousness in Chu Nan's mind slowly spun and countless illusions appeared in front of him. All kinds of memories quickly floated past. There were countless scenes and countless people. I seem to have seen this scene before. In his days, Chu Nan suddenly had this thought. Right, I've experienced close to death like this in the past. After this thought floated through his mind, Chu Nan suddenly seemed to have been woken up by something and his consciousness shook slightly. 547 seconds. Chu Nan's brain, which was equivalent to an AI, relied on the last trace of consciousness to crazily spin and start to think of a way to save him in this situation. It was almost impossible to continue controlling his internal breath to complete the refinement of his body. Before the refinement was completed, he would definitely die from lack of oxygen. Now, his life force had been lost greatly because of lack of oxygen, unless… Wait, life force? A crazy thought that made him feel unbelievable seemed to have flashed through Chu Nan's mind. Damn, at this point, what's impossible? I don't dare to try. Chu Nan cursed himself and completely focused his consciousness on one point. He used the last bit of control of his internal breath to activate it and mobilize the spatial energy that was tempering his body. The goddess song cultivation method was activated. A trace of spatial energy was quickly transformed into life force and fused into Chu Nan's body. He immediately felt that the speed at which his life force was flowing had slowed down a little, but it was still flowing in large amounts. Clearly, the speed at which his life force was replenished could not compare to the speed at which it was lost. Chu Nan did not have the time to calculate the difference. He focused the last bit of his consciousness and continued to control the spatial energy in his body. Finally, a small spiral formed at the heart of his chest. The life spiral took shape and immediately began to transform the spatial energy outside his body into a life force that entered Chu Nan's body. This was not enough. Chu Nan condensed his consciousness again and mobilized his internal breath to form another life spiral in his abdomen. What he was doing now was actually the same as forcefully pulling Uncle Muluo back from death. He was using the characteristics of the life spiral to maintain his life force. Soon, the second life spiral took shape and Chu Nan obtained another portion of life force. However, this was still not enough to offset his quickly losing life force. Chu Nan could only barely focus his mind and condense the life spiral again. Chapter 655. 632 seconds. The 19th life spiral formed on his right leg. Chu Nan's body shook slightly and joy arose in his heart. As the 19th life spiral was formed, the life force provided could finally exceed his current life force. Although his heart had basically stopped moving and his blood had almost completely stopped, Chu Nan did not feel that the various functions of his body were too affected. Even his brain began to circulate quickly again and his consciousness gradually became clear. Chu Nan was surprised. When he thought of using the goddess song to replenish his life force and offset the loss of life force because of lack of oxygen, it could be said to be his wishful thinking. However, he had actually succeeded now. The situation in his body was simply safe and went against normal medical common sense. However, on second thought, martial artists were in existence that continuously broke through the limits of the human body and broke through all kinds of common sense, especially the top star-grade martial artists. Not to mention breaking through medical common sense, even other common sense had long broken through an entire cycle. Although his current situation looked very unbelievable, think about it. Heaven control martial artists could fly freely in space, and star-grade martial artists could even cross the sea of stars with their bodies. Wasn't that even more unbelievable? Alright, how can I have time to think about this now? Chu Nan shook off these thoughts and did not stop. Instead, he continued to set up a life spiral in his body. After the 27th life spiral was set up, the life force in Chu Nan's body had clearly exceeded the speed at which it was lost. At this moment, he stopped and continued to control his internal breath to fuse with spatial energy to refine his body. After tempering for a while, the first life spiral that was successfully set up naturally faded. Therefore, Chu Nan stopped tempering and set it up again before continuing to refine. This happened repeatedly. 98%, 99%, 100%. Done. Chu Nan suddenly opened his eyes, which emitted two solid lights. His entire body naturally emitted light filled with life force, instantly illuminating the surrounding dark space. Haha, it's finally settled. Feeling the strength and light coming from all over his body, Chu Nan was overjoyed. He could clearly sense that after the second refinement, the various statistics of his body had clearly increased. Not only was the increase in strength and speed obvious, but even the toughness of his meridians had also greatly increased, causing his internal breath to circulate much faster than before. Most importantly, he could finally easily mobilize the spatial energy to fuse with his body and circulate it. Chu Nan relaxed his body and only used his internal breath to control the spatial energy to make his body spin. Then, with a thought, his body lightly flew into space. Ha, it's done. Soon, Chu Nan completely grasped the data needed to use spatial energy to fly in space. To him, this was equivalent to completely mastering the technique of flying in space. He turned to look at the space station that was only a small dot in his vision and shook his head. Then, he turned around and his gaze landed on the two fleets that had already chased around the synchronous orbit of planet Leppler and flew over from the other direction. He sneered and activated Life Explosion. He instantly turned into a white light and flew towards the fleet of cosmic pirates behind him. If one looked at it from a close distance, Chu Nan, who was shining with white light, was naturally very eye-catching. However, in the huge background of space, he was almost no different from an ordinary speck of dust. As Chu Nan flew, he cleverly controlled the direction he was flying in. Soon, he flew past the fleet of the Ceres Security Company and faced the cosmic pirate fleet behind him. When the spaceship of the cosmic pirate flying at the front flew past, Chu Nan retracted his aura and only controlled a very small amount of spatial energy, causing his body to draw an arc in space. A metal fragment in the synchronous orbit, which was probably a synchronous satellite, collided with a spaceship outside the formation of the cosmic pirate fleet. The metal fragment was sent flying by the spaceship's energy shield, but Chu Nan accurately controlled his body and only stuck to the energy shield. After calmly waiting for a while and confirming that the other party did not react, Chu Nan stretched out a hand and touched the energy shield. A trace of internal breath seeped out. Although the energy shield of a cosmic battleship was different from the energy shield of a war fortress, they were actually the same thing. With his previous experience of investigating the energy shield of the war fortress, it did not take long for Chu Nan to investigate the relevant data of the cosmic battleship. Then, Chu Nan patiently waited for an opportunity. After a while, Chu Nan raised his eyebrows and his internal breath suddenly erupted. He instantly adjusted it to a specific frequency and slapped the energy shield. The energy shield of the cosmic battleship immediately erupted with strange lights, revealing an extremely unstable state. Of course, compared to the war fortress, the cosmic battleship was much stronger in terms of tonnage and energy protection mechanism, so Chu Nan did not completely explode. However, at this moment, a particle beam shot over from afar and struck the front of this cosmic battleship. If the energy shield was full of energy, this particle beam would naturally be blocked by it. However, in this extremely unstable state, just a particle beam was enough to directly shatter the energy shield. Although the particle beam was still greatly weakened, it penetrated the energy shield and directly collided with the cosmic battleship under the shield. It still easily penetrated a large hole at the front. There was no sound coming from space, but just seeing the intense explosion of light at the front of the universe, Chu Nan knew that this cosmic battleship had already been heavily damaged. "Humph, you almost killed me. I'll let you have a taste of it yourself." Chu Nan sneered and his gaze swept past, taking in the surrounding environment. Then, he only mobilized a portion of the spatial energy and flew in the fleet of the cosmic pirates for a moment before attaching it to the energy shield of another cosmic battleship. Due to the different specifications of this cosmic battleship, the energy shield was also different from the previous one, but the overall difference was not great. Chu Nan easily discovered it. Next, he waited patiently for an opportunity. Soon, the opportunity arrived. Seeing another particle beam shoot over from the Ceres Security Company's fleet opposite him and aim at the cosmic battleship under him, the internal breath in Chu Nan's body erupted. Boom! Amidst the intense explosion that Chu Nan had imagined, the particle beam easily penetrated the energy shield that had been weakened greatly due to its instability and actually penetrated the entire cosmic battleship at a slanted angle. Countless huge balls of light exploded. This 6-kilometer-long colossus forcefully exploded in the middle. Chapter 656. In the direction of the dome, a group of people was in chaos in the Ceres Security Company's fleet 2.7 light seconds away. Previously, even if they were pursued by the enemy fleet and had almost no hope of escaping, when the situation was extremely dangerous, as the elites of the second squadron of the main fleet of the Ceres Security Company, they did not fall into chaos. Now, they were in chaos and could even be said to be a little lost. What was going on? The enemy was clearly chasing well, so why did two battleships' shields suddenly fail? In the end, they were directly heavily injured by the particle light cannon, and one of them was even directly destroyed. In space battles, it was not easy to directly hit the enemy. Due to the existence of the energy shield, it was even more difficult to directly injure the enemy battleship. However, when the two particle beams struck the enemy ships just now, the energy shields of the two enemy ships actually lost their effect. This was a little unbelievable. About that, when did we send out a heaven control expert? A member of the fleet could not help but ask his companion. How is that possible? With a heaven control expert, why would it be so troublesome? We can directly destroy the enemy's flagship. That's true. His subordinates whispered and were surprised. The fleet commander, Mueller, grasped the opportunity and gave the first full-strength counterattack order since the battle. The Ceres Security Company's fleet instantly shot out countless particle beams and antimatter missiles. With a strange purple light, they cut through the dark space and pounced towards the distant cosmic pirate fleet. the result that surprised the members of the fleet appeared again. Although most of the particle beams and antimatter missiles were dodged by the other party and only a few struck, it was the small number that pierced through the energy shield of one of the enemy ships again, causing it to actually explode into 3 pieces in the sky. Although they were puzzled, everyone was still encouraged by this result. Mueller did not hesitate to order 2 battleships in the fleet to continue escorting the caravan to the top of the sky. He led the other battleships to counterattack in the direction of the cosmic pirate fleet. As they approached, the 2 sides continued to fight intensely. A moment later, another enemy ship's energy shield was pierced and turned into a huge ball of light that almost covered the light of the star. The cosmic pirates were clearly frightened by these consecutive accidents and did not dare to continue fighting. Before the fleet of the Ceres Security Company approached, they turned around and began to escape into the distance. Just as he turned around to escape, another battleship was destroyed by the particle beam attack of the Ceres Security Company. Seeing that the enemy was already far away, Mueller hesitated for a moment before giving the order to stop chasing. Their main mission was to protect the safety of the caravan, not to annihilate the enemy. Moreover, it was very difficult to guarantee that the other party would not set a trap ahead and wait for them to walk into it. Out of safety considerations, it was naturally best to stop here. Stop the pursuit and continue to execute Plan 2 to protect the caravan's retreat. After giving the order, Mueller could not help but look at the cosmic pirate fleet that was hurriedly leaving on the monitoring screen in confusion and amusement. These guys had come aggressively, but in the end, they were defeated because of the continuous problems with the battleship's energy shield. It must have completely exceeded their expectations. However, why did they have such an abnormal problem? Chu Nan immediately discovered the retreat of the cosmic pirate fleet and quickly discovered that the Ceres Security Company's fleet had stopped in their pursuit. At this moment, he had 2 choices. One was to catch up to the Ceres Security Company's fleet and meet them. The other was to fly directly to planet Leppler. In comparison, the second choice was clearly more reliable. This was because the flight speed of the Ceres Security Company's fleet was too fast. He might not be able to catch up. On the other hand, planet Leppler would not run around relatively. The target was huge, so he would not be lost. After seriously considering for a moment, Chu Nan did not immediately leave the cosmic pirate battleship. Instead, he continued to maintain his perfect state and followed the fleet into the depths of the Sea of Stars. After flying for a while, the distant Ceres Security Company's fleet completely disappeared from sight. The battleship under him had indeed closed its energy shield as Chu Nan had expected. Chu Nan effortlessly flew close to the surface of the battleship and took out a wristband-like thing. He stuffed it into a gap on the surface of the battleship and fixed it before letting go and letting his body leave the battleship. A moment later, the battleship had already flown far away. It did not take long for the entire fleet to completely disappear into the vast sea of stars. Chu Nan lowered his head and opened his personal terminal. He saw a weak dot flickering on the virtual screen and grinned. "Heh, let's see how you can run now." The other party would definitely not expect that someone would actually install such a signal detection device on the surface of the battleship. Moreover, this device was specially made by the Ceres Security Company. The standard signal frequency was completely different from the common signal in the Milky Way now. If one did not know in advance, it was almost impossible to guard against. If he wanted to discover such a small wristband device on the surface of such a huge battleship, it was not much easier than finding a needle in a haystack. After watching the other party's fleet disappear, Chu Nan turned to look at the huge planet Leppler in the distance and shook his head with a bitter smile. Although it looked like planet Leppler was right in front of him and could be touched, he knew very well that according to his speed just now, he was actually already 73,917 kilometers away from the destroyed fast orbit. To a powerful cosmic battleship, this distance could naturally be flown in minutes, but to a person like him, it was ridiculously far. Even if he had another breakthrough just now and his flying speed in space was far faster than the speed of sound below the atmosphere and above the ground, in front of such an exaggerated distance, he was still not much stronger than a snail. After calculating that he would need at least 20 hours to fly at his current speed, Chu Nan could only smile bitterly. "Alright, there's no other way. Fly slowly. Who asked me to not be a heaven control or even a stargrade martial artist?" Chu Nan adjusted his internal breath and used the goddess song to maintain his life force while flying towards planet Leppler with all his might. In the vast universe, he was now like an imperceptible worm slowly crawling towards his destination. As he crawled, Chu Nan pondered a question. The reason why he could fly freely in space now was understandable. After all, controlling spatial energy to fly was not much different from flying in the sky under the atmosphere. However, it was a very strange problem that he could still live in space. Chapter 657. Previously, Chu Nan did not have the time to think carefully. Now that he was flying slowly and had nothing else to do, he began to seriously think about this problem. Generally speaking, he was completely relying on the goddess song cultivation method to continuously transform the spatial energy around him into a life force to replenish himself and ensure that his life force was not completely lost and he would not die directly. This was naturally a situation that completely went against medical common sense, but it was not completely traceless. When a martial artist broke through the cosmic heaven's gate and turned from an internal breath realm martial artist to a void break realm martial artist, they would sense the spatial energy and use their internal breath to fuse with the spatial energy to form a spatial energy cycle. In the end, they would break through the heaven's gate and be able to use the spatial energy to fly freely in the sky in the future. This was the first important breakthrough for a martial artist. It was reputed to be an important step for all martial artists to step from mortals to superhumans. When this martial artist continued to improve himself and finally became the top void break martial artist, wanting to break through to the heaven control realm, he would face an even more important breakthrough. Breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate was to allow martial artists to perfectly sense spatial energy and master the method to control it to take the first step towards becoming a superhuman. The difficulty of breaking through from the void break realm to the heaven control realm far exceeded breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate. The accumulation needed far exceeded that. This was because if he wanted to become a heaven control expert, the first thing he had to do was to store the universe in his dantian and absorb the sea of stars into his body. If one could achieve this step, they could naturally produce the spatial energy in their dantian and automatically circulate it according to the power of the world. In theory, even without any external spatial energy replenishment, they could satisfy the most basic physical needs and no longer need any external replenishment. At this point, they could be considered to have completely left the category of mortals. Coupled with this, under the continuous refinement of powerful internal breath and the perfect fusion of spatial energy, there was a further change. The spatial energy contained in the entire body far exceeded the scope of ordinary void break martial artists. Not to mention ordinary weapons being able to injure this body, even the most cutting-edge particle-light cannon could be left unharmed. Most importantly, such a body only needed spatial energy as a supplement. The food, excretion, breathing, and so on could be completely abandoned. Only with such a powerful body could one have the capital to fly freely in space. However, Chu Nan's current situation was completely different from a heaven control expert. The reason why he could still live was entirely because of his powerful life force, not because he did not need those things. For example, he could still feel a very clear hunger in his stomach. His lungs still burned with pain and he was filled with the desire to breathe in the air, proving that his body still had not escaped the basic needs of these ordinary people. However, the desire brought about by these increasingly intense basic needs did not affect the performance of his body. His mind was still clear and lively. His internal breath could still circulate perfectly in his body. Under his precise control, it was as if his entire body had been isolated, and his needs were completely unrelated to reality. Feeling the small changes in his body, Chu Nan's heart stirred. The green aura that represented life force that had been wrapped around his body suddenly turned black bit by bit. He had suddenly changed the circulation of his internal breath and turned the goddess song into the life-devouring state. In the blink of an eye, he felt the life force in his body drain wildly, and his entire body quickly withered. Because he was originally in such an extreme situation, the change caused by the devouring of life was much faster than when he was still on the surface. However, this was all under Chu Nan's precise calculations. Seeing that his life force was quickly flowing away and his body was about to break through the limit, Chu Nan thought for a moment and mobilized his internal breath to adjust it to the goddess song cultivation method. Threads of life force entered his body, causing his almost dry body to be nourished bit by bit and become filled and intact. As his life force accelerated, his body quickly recovered. This time, he even deliberately slowed down his flying speed and divided the remaining internal breath to use on the goddess song cultivation method, allowing his life force to replenish faster and larger. The independent hunger and the burning sensation in his lungs were even stronger than before, but Chu Nan acutely discovered that there was clearly a small change in his body compared to before. Chu Nan was not sure if this change was because of his attempt. After thinking for a moment, he adjusted his internal breath again. The green aura that represented life force instantly transformed into the black gas that represented devouring life. His body quickly shriveled again. A moment later, the black gas turned into a green aura. His body filled up like a balloon again and recovered. This time, Chu Nan experienced the weak change again and it was even more obvious than before. Chu Nan was pleasantly surprised to discover that this weak change was actually a weak increase in the spatial energy contained in his body. The reason for this situation was that while his body had shrunk and expanded like he was breathing just now, his recovered body was more suitable for the circulation of spatial energy in his body. Therefore, after recovering, it was easier to fuse with some spatial energy. A sentence suddenly appeared in Chu Nan's mind. The human body is the greatest secret in this universe because it has endless possibilities. The first time he heard this was from Elvi. The second time she heard this was after Supremacy Ovally knew that Chu Nan had fused the flame of life and high-frequency vibration internal breath. Indeed, the human body is really too profound. Chu Nan could not help but recall the days when he was heavily injured by Marek in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition and gradually recovered from his near-death state. He also recalled the pain of continuously using his internal breath to refine his meridians in order to break through and quickly improve. His countless personal experiences in the past had told him that the human body indeed had endless possibilities. As long as he did not die, it could always bring him all kinds of surprises. For example, now, after clearly sensing the change in his body, Chu Nan simply gave up on using his internal breath to control the spatial energy to guide his flight. Instead, he adjusted his angle and allowed his body to maintain its current speed as he automatically flew towards the distant planet Leppler. Then, he focused all his internal breath on controlling the goddess song cultivation method. The green aura and strange black gas continuously switched around his body. His body went from full to empty, and then from empty to full. After repeating it countless times, the small changes that Chu Nan could only sense at first quickly accumulated and became clearer, larger, and deeper. At first, he could only sense that more spatial energy had fused into the surface of his body. Then, these changes went deep into the lower layer of his skin, deep into his flesh, and then into his meridians. Then, they entered his internal organs and bones that were deeper. When this small change affected his stomach, Chu Nan suddenly felt the hunger in his stomach weaken bit by bit until it completely disappeared. When these changes affected his chest, Chu Nan's heart was not too affected. However, the burning feeling in his lungs clearly weakened until it completely disappeared. Chu Nan took a few deep breaths and confirmed that he still could not breathe any air, but his lungs were no longer as hungry as before. At first, Chu Nan only allowed his body to accept these changes. After repeating it a few times, he clearly understood the abnormal fluctuations of spatial energy when these changes occurred through the various details and data changes in his body. Then, he consciously separated a portion of his internal breath and used it to perform more exquisite control of spatial energy to seep into his body. This way, the speed of the change gradually increased. More and more spatial energy fused into his body, and the degree of fusion became deeper and deeper. After continuing this process for 8 hours and 37 minutes, the green aura around Chu Nan's body disappeared. Even the aura of his internal breath had completely disappeared. Chu Nan opened his eyes with a strange expression. He did not use the goddess song cultivation method at all, and he did not even deliberately mobilize spatial energy. However, he did not feel any discomfort as he stood in space and did not breathe in any air. Spatial energy naturally existed around him and naturally entered his body to circulate, causing him to feel extremely natural and without any difficulty. Could it be that my body has already reached the heaven control realm? Chu Nan lowered his head to look at his hands in disbelief. Chapter 658. Chu Nan could not understand the situation. His internal breath was clearly far from the heaven control realm, let alone fill the internal cosmos. As for creating the sea of stars in his body, he could start now. However, how can my body already be in the heaven control realm while my internal breath is still insufficient? With a thought, Chu Nan circulated his internal breath and easily felt a large amount of spatial energy circulating in his body. It was not like before when he had to adjust his internal breath to control the spatial energy and could already fly. The entire process was extremely natural, as if it was his own ability. That was not all. When Chu Nan circulated his internal breath and began to communicate with the spatial energy of the outside world, the huge spatial energy contained in his body was easily connected to the external spatial energy, and it was clearly much easier to mobilize. The result was that Chu Nan discovered that his flying speed was much faster than before. It had actually increased from 3 times the speed of sound to 5 times the speed of sound, nearly doubling. Chu Nan could not help but laugh. Originally, it would take him at least 18 hours to fly back to planet Leppler, but with his current speed, it would only take less than 11 hours. Moreover, his body no longer needed to rely on the goddess song to absorb life force to maintain itself. He could use most of the internal breath used in the goddess song to control spatial energy, and his flying speed could be greatly increased. There was no air resistance in space. Coupled with the vastness of the world, Chu Nan could accelerate without any reservations. Before long, Chu Nan had already increased his speed to the limit, from 5 times the speed of sound to 8 times the speed of sound. At this speed, he would only need 7.5 hours to fly back to planet Leppler. However, Chu Nan still felt that it had been too long. With a thought, white light flickered on his body, and he directly activated the life explosion effect. Under the effect of life explosion, his speed soared again, rising from 8 times the speed of sound to 14 times the speed of sound. This way, he only needed 4 hours to fly there. Alright, if I want to increase my speed, I'm afraid I can only wait for my internal breath to increase. Although in theory, he could still increase his internal breath and continue to increase his speed, this way, the consumption of his internal breath would be faster. After calculations, his internal breath would be exhausted before he arrived at planet Leppler. He had to stop and replenish it, and it would consume even more time. This speed was the speed that Chu Nan had determined after precise calculations. At this speed, Chu Nan could fly back to planet Leppler without stopping and maintain about a fifth of his internal breath as a backup. After confirming this plan, Chu Nan no longer increased his speed and flew towards planet Leppler at high speed. Nightclub City had already fallen into chaos. While the cosmic pirate fleet began to attack the Ceres security company's fleet from nowhere, an extremely huge fleet composed of various armed low-altitude shuttles suddenly flew out from the wasteland and surrounded Nightclub City. This fleet that also came from nowhere was not clearly marked, but it conveyed a meaning through the public frequency signal. It was to ask the 5 great factions of Nightclub City to hand over the outsiders like the Earth Federation's caravan. The slogan of this fleet was to expel all outsiders and return planet Leppler to its own people. This slogan made Dong Fong feel very amused. What outsider? From the history of planet Leppler, other than the Ran clan who were serious natives, everyone else on this planet was an outsider from another planet. These guys only wanted to target them, the guests of the Earth Federation, and chase them out before their footing was stable. This made Dong Fong think of General Du Clermont and his subordinates. If the slogan shouted by this fleet was true, wouldn't he have to chase General Du Clermont and the others away? However, he did not have the time to consider General Du Clermont's situation. Although the 5 great factions of Nightclub City did not betray the Earth Federation caravan immediately, when they sent out their fleet and a portion of the Void Break martial artists to fight the other party but were defeated and suffered heavy losses, they naturally transferred the pressure to the Earth Federation caravan. Dong Fong did not give them a chance to harm him. After seeing the defeat of the first battle, Dong Fong made a prompt decision to gather the people left behind by the Earth Federation's caravan in Nightclub City. Then, he boarded the fleet stationed on the surface by the caravan and everyone left Nightclub City. As he had expected, that mysterious fleet was not only targeting the Earth Federation's caravan alone. Although they had divided a portion of the fleet to pursue Dong Fong's fleet, most of them continued to surround Nightclub City. It was obvious that they would not let go. Dong Fong did not have the time to pay attention to the negotiation or battle after this mysterious fleet and the 5 great factions of Nightclub City. He led his fleet and began to circle around the other party's fleet on planet Leppler. With the super combat attainment of the fleet under the Ceres Security Company, while being chased, they could still shoot down many of the low-altitude shuttles. However, because the difference in numbers between the two sides was too great, and because of the absolute difference in strength between void break martial artists, the Ceres Security Company was still unable to counterattack completely. Moreover, compared to the battle on the surface, the battle in space was more important. "You've contacted Captain Mueller?" Hearing Uncle Costa's report, Dongfang's expression immediately shook. When the fleet left in the space synchronous orbit by the Ceres Security Company was suddenly attacked, he received the news immediately. However, because he led the ground fleet to escape Nightclub City and leave the range of the Milky Way Network, he lost contact with the space fleet. Now, Uncle Costa expressed that he had contacted the commander of the space fleet, Captain Mueller. Apart from proving that the space fleet was safe and sound, it also proved that the space fleet even had the time to release special satellites and establish a connection with them. Uncle Costa sent the signal frequency to Dongfang. Soon, Captain Mueller's face appeared on the virtual screen. After seeing the other party, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. The attack today was clearly deliberately planned by the enemy. At first, both sides were in danger and might encounter a situation where they were completely wiped out. Fortunately, the space fleet was safe and sound now, and they had even repelled the enemy's space fleet with fewer enemies. At the very least, they had the most important control over the universe during this period of time. Next, regardless of whether they wanted to continue fighting or retreat, they could calmly choose. After the two of them discussed it for a while, Dongfang agreed to Captain Mueller's suggestion. He decided to let the surface fleet lead the important caravan members to evacuate first and observe the exact situation on planet Leppler before making a decision. However, it was not that easy to achieve the goal of retreat. The enemy's ground fleet was biting tightly. Coupled with the many void break experts, it was very difficult for them to find a safe retreat. After an intense discussion, it was finally decided that Uncle Costa would lead half of the fleet to resist the enemy, and Dongfang would lead the other half of the fleet and the other caravan members to retreat first. This plan would undoubtedly put Uncle Costa and his subordinates in great danger. However, there was no other choice at this moment. If they continued to hesitate, everyone might be completely wiped out before the reinforcements of the space fleet could arrive. Dongfang was not a wishy-washy person. Since he had decided on the plan, he quickly assigned his authority to Uncle Costa. Two low-altitude shuttles quickly separated from the Ceres Security Company's fleet and flew out from both wings. They drew two arcs and turned to fly towards the enemy fleet. Looking at the two shuttle teams that were simply insignificant compared to the enemy fleet, Dongfang was dejected. He took a deep breath and was about to give the order to retreat at full speed when a phenomenon suddenly attracted his gaze on the surrounding environment monitoring screen. In the originally clear and blue sky, a fireball suddenly continued to fall from the sky, bringing about a brilliant flame. In the blink of an eye, it had already penetrated the atmosphere and smashed into the surface. Before landing, this fireball happened to pierce through the center of the enemy fleet and smashed into one of the armed low-altitude shuttles. Boom. Chapter 659. Damn, what's going on? Dongfang was shocked. He blinked and wanted to laugh. Could it be that the heavens were helping him? Just as he was about to fight the other party, a meteor fell from the sky and destroyed one of the other party's ships. The probability was too low. Moreover, even if the ships opposite were not the latest armed low-altitude shuttles that could carry their own energy shields, they still had the minimum defense. They should not have been directly smashed by such a small meteorite. In addition, the speed at which the small meteor fell was a little too fast. Almost the moment it was discovered, it smashed down from the sky, not giving the enemy fleet any time to react. What was even more ridiculous was that after this meteor forcefully penetrated this armed low-altitude shuttle, it did not end there. It still smashed into the ground with an extremely shocking aura. Boom! An explosion that was much more terrifying than the explosion of the armed low-altitude shuttle sounded. A huge mushroom cloud suddenly rose from the ground in the distance. An intense shock wave exploded, directly shattering the enemy fleet above. The entire fleet was completely enveloped by the huge smoke and dust of the explosion. Even the fleet of the Ceres Security Company, which was nearly 10 kilometers away, was affected by this powerful shock wave. The low-altitude shuttle under Dongfang's feet shook violently. Dongfang's body swayed violently, his face filled with shock. Is there a mistake? Could it be that Captain Mueller and the others directly threw a small-scale nuclear bomb at the ground? This is against the Milky Way Convention. This thought flashed through his mind, but he rejected it. It was impossible for Uncle Mueller to do such a crazy action without his order. Moreover, their two fleets were so close now. If they were not careful, they would be implicated. Uncle Mueller was not so stupid. Then what's going on? Dongfang shook his head, still not understanding the situation. However, he instantly reacted. This was a good opportunity. Dongfang immediately opened his personal terminal and sent a message to Uncle Costa. Uncle Costa, this is a good opportunity. Don't worry about those guys and retreat immediately. Before the other party reacts, we should be able to find a chance to retreat. Don't worry, we've already retreated. Dongfang lowered his head to look at the fleet operations scene on the virtual screen and nodded. Uncle Costa was indeed experienced in the battlefield and immediately made the most correct judgment. Very good, let's retreat. At this moment, the shock wave of the explosion had just passed. The huge smoke and dust had already completely enveloped the enemy fleet and they had completely lost their vision. Although this did not affect the understanding of the surrounding situation of the low-altitude fleet with high-tech methods, the enemy was clearly troubled by this sudden change and fell into chaos, so it was naturally impossible for them to react immediately. A moment later, Uncle Costa brought back the two-winged fleet that was originally prepared to attack. He gathered with the remaining fleet led by Dongfang and flew into the distance, instantly disappearing into the vast sky. Tisk! Chu Nan spat out the soil and sand in his mouth. Then, he turned around and spread his limbs wide. He lay on his back and looked up at the dust that filled the sky. A trace of surprise flashed across his face. Earlier, he had finally flown back from space. As soon as he approached planet Leppler, he discovered that the gravity on his body was getting stronger and faster. However, he was not afraid at all. He simply let go of all his internal breath protection and allowed the gravity of planet Leppler to pull him down to the surface. He wanted to test how strong his body was now. Reality proved that even without any internal breath protection, his body could still easily resist the huge friction brought about by the air when he passed through the atmosphere without any damage. Next, he fell at high speed and directly smashed through a low-altitude shuttle before heavily smashing into the ground. When he caused an extremely terrifying explosion like a nuclear bomb, his body was still not damaged at all. Chu Nan reached out to touch his chest and discovered that it was still extremely smooth. He could not find any injuries and his expression was extremely strange. Although he had predicted such an outcome in advance through precise data calculations, it was still unbelievable for him to experience this personally. Previously, although his body had already been tempered quite well and he was certain that he would not be injured even if he fell from the sky, if he endured an extremely powerful impact like now, he would still be heavily injured or even die directly. However, he was unharmed now. Is this the power of the heaven-controlled body? Chu Nan could not help but touch his chest. The touch was smooth, soft, and tough. It was not much different from before. However, this body was already many times stronger than before. Alright, other heaven control experts cultivate their internal breath first before tempering their bodies a second time. It's the opposite for me. However, I'm still far from becoming a heaven control realm martial artist. Chu Nan shook his head and his figure moved slightly before he jumped up. Then, he lowered his head and revealed an awkward smile. In order to test the strength of his body, he had deliberately dispersed the defense of his internal breath and spatial energy. In the end, his body was indeed fine, but the clothes on his body were not so firm. Just by colliding with the atmosphere, all his clothes had been completely destroyed by the air friction. The current him was once again like a pervert with his naked body. Should I find the Notem Chamber of Commerce to help make a set of clothes that can't be broken? Chu Nan smiled bitterly and tapped his feet lightly before his body soared into the air. At first, he thought that the spatial energy in space was slightly different from the spatial energy under the atmosphere and that he needed to adjust it again. However, as soon as he flew, he immediately discovered that the spatial energy in his body automatically reacted with the spatial energy in the surrounding space. Moreover, it automatically transformed the surrounding spatial energy to be as pure as the spatial energy in space, allowing Chu Nan to easily control it. No matter what my internal breath is, there are actually so many benefits to the body of a heaven control expert. No wonder heaven control experts can casually move through space. They can do things that void break martial artists can't with their bodies. Chu Nan was extremely happy. His body instantly penetrated the thick smoke above his head and suddenly stopped in midair. The hurricane brought about by his body blew away the surrounding dust, revealing two martial artists in the air looking over in a daze. When he saw them, Chu Nan sneered and threw a punch. Chapter 660. In Dongfang and this mysterious fleet's opinion, it was clearly an accident that the meteor had struck the center of the fleet and destroyed an armed low-altitude shuttle. However, Chu Nan knew very well that this was not an accident. In fact, the reason why he landed from the sky was because he had long calculated it. On his personal terminal, he could always receive the signal from Dongfang. He had originally come for him. While he was in the air, he saw that two fleets were fighting. He did not need to guess to know that the side Dongfang was not on was his enemy. Now that Dongfang had safely retreated with his people, he did not plan to leave just like that. Although he was alone, Chu Nan was absolutely confident that he could bring great trouble to the enemy. He wanted to delay them so that Dongfang and the others could retreat more calmly. Chu Nan was not worried that he would encounter any danger. With his current strength, he could even fight a 4th stage or even 5th stage void break martial artist head-on. If the other party mobilized many experts to besiege him, he was even more fearless. The two void break martial artists were immediately shocked when they suddenly saw Chu Nan appear beside them and attack them without a word. Chu Nan's punch seemed to have instantly sucked out all the spatial energy in the surrounding space, causing their flight to be affected. However, since they could become void break martial artists, they were naturally experienced in battle. Although they were surprised, they did not panic. The two of them mobilized their internal breath at the same time. One of them emitted a black cloud, and the other slapped out with his palm. The surrounding clouds rolled, and the momentum looked extremely shocking. Chu Nan sneered. If it was when he had just broken through the cosmic heaven's gate, he would probably be a little flustered when facing such an attack, just like the void break martial artist who faced the sand eagle for the first time. However, his understanding of spatial energy was far from what it was at the beginning. With a major breakthrough in his body refinement, how could he still place such an attack there? Chu Nan wanted to continue testing the strength of his current body, so he directly ignored the attacks of the two of them. He retracted his arm and stretched out his fist, directly shattering the black cloud around the void break martial artist on the left. The void break martial artist was shocked, but there was no time for him to dodge. He could only barely kick and try to force Chu Nan back. However, Chu Nan originally planned to endure his attack. Not only did he not have the intention to dodge, he even faced it. Bang! His kick firmly landed on Chu Nan's chest, but it was as if he had kicked a stone slab. He could only make a muffled sound, but it could not shake him at all. Chu Nan's punch focused on his chest at the same time and sent him flying. His body flew back and cleared a passageway in the dust before colliding with a low-altitude shuttle behind him. Boom! The low-altitude shuttle was pierced by this void break martial artist's body and directly exploded. He also flew away and completely disappeared. At the same time, Chu Nan's back received a palm strike from another void break martial artist. His body only shook slightly, but he did not even spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, he half turned around and slapped out with his palm, sending the remaining void break martial artist flying and exploding with the low-altitude shuttle behind him. Chu Nan turned around and patted his chest with a strange expression. From the attacks of these two void break martial artists just now, the two of them were probably around the initial stage void break realm. The stronger one should be about to break through to the second stage void break realm and was not considered an expert among void break martial artists. However, if it was in the past, Chu Nan would more or less be injured after receiving their attacks at the same time. However, now that their attacks landed on him, they were completely blocked and resolved by the spatial energy contained in his body without causing any damage. They had each been struck by Chu Nan's strike and were clearly heavily injured. Chu Nan was certain that these two fellows were probably dead now. Although both sides were void break martial artists and strictly speaking, Chu Nan's internal breath was not much stronger than theirs, their bodies were no longer on the same level. Chu Nan did not even need to activate Life Explosion to easily defeat them. Of course, Chu Nan would not only target two mere initial stage void break martial artists. He turned around and broke through the dust. He blew up the nearest armed low-altitude shuttle with a punch. Then, with a flash, he blew up another shuttle. This was another two enemy void break martial artists surrounding him. One of them was slightly stronger and had reached the second stage void break realm. However, under Chu Nan's fearless attacks, the two of them did not even last a second move before they were easily defeated. The weaker void break martial artist died on the spot, and the stronger one was only heavily injured and barely survived. Chu Nan did not chase after the void break martial artist and continued to destroy the fleet. Boom, boom, boom. Armed low-altitude shuttles were forcefully exploded by Chu Nan. The air wave of the explosion quickly blew away the surrounding dust and revealed the center. Seeing a naked young man flying around the fleet, the enemies were clearly stunned. Then, they reacted and several void break martial artists surrounded him. Chu Nan laughed and his figure flashed as he circled around the void break martial artists. He had experienced this situation a few times before and was already familiar with it. Moreover, his strength had increased greatly, so he was naturally not afraid. Relying on his flying speed, which was much faster than the other party, and with his flexible control of spatial energy, he was still agile and at ease under the other party's heavy encirclement. He could easily dodge the other party's pursuit and obstruction. From time to time, he could even take the time to destroy an armed low-altitude shuttle. He could even find time to counterattack when he saw that the other party was alone. It was fine if he did not counterattack, but once he did, he would easily heavily injure at least one of the other party's void break martial artists. Even the weaker void break martial artists would die on the spot. Moreover, with his powerful data ability, the timing he grabbed was extremely precise every time. He could always leave before the others surrounded him. In less than 10 minutes, Chu Nan had already destroyed a total of 17 armed low-altitude shuttles and heavily injured 6 low-level void break martial artists, directly killing 2. After sending another void break martial artist flying with a punch, Chu Nan's gaze shifted and he discovered that the enemy fleet had begun to shrink and a few figures flew out. He did not need to personally feel it. With just a glance at the posture and speed at which those figures flew out, Chu Nan immediately determined that the weakest of these void break martial artists had the powerful strength of a third-stage void break martial artist. He did not have the time to sigh at how these enemies who had appeared out of nowhere had such terrifying strength. He lowered his head and glanced at his personal terminal that was opened. He discovered that the signal representing Dongfang was already very far away and clearly had the intention to take off. He should have received support and was meeting up with the space fleet, so he was relieved. Alright, I won't play with you anymore. Chu Nan chuckled and waved his hand at the dozens of void break martial artists who were still chasing behind him. A ball of white light suddenly erupted from his body and turned into white light. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the distant sky like a meteor. After Chu Nan disappeared, the few high-level void break martial artists who flew out later arrived. They looked at the dozens of void break martial artists who had surrounded him and their expressions were ugly. There were so many of them, but they actually let that naked pervert run away. Chapter 661. Chu Nan ran very quickly. Although his flying speed was much slower than in space after entering the atmosphere due to the air resistance and gravity, it was still twice as fast as before, reaching 4 times the speed of sound. In just 10 minutes, he had already flown nearly 1,000 kilometers and landed in a larger city on the surface of the planet. As soon as his feet landed, Chu Nan immediately opened his personal terminal. As expected, the signal of the Milky Way Network could still be guaranteed in larger cities. He immediately chose to send a communication request to Dongfang and was quickly picked up. Hey, Chu Nan, don't, wait, you're already on planet Leppler. Dongfang glanced at the situation behind Chu Nan and revealed a surprised expression. Damn, I couldn't contact you just now. Why did you sneak down? It's very dangerous on planet Leppler now. We just fought with a group of guys from nowhere, and now. Chu Nan waved his hand at him. There's no need to say anything. I saw everything. You saw it. Dongfang was stunned. How did you see it? I came down while tracking your signal. How do you think I saw it? Dongfang rolled his eyes and revealed a shocked expression. Damn, don't tell me you want to say that the thing that fell from the sky like a meteor was you. Smart. Chu Nan gave Dongfang a thumbs up. I landed just now. In addition, I've already helped you stall those guys for a period of time and killed a few of their void break martial artists. They shouldn't have the time to chase after you now, right? Dongfang looked at Chu Nan in a daze and could not understand the situation. You, where did you come from? Could it be that you landed from space? Chu Nan laughed. I can't explain this in a short period of time. I'll tell you slowly in the future. You should have met up with the space fleet now, right? What's your next plan? Dongfang took a deep breath and knew that this was not the time to investigate this. Next, we and the space fleet plan to observe the situation on the planet's surface in space before making plans. Where are you now? I'll send a spaceship to pick you up. The situation on the surface is not good. It's very dangerous for you to stay down there. Danger. Chu Nan sneered. Don't worry, unless the other party sends a heaven control expert to deal with me, I won't be in danger. On the other hand, be careful. Although those cosmic pirate fleets have temporarily retreated, they might return at any time. Right, I've left a signal detection on one of those spaceships. I'll transmit the data to you. Keep it well. Dongfang stared at the signal detection data Chu Nan sent through his personal terminal in disbelief. Damn, how did you do it? I've already told you that I can't explain it clearly now. In any case, I tied this signal to one of their spaceships. It's up to you. Chu Nan waved his hand at Dongfang. I still have other things to do. Keep in touch. After saying that, Chu Nan did not care about Dongfang's expression and directly closed his personal terminal. Then, he chose to send a communication request to teacher Galoston. However, this time, he waited for a long time but was not picked up. When he recalled that he had just been sent into space after his fast spatial orbit was destroyed by a particle beam, Chu Nan could not help but worry. Although the space fleet of the Ceres Security Company had been lured away after the appearance of the cosmic pirate fleet, since a particle beam happened to destroy the fast spatial orbit Chu Nan was in when the two fleets fought earlier, it was difficult to guarantee that another particle beam would not hit the space station. Chu Nan originally wanted to contact Dongfang and get him to contact the Ceres Security Company's space fleet to investigate the situation of the space station, but when he recalled that the space fleet might not be in orbit far from the space station, he might have to take a huge detour to observe it. Moreover, they had other plans after that. It was not good to mess things up like this. Chu Nan thought for a moment and suddenly slapped his head. Tisk, why should I find help from others? I can just fly up and take a look myself. Chu Nan tapped his feet and his body immediately soared into the sky. Soon, he soared into the clouds and penetrated the atmosphere. Seeing that he was about to completely penetrate the atmosphere and enter space, Chu Nan could not help but stop. He hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and flying up. Compared to the first time he was forced to enter space, this time, it was Chu Nan who took the initiative to choose, causing him to feel a little strange. However, he quickly adapted to the environment here. In fact, because the spatial energy in space was purer, the surrounding environment was extremely simple, and the space was especially vast, it made him feel free. Looking at the vast universe in front of him, Chu Nan suddenly felt playful. He looked around and confirmed the direction of the space station. Then, he focused and instantly mobilized all his internal breath to mobilize the spatial energy around him. At the same time, he activated life explosion and simultaneously allowed his internal breath and spatial energy to complete a cycle and enter the second revolution high-frequency state. Charge! An extremely dazzling white light suddenly exploded from Chu Nan's body. With the enhancement of the life explosion effect, the powerful internal breath and spatial energy that had instantly entered the third revolution increased his speed to 10 times the speed of sound in the blink of an eye. A moment later, his internal breath and spatial energy entered the fourth revolution at the same time. His speed increased greatly again and quickly increased to 15 times the speed of sound. Then, his internal breath and spatial energy continued to increase and entered the fifth revolution, sixth revolution. His speed increased wildly, from 15 times the speed of sound to 20 times, 27 times. In the end, after Chu Nan completely erupted with all his internal breath and spatial energy, his flying speed increased to an astonishing 36 times the speed of sound. With the support of such a terrifying speed, Chu Nan only used less than half an hour to fly to a place where he could see the space station with the naked eye. He put away the flame of life and adjusted his internal breath and spatial energy to circulate before slowing down slightly. When he approached the space station, Chu Nan was slightly shocked. From the outside, it could be seen that a few huge holes had already appeared in the outer shell of the space station. It was obvious that it had been directly struck by the particle light cannon. If not for the fact that the space station was several times larger than the largest Enterprise-level cosmic battleship in the Noctem Chamber of Commerce, these terrifying injuries might have been enough to completely destroy it. Chu Nan looked carefully and discovered that the space station was still bright. It seemed that the facilities were still functioning normally, but he could not see any figures moving inside. It should have been during that period of time that the emergency mechanism of the space station had been activated and sent everyone out. However, Chu Nan was still not completely at ease. He flew into a huge pit on the surface of the space station and landed on the widest platform in the middle. As soon as he stood up, Chu Nan looked around and was surprised to discover a familiar figure standing not far away. The figure turned around and the surprise on her face was several times more obvious than Chu Nan's. Why is it you? Chapter 662. Chu Nan widened his eyes and looked at that person. After a long time, he reacted and shouted, Supremacy Ovally, why are you here? This figure was Supremacy Ovally. Shouldn't you be negotiating with them at the Sand Eagle headquarters? Chu Nan immediately asked. Don't ask me first. Supremacy Overly waved at Chu Nan and looked at him with a strange expression. Tell me first, kid, did you fly in from outside? That's right. Chu Nan nodded and understood Supremacy Overly's meaning. He chuckled at her and pointed at planet Leppler under his feet. Actually, I flew up from below. I originally wanted to see the situation of the space station. The battle between the two fleets just now made this place. Supremacy Overly's expression suddenly changed slightly and she waved at Chu Nan. He immediately felt an abundant and terrifying force pull him towards her. As soon as his body moved, he felt an extremely intense change in the spatial energy in the surrounding space. This change felt a little familiar to him. He thought for a moment and immediately recalled that this feeling was identical to when Supremacy Overly grabbed him and flew into space. Chu Nan turned around with difficulty and saw that a spiral spatial black hole had suddenly appeared near where he was. A tall figure appeared. Stargrade martial artist. Chu Nan's heart shook and he nearly cried out. In the next moment, he was already pulled to her side by Supremacy Overly. She grabbed him and pressed him down. Don't move, Supremacy Overly instructed in a low voice. She looked up at the figure opposite her and the corners of her mouth curled into a smile. You caught up quite quickly. At this moment, that figure had already completely revealed his figure. From his appearance, he was at least 70 years old. His beard and hair had all turned white. Although his skin was still tight, it was obvious that he was old. However, although he looked old, his mind was extremely energetic. He was tall and strong. Just by standing there, he was like a mountain, giving people an unshakable feeling. It's only a step away. What's there to be fast about? The old man sneered and glanced at Chu Nan with a surprised expression. Could it be that you specially stopped here for this kid? It seems that he must have a deep relationship with you. I'll kill him in front of you in a while and make you uneasy so that you'll be easier to kill. Haha, Supremacy Overly let out a crisp and pleasant laugh that did not match her true age. I won't hide it from you, he's indeed related to me. However, this kid wants to take away my precious disciple. Even if you don't kill him, I'll find a day to kill him sooner or later. Oh. The old man raised his eyebrows. In that case, I'll kill him for you. You don't have to do it yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Nan immediately felt a subtle change in the spatial energy in the surrounding space. Terrifying spatial energy surged towards him like a raging sea. In an instant, Chu Nan experienced despair that was enough to match the feeling of death when he was floating in space. In the next moment, he suddenly felt his body relax and the surrounding spatial energy instantly returned to normal. Chu Nan exhaled and turned to look at Supremacy Overly. He knew very well that at that moment, these two Stargrade martial artists had already fought with him as the center. Didn't you want to kill him? The old man had a mocking smile on his face as he asked Supremacy Overly, why do you still want to save him now? It seems that I was right. This kid has an extraordinary relationship with you. He's indeed worth killing. Supremacy Overly narrowed her eyes and stared at the old man for a moment before suddenly laughing softly. Alright, you're right. This kid is indeed on good terms with me and is even the little boyfriend that my precious disciple values the most. However, if you want to rely on him to disturb my mind, you're really thinking too much. At this point, Supremacy Overly took 2 steps forward and looked into the old man's eyes. Since we're all Stargrade martial artists, there's no need to waste time talking about some rules. The battle between the two of us has nothing to do with others. If you kill this kid or my disciple, I guarantee that I'll kill everyone related to you. Hearing these words, the old man's expression, which had a trace of mockery, quickly became serious. He pondered for a moment and nodded lightly. Alright, in that case, don't involve unrelated fellows. In any case, my goal is only to obtain something from those stupid Rand clansmen. I don't have any intention of accepting a life and death grudge with a Stargrade martial artist. That's good. Supremacy Overly nodded and turned to look at Chu Nan. Kid, go back and find Angie Prairie. Tell her that if I can't return, escape as far as possible and cultivate in peace. Don't show her face easily until she becomes a Stargrade martial artist. After a pause, she added, you too. Chu Nan was shocked. Why were Supremacy Overly's words filled with the intention of dying? Could it be that she knew that she could not defeat this Stargrade martial artist opposite her and might even die under his hands? Just as he was about to ask, Supremacy Overly suddenly waved her hand at him. Chu Nan immediately felt the spatial energy around him surge wildly, and then the strange feeling brought about by the spatial teleportation came. He only felt his vision darken and brighten. In the next moment, the transparent metal dome with an extremely powerful modern technology style in the space station above him turned into a blue sky and white clouds. He had actually been teleported to the surface of planet Leppler from the space station by Supremacy Overly. Chu Nan was shocked. Stargrade martial artists were Stargrade martial artists. It had taken him half an hour to fly from the surface to the space station, but Supremacy Overly had only moved her hand and thrown him back. However, on second thought, such a powerful Supremacy Overly actually said that when facing that old man, it could be seen that not only was the old man a Stargrade martial artist, but his strength was also even more terrifying than Supremacy Overly. Chu Nan did not have the time to think carefully. He tapped his feet and instantly broke through the clouds and flew into space again. 21 minutes later, Chu Nan, who was at full speed, flew into the space station with white light. However, there was already no one inside. He could not see the figures of Supremacy Overly and the Stargrade martial artist opposite her. The two of them were both extraordinary Stargrade martial artists. Any spatial teleportation could cross an extremely long distance calculated in light years. Now, it was unknown where they had run to. Chu Nan could only smile helplessly. In fact, he knew very well that with his current strength, he was useless in front of a star-grade martial artist, so it was naturally impossible for him to help Supremacy overly defeat the enemy. However, he still could not help but fly up again. Now that he could not see the two of them, although Chu Nan was still extremely worried, he knew that he did not have the ability to do anything else, so he forced himself to calm down. After thinking for a moment, he opened his personal terminal again and tried. He was surprised to discover that although this space station had suffered major damage, it was still within the coverage of the Milky Way Network and could easily allow him to board. Chu Nan did not hesitate and immediately chose to send a communication request to Angie Prairie. Chapter 663. Heh, Chu Nan, shouldn't you be on the spaceship? The call was quickly picked up, revealing Angie Prairie's beautiful face with a puzzled expression. Ignore me for now. I just encountered Supremacy Ovally. Do you know what she's doing? Of course, I know. Isn't she fighting with a star-grade martial artist from the Sand Eagle? Angie Prairie replied indifferently, then asked in surprise, wait, what did you say? Did you encounter Master? Where did you encounter her? On the space station. Chu Nan did not describe the exact situation. He had more important questions to ask. You said you know? You know that the star-grade martial artist opposite is from Sand Eagle? No, where are you now? I'm at the Sand Eagle headquarters with High Priest Zima and the others. Angie Prairie turned the virtual screen and Chu Nan indeed saw High Priest Zima and a few other priests from the Holy Mountain. Unlike Angie Prairie's relaxed smile, High Priest Zima and the other priests had serious expressions that revealed obvious worry. Perhaps because he saw Chu Nan through the virtual screen, High Priest Zima turned around and nodded without saying anything. You're at the Sand Eagle headquarters. Chu Nan was even more surprised. What is going on? It's actually quite simple, Angie Prairie replied. I, Master, and High Priest Zima were originally prepared to sign the final agreement, but a star-grade martial artist suddenly appeared from Sand Eagle's side. He said that with him around, he would not allow Sand Eagle to sign such a humiliating agreement. Then, he quarreled with Master and the two of them fought. Chu Nan was immediately speechless. Please, this was a dispute between two extremely powerful star-grade martial artists. Why did it sound like a street fight? Then what? What's your situation now? Why are you still at the Sand Eagle headquarters? We're waiting for Master and that old man called Lahir to determine the outcome. As long as Master wins, we can settle this agreement and leave. You make it sound very easy. Chu Nan recalled the way Supremacy overly instructed him and his heart tightened. He lowered his voice slightly and whispered to Angie Prairie, Hey, Angie Prairie, send me your current location. What? You want to come over? Angie Prairie's face lit up. All right. I happen to be bored here alone. However, I have to ask first. Otherwise, it won't be good if you cause a misunderstanding when you come over. What do you want to ask? Before Chu Nan could finish, Angie Prairie had already closed the communication. Chu Nan looked at the dim virtual screen in a daze. Could it be that she had run to ask Sand Eagle's people? After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan recalled that since Sand Eagle had been contacting the Rand clan's Holy Mountain these few days, he should know the location of their headquarters. Just as he was about to send a message to Alpha and ask him, his personal terminal suddenly sounded with a communication request. Looking down, he saw that it was from Angie Prairie and immediately chose to accept it. Chu Nan, I've asked. When the Sand Eagle people heard that you were coming, they welcomed you. They even asked me if I wanted to send a shuttle to pick you up. Do you need it? Chu Nan speechlessly looked at the carefree Angie Prairie. Hey, girl, can't you be more careful? He had previously helped the Rand clan's Holy Mountain defeat Sand Eagle's 2 attacks in a row. Not only had he seriously damaged the 4 war fortresses of Sand Eagle, but he had also sent countless low-altitude shuttles and even killed many of their void break experts. In Sand Eagle's eyes, he was definitely a thorn in his side. Now that they heard that he wanted to run to the Sand Eagle headquarters and walk into a trap, how could the people of the Sand Eagle not welcome him? However, Chu Nan was fearless about this. Even before this, he was confident that he could kill his way in and out of a place like the Sand Eagle headquarters and escape unscathed. Moreover, now that he had major growth and could even travel in space, how could he be afraid? Just send me the location. There's no need to send anyone to pick me up. Chu Nan sighed. Alright, I'll send it now. Hurry up, I'm bored to death here. Angie Prairie smiled and moved her fingers. Chu Nan quickly received a message on his personal terminal. He opened it and saw that it was a map of the surface of planet Leppler. There was a dot of light on it that displayed the location of the Sand Eagle headquarters. It was about 1,600 kilometers away from where he was now and was located in the northwest. Wait for me. Soon. Chu Nan threw out this sentence and closed his personal terminal. He activated his internal breath and flew northwest at high speed. 1,600 kilometers sounded very far, but to Chu Nan, who could still reach at least 5 times the speed of sound under the atmosphere, it only took less than 10 minutes. Before long, he could already see a large oasis suddenly appear in the wasteland ahead. He looked at his personal terminal and quickly confirmed that this was the location of the Sand Eagle's headquarters. He flew over. In a few breaths, he had already flown far away and landed in the large building in the oasis. A few flames flickered below and several particle beams and missiles shot out from the building complex and pointed at Chu Nan. It seemed that Chu Nan had triggered the automatic defense system of the Sand Eagle headquarters. Chu Nan sneered and could not be bothered to dodge, allowing the particle beams and missiles to blast into his body. Boom, 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 boom. The dazzling light that exploded from the particle pillar mixed with the flames of the missile explosion and instantly lit up the entire sky. A huge explosion rolled away like a thunderclap. When the light and dust of the explosion dissipated, Chu Nan was still floating in the air intact. Humph, you want to deal with me with these lousy things? Chu Nan patted his chest in disdain and lowered his head to look at his unharmed body. He was extremely proud. After his body obtained a major breakthrough, his current body could be said to have surpassed the mortal world. If it was not a weapon specially used to deal with powerful martial artists, it was impossible to really injure him. After the particle light cannons and missiles below bombarded for a round, they seemed to have discovered that it was useless and actually stopped. Chu Nan slowly floated down and landed in the center of a wide square. Several figures flew over from all directions and landed around Chu Nan. Chu Nan easily noticed which of these figures was flickering with white light. His gaze locked onto her and he watched as she flew to him and landed. Heh, NG Prairie, I'm here. Isn't it very fast? Chu Nan waved his hand. The person who needed to activate the life explosion effect to fly was naturally NG Prairie. She looked at Chu Nan in surprise and her gaze suddenly landed on his lower body before she chuckled. You still dare to say that you're not naked? Chapter 664. Chu Nan followed NG Prairie's gaze and saw his little brother exposed. Damn. Chu Nan slapped his forehead and several scenes instantly flashed through his mind. Previously, when he flew down from space, in order to test how strong his body had become, he had deliberately dispersed all his internal breath and spatial energy. He forcefully smashed down from the sky with his body. Not only did he explode an enemy's low-altitude shuttle, but he also smashed a huge pit in the ground. While he was still in the air, all his clothes had already been burned because of the air friction. Then, he fought with the enemy fleet and dozens of void break martial artists. He escaped and contacted Dong Fang before flying into space again. He unintentionally saw Supremacy Ovally and another star-grade martial artist and was sent back by her. Then, he contacted NG Prairie until he arrived here. After doing this series of things, because of the urgency of the matter, he actually forgot to put on his clothes again. Wait. In that case, wasn't he naked when he saw Supremacy Ovally in the space station just now? No wonder the star-grade martial artist opposite him looked at him strangely. However, Supremacy Ovally did not have any special reaction. Could it be that she was used to it because she had seen it before? Damn. Chu Nan could not help but curse himself. He had already appeared in front of Supremacy Ovally naked once before. Now that he had run to her in such a manner, she believed that he must be a pervert who liked to run naked like NG Prairie. Chu Nan sighed and put down his hand. He looked at the large group of people who had already surrounded him and were looking at him as if he was a pervert. He could only smile helplessly and could not be bothered to hide it. He stretched out his hand to High Priest Zima who was standing beside NG Prairie. About that, High Priest, can I trouble you to prepare another set of clothes for me? High Priest Zima had a strange expression and shook his head at Chu Nan with a bitter smile. This is not our Rand clan's holy mountain. Where can I find clothes for you? The other priests of the Rand clan beside him looked at Chu Nan. Although their expressions were strange, their reaction was not strong. Previously, when Chu Nan was helping to defend the holy mountain of the Rand clan, they had seen him naked a few times and were already used to it. Oh, right. Chu Nan turned around and glanced around before asking loudly, may I ask who can help me find a set of clothes to wear? Thank you first. The surrounding crowd looked at each other and looked at Chu Nan even more strangely. Haha, NG Prairie laughed loudly and pointed at Chu Nan with an overjoyed expression. Chu Nan, look at you. You're not shy anymore. Haha, it's too fun. Chu Nan rolled his eyes at her. I've already been seen by so many people. What's the use of being shy? If I have to say it, shouldn't a girl like you be more scolded when you see me naked? Humph, I've seen you so many times and I'm already used to it. I even know how big the birthmark on your butt is. Chu Nan's expression changed and he could not help but cover his butt. Damn, you still call me a pervert. NG Prairie laughed even louder and ignored the expressions of the surrounding people who were looking at her and Chu Nan. Cough, you're Chu Nan. A light cough suddenly sounded from behind the crowd. Although the surrounding crowd was noisy, this sentence clearly entered everyone's ears. The originally dense crowd immediately parted like a wave on a reef, revealing a wide passageway and revealing the figures behind. The figure in the middle was tall and had extremely three-dimensional facial features. The bridge of his nose was especially high, and the front was slightly curved like an eagle's beak. His eyes were filled with blame, and at a glance, it was as if he could see through people. Chu Nan could not help but narrow his eyes. Although this person's internal breath was not obvious, the spatial energy in the space around his body naturally circulated in a special rhythm. Moreover, the closer he was to his body, the purer the spatial energy around him made Chu Nan feel. It actually made him sense an environment similar to space. Chu Nan was greatly surprised. If it was in the past, he probably would not understand what this meant. However, after experiencing it himself, Chu Nan knew very well that this phenomenon meant that this person's body had clearly been tempered a second time and had completely reached the strength of a heaven control martial artist. Chu Nan did not believe that a second martial artist would be like him and be thrown into space because of an accident. Then, he relied on the powerful goddess song cultivation method to maintain his life force and continuously break through the limit of his body that had been tempered countless times because of the flame of life. In the end, he reached the strange phenomenon of the basic internal breath is only at the second stage void break realm, but his body has already reached the heaven control realm. This was because if he wanted to achieve this result, regardless of whether it was the precise calculation and control of internal breath and spatial energy brought about by his powerful data ability, the instant increase in internal breath of the 9 revolutions technique, the powerful recovery ability of his body after using the flame of life to repair it many times, or the most important thing was to open up all the fine meridians, allowing his entire body to be perfectly covered by Internal breath and fully fused with spatial energy, it was impossible to succeed without any of these conditions. It was impossible for a second martial artist to satisfy so many harsh conditions and not have Chu Nan's experience. Then, there was only one explanation for this phenomenon around this martial artist. This guy could only refine his body again through his internal breath because his internal breath had reached a sufficient level, allowing his body to reach the strength of a heaven control expert. In other words, he was clearly a heaven control martial artist. I'm Chu Nan, and you are. Chu Nan carefully sized up this heaven control expert and knew that this person must be the leader of the Sand Eagle. The strongest Sand Eagle experts he had encountered previously, Dakota and Kansas, were both 4th stage void break martial artists. It made him feel that the strength of the Sand Eagle was only so-so. He did not expect another heaven control expert to appear today. As for the Stargrade martial artist called Lahir, Chu Nan did not think he belonged to the Sand Eagle. Even if a Stargrade expert joined any faction, it was impossible for it to be a weak faction like the Sand Eagle that was limited to the surface of the small Leppler planet. Of course, Chu Nan was already very surprised that a heaven control expert had appeared from Sand Eagle. I'm Grek, the leader of this place. Others call me Eagle Head. The tall man smiled at Chu Nan without any hostility. Hearing this answer, Chu Nan nodded. As expected. Chapter 665. After introducing himself, Grek instructed a subordinate beside him to get a set of clothes for Chu Nan to change into. While his subordinates were retrieving the clothes, Grek carefully sized up Chu Nan twice with surprise and admiration in his eyes. Chu Nan, I've actually wanted to see you for a long time. To be able to repel our Sand Eagle's 2 consecutive attacks by yourself and even kill that trash, Dakota, and destroy our 4 war fortresses, your strength is clearly extraordinary. I've long known that you're very young, but I didn't expect that when I saw you in person, I would discover that you're much younger than what I saw in the video. Can you tell me how old you are this year? Chu Nan was not used to his amiable appearance. Since this guy was the leader of the Sand Eagle, shouldn't he hate him to the core? I'm already 19 years old. You can consider me 20, Chu Nan replied. You're really not even 20. Grek was filled with praise. You're so young, so how can you have such powerful strength? Which powerful supremacy is your master? No. Even if a Stargrade martial artist personally guided you, you shouldn't have improved so quickly. The only explanation is that your talent is really outstanding. At this moment, Grek's subordinate had already efficiently brought over clothes. Chu Nan took them and replied as he put them on, no, I don't have a master. However, to be honest, her master. Chu Nan pointed at Angie Prairie, who was sizing the two of them up with an interesting gaze and pointed above her head. In other words, supremacy ovally taught me a lot. I learned a very important cultivation method from her. Since Grek did not come up and fight, Chu Nan did not mind chatting with him. From the current situation and the information revealed by Angie Prairie, both sides were clearly waiting for the outcome of the battle to be decided. After all, no matter how much they fought, because both sides had Stargrade martial artists present, as long as either side's Stargrade martial artist was defeated, it would be useless in front of the powerful strength of the other party. There's actually no master. Hearing Chu Nan's answer, Grek was even more surprised. It seems that your talent is really beyond imagination. Grek suddenly paused and looked around. He waved his hand. Disperse. The surrounding crowd immediately dispersed without a word. Chu Nan's eyelids twitched. However, from this scene, it seemed that Grek could become the leader of the Sand Eagle not only because of his powerful personal strength. Please come in. After waving away the crowd, Grek gestured at Chu Nan and stretched out his hand to Angie Prairie. However, he unintentionally missed High Priest Zima and the others. The group of people arrived at a wide room at the back and sat down on both sides. Grek pondered for a moment and asked Chu Nan, "What's your relationship with Mr. Dongfeng?" Chu Nan was stunned. He did not expect Grek to ask this question first. After thinking for a moment, he understood. You should have seen him at the multi-party meeting 4 days ago, right? He mentioned me in front of you. Grek smiled. Yes. I knew from High Priest Zima that you're not from our planet Leppler, but from the Earth Federation. I also knew that Mr. Dong was also from the Earth Federation, so I tried to ask him. I didn't expect the two of you to be good friends. After a pause, the smile on Grek's face suddenly disappeared, and his eyes instantly became extremely sharp. May I ask if you assisted these Rand clansmen under Dongfeng's instructions? Chu Nan frowned and was about to answer when Angie Prairie, who was sitting beside him, replied, Hey, Grek, didn't I tell you before that Chu Nan and I only wanted to go to the Holy Mountain of the Rand clan to participate in the trial and happened to encounter you attacking the Holy Mountain? That's why we helped. There's no conspiracy like you think. Grek turned to look at Angie Prairie. His previously gloomy face instantly changed to a sunny smile. Miss Angie Prairie, I'm not suspecting you, but I feel that your companion might be hiding it from you. Angie Prairie's expression immediately changed. What do you mean? Do you want to sow discord between me and Chu Nan? Grek smiled and bent down. No, I don't mean that. I'm only assuming this possibility. Otherwise, it's very difficult for me to understand why Chu Nan nearly risked his life to help protect the Holy Mountain of the Rand clan. He's only an outsider from the Earth Federation. It's impossible for him to have any relationship with the Rand clan in the past. How could he do such a thing without a special goal? Angie Prairie sneered. How can a selfish guy like you understand Chu Nan's willingness to help others? I can't understand it, indeed. Grek still smiled. In comparison, I'd rather believe he has another agenda. Angie Prairie sneered again and was about to continue refuting when Chu Nan raised his hand to stop her. Alright, Angie Prairie, your personal ideals are different. You can't convince him. Moreover, this topic is meaningless. Chu Nan coldly looked at Greg and thought to himself that this guy's initial kindness was indeed all an act. Leader Greg, what's your Sand Eagles plan now? Are you waiting for the two supremacies to determine the outcome? That's right. Greg nodded with a smile. Chu Nan, you're a sensible person. You should know that before the outcome of the two supremacies is decided, anything we do is meaningless. Then, what if the two supremacies don't return? Hearing Chu Nan's question, not only was Greg puzzled, but Angie Prairie, High Priest Zima, and the others were also puzzled. What do you mean? Greg asked with a frown. What I mean is that the battle between the two supremacies might last for a long time. It might even be impossible to determine the outcome for a few days and nights. Could it be that we'll just wait here? Why not? Greg asked. Of course not. You Sand Eagle people have nothing to do and can wait here. I don't have that much time. Angie Prairie is also busy. As for High Priest Zima and the others, they can't do anything. There are still a bunch of people waiting for them to return to the Holy Mountain. After saying that, Chu Nan stood up and waved at Angie Prairie, High Priest Zima, and the others. Let's go. As soon as he moved, the two Sand Eagle subordinates who had been guarding the door blocked Chu Nan. You want to leave? A smile appeared on Greg's face again. Since you're here, how can you leave so easily? Chapter 666. As expected. Chu Nan turned around and his eyes focused slightly. He stared at Greg for a while and suddenly smiled. He shook his head and walked back to sit beside Angie Prairie. Alright, I'll stay here for a few days. Greg immediately laughed. Very good. Little brother Chu Nan, you're indeed a smart person. It's easier to talk to smart people. After saying that, he raised his hand and gently patted it. Four young girls dressed in maid clothes walked in. Little brother Chu Nan is right. It's not so easy to determine the outcome of a battle between stargrade martial artists. You might have to stay here for a period of time. Little brother Chu Nan has come from afar and it must be very difficult. Let the few of them bring you to rest first. We'll talk about it in the future. What do you think? Chu Nan turned to look at Angie Prairie, High Priest Zima, and the others. He saw them looking at him and clearly letting him make the decision. Okay. Chu Nan thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The four maidservants walked over and softly gestured for them to follow them. When he walked past Greg, he suddenly smiled at Chu Nan and said, Little brother Chu Nan, I think you're a rare talent. If Supremacy Lahir wins in the end, do you want to consider joining our Sand Eagle? With your ability, you'll definitely be very successful. Chu Nan glanced at him in surprise and thought to himself that this guy was really ambitious. He had clearly brought a lot of trouble and loss to Sand Eagle. It was one thing for him to be amiable to him, but now, he was actually willing to put aside their past grudges and rope him in. His mentality was really very good. It's too early to say this. It's not too late to discuss after the two supremacies determine the outcome, Chu Nan calmly replied. Of course, if Supremacy Lahir really wins, for the sake of my life, I might choose to join Sand Eagle. You're indeed a smart person. Greg smiled and nodded lightly. The group followed the four maidservants out of the hall and circled back, entering a wide courtyard that usually looked gorgeous and exquisite. Angie Prairie glanced at the four maidservants leading the way and leaned towards Chu Nan's ear. She lowered her voice. Hey, if Master loses, don't tell me you really choose to join Sand Eagle. Why not? Chu Nan smiled and asked. Angie Prairie glared. You actually want to join the enemy. What else? Refuse to surrender and be slapped to death by that Supremacy Lahir. Angie Prairie glared again and was about to flare up when she suddenly rolled her eyes and smiled. Chu Nan looked at her in confusion. Hey, what's wrong with you suddenly? He really could not understand Angie Prairie's thoughts. This girl's frequent thoughts were especially broad, and some whimsical thoughts appeared. I understand what you mean. Angie Prairie leaned closer to Chu Nan and chuckled. You must be planning to rely on the enemy first and take revenge on Supremacy Lahir after you become powerful enough, right? Chu Nan looked at Angie Prairie in surprise. Are you a worm in my stomach? Worms have long been extinct, Angie Prairie complained. Then, she smiled proudly. In that case, I was right. Shush, be careful not to be heard. Chu Nan made a mysterious expression at Angie Prairie and looked at the four maidservants in front of him. He confirmed that the four of them were ordinary people and it was impossible for them to hear their conversation. In short, it's good that you know. However, speaking of which, Angie Prairie, you're asking this. Could it be that you think Supremacy Ovally will lose? No, I don't think so at all. Angie Prairie shook her head. I'm just guessing your thoughts. Look, I know you very well. I'm a good friend, right? Chu Nan could only roll his eyes. Was this girl simply heartless, or did he really have absolute confidence in Supremacy Ovally? When he recalled what Supremacy Ovally had said before throwing him back to the surface, Chu Nan could not feel at ease. He memorized his surroundings as he walked. On the surface, Greg was very polite to them, but the current situation was clearly that they were under house arrest. It would be fine if Supremacy Ovally won in the end, but Greg could only obediently let them out and not dare to be disrespectful to them. However, if Lahir won or even killed Supremacy Ovally in the worst case, their fates could be imagined. Perhaps Greg's idea of recruiting Chu Nan was true, but because of Angie Prairie, it was probably very difficult to come true. As for High Priest Zima and the others, the fate of the entire Rand clan could be imagined. Therefore, rather than waiting for the unknown result while being surrounded by the enemy, it was better to think of a way to retreat in advance and prevent the worst from happening. They would be captured in one go. Before coming here, Chu Nan was originally very confident that he could move around the Sand Eagle headquarters without any fear. However, after arriving here, he was surprised to discover that this Sand Eagle leader, Greg, was actually a powerful heaven control expert. Immediately, he could no longer be confident. It was not that he did not have confidence in entering and exiting the Sand Eagle headquarters. Even if Greg was a heaven control realm expert, he was clearly not a high-level heaven control realm expert. Chu Nan was still confident that he could escape from him. However, with Angie Prairie, High Priest Zima, and the others, it was almost impossible. Chu Nan carefully calculated and discovered that in the most extreme situation, he could at most escape with one person and might be caught by a heaven control expert like Greg. If he brought another one, it was impossible for him to escape. As for the only candidate, it went without saying that it was Angie Prairie. Chu Nan's gaze landed on High Priest Zima and the others and he sighed in his mind. The safest choice was naturally to escape with Angie Prairie before the result of the battle between the two Stargrade martial artists was out. Otherwise, if Lahir returned victorious, it would be even more impossible for him and Angie Prairie to escape. Hey, Chu Nan, what are you thinking? Your expression is so ugly. Angie Prairie suddenly stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Chu Nan. Are you worried about Master? Don't worry, it's impossible for her to lose. Chu Nan forced a smile. Angie Prairie could have enough confidence in supremacy ovally, but he did not. In the battle between two Stargrade martial artists, he did not have the ability to see the difference in advance. After thinking for a moment, he leaned over to Angie Prairie and told her what supremacy ovally had asked him to tell her. After Angie Prairie heard this, she looked at the serious expression on Chu Nan's face and suddenly chuckled. Chu Nan was immediately slightly angry and could not help but curse. Hey, Angie Prairie, are you really so heartless? Are you really not worried about supremacy ovally at all? The more serious Chu Nan's expression and tone were, the happier Angie Prairie smiled. Chu Nan really had no choice but to roll his eyes and ignore her. He had just taken 2 steps when Chu Nan suddenly felt something amiss. He raised his head and saw a figure quickly landing from the sky between him and the 4 maidservants. Chu Nan, die. Chapter 667. Accompanied by a furious roar, Chu Nan immediately felt the surrounding space tremble. A black cloud suddenly appeared in front of him and crazily attacked. Be careful. Beside him, Angie Prairie cried out in surprise, but she immediately jumped to the side. She knew very well that she had yet to break through the cosmic heaven's gate and could not help Chu Nan. Although High Priest Zima was also a powerful martial artist who had broken through the cosmic heaven's gate, he did not have any intention of helping. With a wave of his hand, an earth wall rose out of thin air and protected Angie Prairie and the other priests. Looking at the black cloud that was already approaching, Chu Nan chuckled. A white light flashed across his body and an extremely powerful internal breath suddenly erupted, causing the spatial energy around him to circulate wildly. He instantly activated Life Explosion and entered the 5th revolution internal breath and spatial energy in the shortest period of time before slapping out. As if sensing the terrifying aura brought about by this palm strike, the black cloud rolled wildly. Then, as if blown by a gust of wind, it dissipated, revealing a palm with a surprised expression in the black cloud. Bang! Chu Nan's palm accurately slapped that person's fist. That person immediately seemed to have been struck by a sledgehammer and his body bounced back. He quickly rushed past the 4 maidservants who had just reacted and cried out in surprise. The wind that it brought about raised the skirts of the 4 maidservants high, revealing their underwear of different styles and colors, causing their screams to become louder. Boom! That person directly broke through a few walls behind him and forcefully penetrated a large hole in the middle of a house. Then, the roof shook a few times and collapsed. Chu Nan did not even look in that direction. He clapped his hands and smiled at the 4 frightened maids. Alright, continue walking. The 4 maidservants looked at each other and trembled. They did not dare to say anything and turned around to continue walking with Chu Nan and the others. Angie Prairie jumped out from behind the earth wall that High Priest Zima had erected and landed beside Chu Nan. She glanced at the still smoke in the distance and said to him in surprise, "It's only been a few days since we last met, but why do I feel that you've become much stronger?" Chu Nan laughed and thought to himself that his experience in the past few days was extremely rich, especially today's day trip in space. It was normal for his strength to increase greatly. He was about to explain when he suddenly turned to look at the place that had already turned into ruins with a slightly surprised expression. He's slightly stronger than I thought. Without asking, Angie Prairie jumped back behind the earth wall that High Priest Zima had erected without hesitation. Seeing her actions, Chu Nan immediately laughed. He was the first to not believe that anyone would say that Angie Prairie was honest and simple in the future. At the very least, this girl was becoming more and more cunning in front of him. Chu Nan smiled. Just as he turned around, he saw an air wave suddenly explode from the ruins, blowing away the smoke and debris that filled the sky. A ball of black cloud air wave suddenly rose from the center and pounced at Chu Nan extremely quickly. He waved his hand and activated a high-level earth elemental power cultivation method. An extremely thick earth wall rose from the ground around the 4 maidservants and surrounded them. After being blown away by that air wave, the extremely fast rock fragments were all blocked by the earth wall and sank deeply. Then, Chu Nan sneered and a dazzling white light suddenly exploded from his body. The space around him seemed to have instantly collapsed. The entire space suddenly shrunk with him as the center and exploded. His body shot towards the black cloud like an arrow. Boom! A huge sound that was even more terrifying than before sounded from the place where Chu Nan and the black cloud collided. After the black cloud rolled violently, it dissipated again. This time, no figure was sent flying. After the black cloud dissipated, Chu Nan grabbed the neck of a burly man and raised his arm, causing his feet to leave the ground and he could not move. Only his arms and feet could still tremble slightly, but his entire body had clearly lost control. After Chu Nan coldly looked at him for a while, he suddenly tapped his feet and flew into the air with the burly man. After flying more than 100 meters above the ground, Chu Nan stopped and said coldly, "Alright, don't pretend to be dead. I'm letting go." After saying that, he completely let go. After the burly man's body fell a few meters, he shook lightly and indeed stopped in midair. Chu Nan lowered his head to look at the frightened burly man below him and asked calmly, "Tell me, your leader, Grek, is very polite to me. Why do you want to kill me?" The burly man looked at Chu Nan with a trace of deep hatred in his eyes and grunted, "Dakriel is my master. Why do you think I want to kill you?" "Dakriel? Who's that?" Chu Nan asked in surprise. "You killed him, but you still don't know his name." The burly man shouted angrily, "He's the commander of our Sand Eagle's first attack on the Holy Mountain. It's impossible for you not to know him." "It's him." Chu Nan nodded and recalled the scene of him fighting with that expert who was clearly stronger than other void break martial artists, especially when he relied on the black clouds to complete the counterattack in the end. Dakota's strength was slightly inferior to the commander of the Sand Eagle's second invasion, Kansas. However, with Chu Nan's strength at that time, it was dangerous for him to deal with him. If not for his inspiration to use the dark cloud, he would probably have barely escaped, let alone counterattack. If it was the current him, he was already completely confident in defeating the other party. "You want to take revenge for him?" Chu Nan looked at the burly man with a slightly mocking gaze. "Since your master is not my match and your strength is so much inferior to him, where do you get the confidence to kill me? I'm his disciple, so it's natural for me to take revenge for him. Why should I care about strength?" The burly man glared at Chu Nan with a fearless attitude. Chu Nan shook his head. He clearly saw a trace of fear in the burly man's eyes that he did not hide well. It could be seen that this guy was definitely not as righteous as he looked. Chu Nan's gaze passed through the burly man and glanced at the Sand Eagle headquarters below before he sneered in his mind. "Since you want to see it, I'll let you take a good look." Chu Nan retracted his gaze and landed on the burly man's face. He asked, "You really only want to avenge your master?" "Of course." The burly man raised his head and shouted angrily, "The hatred of killing my master is irreconcilable. Today, either you die or I die." Chu Nan rolled his eyes. "Nonsense, of course you're going to die." After saying that, Chu Nan raised his hand and the spatial energy around him fluctuated wildly. It was instantly condensed in his palm. A ball of white light condensed into the appearance of a huge palm. The surrounding area was filled with an extremely strange black aura, forming a sharp contrast with the bright and holy milky white in the middle. Then, the huge palm landed and slapped towards the burly man. The burly man looked up at the huge palm and could not help but feel fear. However, when he recalled the order he had just heard, he could only grit his teeth and firmly not retreat. He activated his internal breath and produced a black cloud to face it. However, as soon as the black cloud touched the huge palm, it was slapped away, revealing the burly man's frightened face. Then, he was slapped by the huge palm. The burly man was shocked to discover that under the envelopment of the huge palm, he had completely lost control of the surrounding spatial energy. He could not even maintain his flight, let alone think of a way to counterattack. He could only watch helplessly as the huge palm quickly fell with him. No matter how he struggled, he could not do anything to the huge palm. The fear in the burly man's heart increased. How could this kid be so strong? Chapter 668. Just as the burly man was about to be slapped to the ground by the huge palm, a ball of light flickering with the light of a firefly suddenly flew out from below and completely enveloped the burly man in the huge palm. The fireflies were like ants attached to the huge palm and quickly swallowed it, allowing a piece to be bitten off in a while and quickly shattered. When the huge palm finally pressed the burly man to the ground, it had already become extremely tattered. The size was only slightly larger than the burly man's body. The only thing that remained intact was the strange black aura around it. The outline of the palm could still be seen, but it was quickly dissipating because it had lost its support. The burly man landed in the middle of the square where Chu Nan had landed. Boom! The center of the originally flat square forcefully caved in, revealing a huge palm print. The burly man was lying in the middle of the palm print. He was lying there motionless and looked like he was dead. Chu Nan lowered his head and sneered. His figure flashed and he instantly returned to his original place. With a wave of his hand, the 4 earthen walls collapsed, revealing 4 shocked maidservants. "All right, bring us to a place to rest." Chu Nan waved at them. The 4 maidservants desperately endured their trembling bodies and walked over trembling. They continued to lead the few of them deeper into the courtyard in an even more respectful and careful posture than before. Angie Prairie, High Priest Zima, and the others caught up to Chu Nan. When she wanted to ask, he shook his head and glanced at her. She immediately understood and shut up. The group walked inside in silence. About 400 meters away, a figure suddenly flashed to the center of the square. Without any action, a violent wind immediately swept out, blowing away all the dust, smoke, gravel, and soil in the square, revealing the neat square. Grek looked around and took in the huge handprint in the square. He lowered his head to look at the burly man lying in the center of the handprint and nodded lightly. "You did well." Cough. The burly man suddenly coughed forcefully and spat out a few balls of blood with internal organs. Then, as he spat out blood, he could not stop coughing. Grek raised his hand and waved behind him. A few of Sand Eagle's subordinates quickly ran out with the stretcher. They picked up the burly man and placed him on the stretcher before quickly leaving. A middle-aged man who looked a little older than Grek walked over and lowered his head to look at the palm print. He turned to look at the courtyard where Chu Nan and the others were and revealed a trace of surprise. "I didn't expect this kid's strength to be so terrifying." Grek smiled. If he didn't have such strength, how could he kill Dakota? However, at this point, the smile on Grek's face disappeared and became a little gloomy. From the previous video information, this kid's strength is definitely not so shocking. It seems that he has improved greatly during this period of time. This is really unbelievable. When he first appeared on the holy mountain of the Rand clan, he clearly looked like a new void break martial artist who had just broken through the cosmic heaven's gate, but he was able to finally kill Dakota. After that, when Kansas fought him, his strength clearly improved. From his performance today, his strength has probably increased greatly. Greg sighed with emotion. This kid's talent is really terrifying. If he was given a period of time, he would probably truly grow. The middle-aged man beside him was Greg's most important deputy in Sand Eagle and also his military advisor, Moto. He looked at the courtyard where Chu Nan and the others were in the distance and frowned slightly. Then, should we deal with this kid now to avoid future trouble? There's no need. Greg shook his head. Although he's talented, he's not a heaven control expert after all. It's impossible for him to be my match. Moreover, he has so many companions here now. With his personality, it's impossible for him to leave them behind and run away. We only need to wait for Supremacy Lahir to return victorious and we can deal with him as we please. Ha, this kid must want to run away with his companions now. Otherwise, when Supremacy Lahir returns, he won't be able to escape himself. I really want to see his extremely conflicted expression with my own eyes. It'll definitely be very interesting. Moto shook his head lightly, not understanding Greg's mentality. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Do you really want to take him under your wing?" I don't think that kid's personality is someone who's willing to easily lower his head. When it comes to that, it's not up to him to decide. Greg snorted softly. You've followed me for so many years and have seen many young people as proud as him. How many of them would really rather die than give in? Those who are unwilling to submit have all been killed by you, Moto muttered in his mind and shook his head. He thought to himself that since this kid's talent was so shocking, even if he was temporarily suppressed into becoming his subordinate, it was hard to guarantee that he would not raise a tiger in the future. However, he had followed Greg for many years and knew very well that he was also an extremely proud person. His confidence could even be said to be arrogant. If he said these words to him now, he would definitely not like to hear them and would definitely not listen. Therefore, he simply shut up. Greg glanced at Moto and actually knew what he was thinking. However, he did not mind. The reason why he had still been successful until now was not only because of caution but also because he was sufficiently tolerant when necessary. He was willing to spend the effort to pull Chu Nan over because he had taken a fancy to his shocking talent and hoped to nurture him into his strongest subordinate. This kid already had such strength at such a young age. If he cultivated for a few more years, it should not be difficult for him to become a heaven control expert in the future. It was even not impossible for him to become a star-grade martial artist. If he could really rope him in and make him work for him, it would definitely be extremely easy to expand his influence in the future. As for the problem that Moto was worried about, it was even less of a problem. Chu Nan was on good terms with the girl called Angie Prairie because he liked her as the disciple of a star-grade martial artist and because she was indeed beautiful. However, if Supremacy Ovally was killed by Supremacy Lahir and their greatest backer disappeared, not to mention that it was impossible for Angie Prairie to be as relaxed as she was now, Chu Nan had to consider it carefully. As for Angie Prairie's own beauty, Greg waved at Moto and gestured for him to lean over. Arrange it like this. Chapter 669. Whoosh! Chu Nan jumped into the huge bath and allowed his body to smash the water in the bath into the air and splash everywhere. This childish action made him laugh out loud. During the entire day today, he experienced a series of things. First, he had drifted through space in a fantasy state, and then he had fought consecutive battles. He had even personally witnessed the confrontation between two star-grade martial artists. It could be said to be extremely dangerous and exciting. Now that he had finally found time to take a good shower, he simply let his body completely relax and decided to rest. He soaked in the warm pool water and smelled the faint fragrance of the clearly spiked water. He found an extremely comfortable posture and lay with his back against the edge of the bath. Then, he could not even be bothered to move a finger. Of course, just because his body was relaxed did not mean that his mind could safely relax. As he soaked, Chu Nan naturally began to circulate the 9 revolutions technique to quickly recover a large amount of internal breath he had exhausted today. At the same time, he pondered and analyzed the current situation in his mind. The guy who had called himself Dakota's disciple clearly had Greg's shadow behind him. Otherwise, if he casually appeared and shouted at Chu Nan, it would make Greg feel ashamed for being so amicable to them. Most importantly, when he saw that Chu Nan was about to slap that guy to death, it was obvious that Greg had blocked his fatal move. From that point, it could be seen that Greg was indeed a powerful heaven control expert. Although that palm strike was a last-minute move of Chu Nan's and was not perfect, it condensed the essence of all his current cultivation methods. It included the activated life explosion effect, the huge amount of spatial energy provided by high-level internal breath and spatial energy, the huge palm condensed from precise control of spatial energy, and the surrounding black-edge life-devouring effect. However, the palm strike that condensed the essence of Chu Nan's cultivation method was easily blocked by Greg. Chu Nan was not surprised by this result, but because of this, he tested that Greg undoubtedly had the strength of a heaven control expert, causing him to be even more careful. Although his current body was already close to or even completely reaching the strength of the heaven control realm, it was very difficult for his internal breath to soar into the sky in a single step. Therefore, even if his improvement was fast, he was probably equivalent to a second-stage internal breath martial artist now. He had the enhancement of the 9 revolutions technique, allowing him to be comparable to a 4th-stage internal breath martial artist under the high circulation internal breath, but he was clearly still far inferior to a heaven control expert. With his current strength, if he fought Greg head-on, the possibility of winning was infinitely close to zero. Therefore, Chu Nan did not plan to fight him head-on. The only thing he considered now was how to safely take Angie Prairie, High Priest Zima, and the others away. He was confident that he could escape alone and was even confident in stalling Greg for a period of time. However, High Priest Zima and the others, together with Angie Prairie, were only 2 void break martial artists. The others, including Angie Prairie, were only internal breath martial artists. In the Sand Eagle headquarters, which had no less than 20 void break martial artists, they were useless. Chu Nan thought for a long time but could not think of a suitable method to safely take them away. He could not help but knock on his forehead with a headache. If only there was a way to lure Greg away. Just as he was thinking hard, a few light footsteps suddenly sounded behind him. Chu Nan immediately turned around and his eyes widened. At the entrance of the bathroom, the 4 maidservants walked in together. Chu Nan was used to being naked in front of others recently. Now that he was soaking in the bath, it did not make him feel too awkward when 4 people suddenly rushed in. However, what made him feel awkward was that the 4 maidservants were actually naked. He widened his eyes and blankly watched the 4 of them approach. Then, they got into the bath and leaned towards him. What are you doing?" Chu Nan asked in a daze. Although it was not the first time he had seen a woman's naked body and he had even faced Angie Prairie naked before, he was still an out-and-out virgin after all. Suddenly, 4 young and beautiful girls appeared in front of him naked, immediately causing him to be a little stunned and not know how to react for a moment. "Mr. Chu Nan, we're here to serve you in the bath," a maid said as she touched him. At the same time, Chu Nan felt a smooth body leaning against him from behind. The 2 soft lumps on his chest were already stuck to his back. At the same time, a hand slid down his chest and went straight for his vital points. Damn! Chu Nan immediately shook as if he had been electrocuted and rushed out to escape the encirclement of the 4 maidservants. In his hurry, he even naturally activated his internal breath. In the end, these 4 maidservants did not have any martial technique foundation. When Chu Nan broke free, the 4 of them were immediately sent flying. The other 3 maidservants were fine, but they were sent flying into the pool, causing 3 huge splashes. The maidservant who was pressed against her back was much more miserable. She was the closest to Chu Nan, so the recoil was naturally the greatest. In the end, as soon as he broke free, she soared into the air and flew back. Behind her was not a pool, but a smooth and hard stone floor. Seeing that she was about to fall heavily, Chu Nan reacted at this moment. His figure flashed again and he instantly arrived below her. He stretched out his hands and gently caught her. Halfway through her scream, she discovered a gentle force rising from below and supporting her body. Then, 2 powerful arms picked her up and she immediately heaved a sigh of relief. She opened her eyes in shock and met Chu Nan's concerned gaze. "Hey, are you alright?" Chu Nan lowered his head and asked, but he discovered that he did not know where to look. Now that this maid was hugged in front of him like this, her entire body could be seen at close range, and even the most hidden part could be easily seen. It really made it feel both sexy and awkward. Although this maid's face was still a little pale from the shock, when she heard Chu Nan's question, she still forced a smile and shook her head lightly. "I'm fine." "Mr. Chu Nan, are you angry? Do you think we offended you?" "That's not true." Chu Nan gently took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He placed her on the ground and turned to glance at the other 3 maidservants who had just gotten up from the bath in a sorry state. He frowned slightly and asked, "Did Greg send you? Tell him that I don't like this." Chapter 670. The 4 maidservants revealed a trace of surprise at the same time and looked at each other. The maidservant who had just been saved by Chu Nan suddenly knelt in front of him and said in a trembling voice, My lord, you've misunderstood. You saved our lives just now. We have nothing else to repay you with, only this body." The other 3 maidservants also climbed out of the bath and knelt in front of Chu Nan. "Saved your lives." Chu Nan was a little strange. "Yes, my lord. If not for your protection, we definitely wouldn't have survived," the other maid said softly. "Protect you?" Chu Nan frowned and reacted. When that disciple of Dakriel ambushed him just now, countless residue exploded in all directions. These things were not a problem for ordinary martial artists, but they were a huge threat to ordinary people like these 4 maidservants who did not know any martial techniques. If not for Chu Nan casually raising 4 stone walls to protect them, they would have been heavily injured even if they did not die. From the looks of it, Chu Nan had really saved their lives. "That's only in passing. You don't have to take it to heart." Chu Nan waved his hand. "Alright, you can leave. I still want to soak for a while." "No, lord." The maid who was hugged by him previously knelt 2 steps forward and was almost pressed against Chu Nan's body. She looked up at him and a trace of tears appeared in her eyes. "Perhaps in your opinion, our lives are not worth mentioning and saving them is nothing, but to us, this life is everything. If you save us, everything we have will belong to you." Another maid also looked up, her eyes shining with tears. "Lord, in this place, no one cares about the lives of us servants, but you're willing to save us. I think I must have fallen in love with you." The other 2 maidservants also raised their heads to look at Chu Nan with grateful and touched expressions. To be honest, when he saw the 4 young and tempting bodies appear in front of him naked and put on a posture of being controlled by him, it was naturally impossible for Chu Nan not to be tempted. However, after glancing at them, he could not help but sneer in his mind. Although these 4 maidservants looked grateful for being saved by Chu Nan and planned to repay him with their bodies, the various statistics of their bodies showed that they were still completely normal. Be it their heartbeat, pulse, subcutaneous tissue reaction, or pupil dilation in their eyeballs, all these data clearly displayed that their true hearts were still in a calm state without any abnormalities. Heh, your acting skills are not good enough. Chu Nan secretly shook his head and glanced at the four of them. He knew that they were only dolls that were casually ordered by others and it was meaningless to argue with them, so he sighed and said to them, "Alright, to be honest, I'm indeed a little tempted by you being in front of me like this. Unfortunately, I already have someone I like. If anything happens to you in front of her, I'll be upset with myself." The four maidservants looked at each other. What was Chu Nan saying? Chu Nan ignored them and turned to the entrance of the bathroom to shout, "Hey, Angie Prairie, stop hiding. Haven't you seen enough? Could it be that you still expect me to perform a show live for you? Ha ha." A brisk smile sounded and Angie Prairie's figure flashed in from the bathroom door. She looked at Chu Nan and then at the four maids kneeling on the ground. She seemed to think that this scene was very interesting and smiled even more happily. "If you really want to do this, I don't mind. Come, show me." Chu Nan glared at him. "Damn, do you believe that I'll really perform for you? The four of them will definitely be willing." Angie Prairie stretched out her hand and gestured. "Come on, come on." Chu Nan glared at Angie Prairie for a while. When he saw that she did not retreat, he could only slap his forehead and be completely defeated. "I really don't know how supremacy overly taught you. Don't you know how to be shy?" After saying that, he waved at the four maids who were still kneeling on the ground. "Alright, you can leave." When the four maidservants saw Angie Prairie appear, they knew that it was impossible for them to do anything to Chu Nan. When they heard his words, they immediately stood up and slipped out as if they were escaping. Angie Prairie watched them leave with an interesting smile. She turned around and excitedly said to Chu Nan, "Hey, Chu Nan, their figures are very good. Are you really not tempted?" Chu Nan helplessly rolled his eyes and could not be bothered to argue with her about this. He turned around and took a towel to dry his body before wrapping it around his waist to block his vital points. Although he had been naked in front of Angie Prairie too many times and was already used to it, he still had to pay attention to such things. "Tell me, why did you suddenly come? Could it be that you followed the four of them?" "Yes, I saw the four of them walking over sneakily, so I followed." Angie Prairie nodded. "In other words, you watched them strip naked in Russian before peeping from the side and did not plan to appear to stop them." "Why should I stop them?" Angie Prairie looked puzzled. "They're clearly willing. Then, if I really can't help but do something with them, do you think it's fine?" Chu Nan could not help but ask. Angie Prairie did not answer immediately this time. Instead, she frowned and thought for a moment, an extremely rare conflicted expression appearing on her face. "This, if you're willing, even if you really have sex with them, I have no reason to stop you. I'm not asking if you have a reason, but if you want to stop me, tell me, do you want to?" Chu Nan asked. Angie Prairie thought for a moment more. Her expression became a little blank and she shook her head lightly. I don't know." Chu Nan sighed and thought to himself that discussing these problems with Angie Prairie was indeed a waste of time. "Alright, don't worry about this. I originally wanted to take a good bath, but after your commotion, I'm not in the mood." After a pause, Chu Nan looked around and asked in a low voice, "Have you checked?" The conflicted expression on Angie Prairie's face instantly disappeared and she became excited again. "I've checked. I discovered a place." Chu Nan raised his hand to cover her mouth and stop her from continuing. "Just bring me there. You don't have to say it." "Okay." Angie Prairie waved at Chu Nan and turned to leave the bathroom. Chu Nan also neatly put on his clothes and followed behind her. The two of them instantly disappeared into the intense darkness outside the bathroom. Chapter 671. The Sand Eagle headquarters occupied an extremely large area. After leaving the residence that Greg had arranged for Chu Nan and the others, they sneaked 3 kilometers southwest before leaving the core area of the headquarters. He turned around and looked at the brightly lit Sand Eagle headquarters, which was still extremely lively and looked no different from a small city. Chu Nan gently exhaled. The virtual screen of the personal terminal on his wrist finally turned from bright red to green, indicating that Chu Nan had arrived at the area where the signal detection was weak. According to what Uncle Muluo had said when he implanted this anti-monitoring program in Chu Nan's personal terminal, this did not mean that he had completely escaped the enemy's surveillance, nor did it mean that his actions could completely avoid the enemy's surveillance. It only meant that he had more possibility of avoiding the surveillance than others in the monitoring range. Although the technology level of the Ceres Security Company could be counted on one hand in the entire Earth Federation and was even extremely outstanding among the several countries outside the Orion Arm, it was still not like the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce that was ahead of the entire Milky Way in technology. Moreover, it was a super chamber of commerce that had the largest and most complete database in the entire Milky Way. They did not dare to guarantee that they could defend against all similar signals. However, this was enough. Chu Nan lowered his body. Although his feet were off the ground and he had entered a flying state, he did not fly too high. Instead, he was only less than 10 meters away from the ground and did not fly quickly at first. Only after he finally left the direction of the Sand Eagle headquarters did he begin to mobilize his internal breath and adjust his speed to the limit. In less than 11 minutes, he had already arrived at a small city 2,000 kilometers away from the Sand Eagle headquarters. He found a corner and landed. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he immediately opened his contact list and sent a communication request to Dongfeng. The request was picked up almost instantly. "Heh, Chu Nan, you've been closing your personal terminal and blocking the communication signal. Did you encounter any trouble?" Chu Nan shook his head. "No, it's more troublesome for you now." Dongfeng was stunned. "What's going on?" Chu Nan quickly told Dongfang the news that Supremacy Overly was currently fighting another star-grade martial artist and that the leader of the Sand Eagle was actually a heaven control expert. He also told him the situation of himself, Angie Prairie, and the others. After hearing this, Dongfang's expression was a little ugly. He pondered for a moment and said seriously, I don't recommend you to wait with Angie Prairie and the others forever. This is very dangerous. To be honest, although Supremacy Overly is an extremely powerful star-grade martial artist, her past achievements are not outstanding among the 19 star-grade martial artists of the Federation. It can even be said that she almost has no dazzling achievements. Ever since she became a star-grade martial artist, she seems to have lost interest in cultivating martial techniques. So you think Supremacy Overly is not strong among star-grade martial artists? Chu Nan said bluntly. This is the guess of many people. I'm also more inclined to this guess, so I don't think much of the outcome this time. Even if Supremacy Overly shouldn't lose her life directly, the possibility of her losing is very high. At this point, Dongfang's expression sank and he glanced at Chu Nan as if he was a little embarrassed. Although you're a good friend of Angie Prairie, don't let this affect your judgment. Chu Nan was silent for a moment before shaking his head. I actually didn't consider the possibility of Supremacy Overly being defeated. I just feel that I can't place my fate in this uncertainty. Before the outcome of the battle between Supremacy Overly and that guy called Lahir is decided, I feel that it's better to think of a way to escape danger first. Dongfang revealed an appreciative expression and nodded. You're right. In a matter that concerns his life, he should prioritize the worst case. This is also the iron rule of our security company. He suddenly smiled and changed his tone to say to Chu Nan, I see that you have a lot of potential in security work. Why don't you not go to Star Cloud Academy after returning this time and directly change your career to join us? Chu Nan rolled his eyes at him. How can you still be in the mood to joke at a time like this? Alright, since you understand my thoughts, you should know what to do since I specially came to inform you of this news, right? Dongfang touched his chin. Without thinking for long, he waved his hand. I'll immediately stop the caravan from retreating. These guys from Sand Eagle deliberately targeted the caravan from our Earth Federation this time. Clearly, they've long planned this. We can't let the caravan take this risk. We have to retreat quickly. After saying that, he sighed. This commercial development that crosses more than 1,000 light-years is an operation that many chambers of commerce in the Federation have prepared for a long time. If it fails because of the forced intervention of a star-grade martial artist, it's really a pity. Chu Nan also sighed. It can't be helped. Star-grade martial artists are such creatures that don't need to be reasonable. Who asked our Earth Federation to not have enough star-grade martial artists? Otherwise, we could have casually sent 2 to protect the caravan. I'm afraid it would have been settled long ago. This time, it was Dongfang's turn to roll his eyes. Do you think star-grade martial artists are like cabbages on the street that can be casually brought away? Even in the Declan Empire, it's impossible for a civilian caravan to be accompanied by star-grade martial artists. In the end, star-grade martial artists usually won't interfere in the lives of ordinary people. Our luck is completely too bad this time. Chu Nan shrugged and also expressed helplessness. It could not be helped. The strength of a star-grade martial artist completely exceeded the limit of ordinary people. Even the top-notch battleship of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce could pose a threat to it. Among the other methods, only sending out the same star-grade martial artist could restrict or resist. It was already beyond expectations that a heaven control expert like Grek would appear in a dispute on a small planet like planet Leppler. Now, 2 star-grade martial artists had jumped out and fought over it. That was completely beyond anyone's expectations. Alright, I'll immediately organize people to retreat. But what about you? What do you plan to do? Dongfang asked again. I'll think of a way to bring Angie Prairie, High Priest Zima, and the others out of the Sand Eagle headquarters and escape as far as possible with Angie Prairie. As for the Rand clansmen, we've already done enough for them. We don't have the ability to help them next. I believe no matter how crazy Sand Eagle and the others are, they shouldn't really exterminate the entire Rand clan. Chu Nan smiled bitterly. Dongfang also smiled bitterly. I hope so. Chu Nan was silent for a long time before he took a deep breath and said to Dongfang seriously, Dongfang, I've decided. I must become a star-grade martial artist. Chapter 672. Half an hour later, Chu Nan ended his discussion with Dongfang and returned to the Sand Eagle headquarters. Looking at the still brightly lit and bustling Sand Eagle headquarters below, Chu Nan frowned slightly. From the anti-monitoring signal detection just now, although the Sand Eagle headquarters was large, the monitoring was not weak at all. Angie Prairie had finally found a place with a relatively weak monitoring signal and obtained the chance to activate the anti-monitoring program in her personal terminal to sneak out. It was already so difficult for him to sneak out alone. If he wanted to secretly bring Angie Prairie, High Priest Zima, and the others out, the difficulty could be imagined. Forget it, there's always a way out. Moreover, Supremacy Overly might not lose. Since the plan had been set, Chu Nan could not be bothered to think about the difficulty. He landed and prepared to sneak back according to the route he had come out. Halfway down, Chu Nan's eyes suddenly narrowed as he stared at a figure that suddenly flew up from the darkness below. Little brother Chu Nan, you're very interested in the middle of the night. Where did you go? The smile on Grek's face was filled with mockery, like a cat teasing a mouse. Chu Nan instantly controlled all his physical reactions and smiled at Grek. I was bored and went out to stroll around. Why, Leader Grek, you're not asleep. Ever since I broke through the chasm between the Void Break Realm and the Heaven Control Realm 7 years ago, I don't need to sleep anymore. Grek shook his head. You're very close to Miss Angie Prairie and her master, Supremacy Overly. Didn't they tell you that after you become a heaven control realm expert, you no longer need to rely on sleep to recover your mind and stamina? I've never heard them mention it. Perhaps it's because they think I'm still far from becoming a heaven control martial artist, so it's useless to say it. Chu Nan said. Greg sized Chu Nan up and a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. He pondered for a moment and smiled. With your talent, it shouldn't be a problem for you to become a heaven control martial artist in the future. Of course, the premise is that you can live safely until that day. Chu Nan's heart stirred. Greg's last sentence was an open threat. If it was in the past, he might have been touched by Greg's words, but after talking to Dongfang, Chu Nan firmly believed that he would become stronger and would not take his mere threat seriously. Thank you for your concern, Leader Greg. Don't worry, I'll definitely live until I become a heaven control martial artist or even stronger. Oh. Greg smiled. Then I look forward to that day. After saying that, he turned around and flew towards the Sand Eagle headquarters below. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared into the vast lights. Chu Nan watched him disappear. After waiting for a while, he no longer hid and flew towards his residence. As soon as he landed in the courtyard, Chu Nan immediately felt several powerful auras around him. 1, 2, 6, 8. Heh, sending a total of 8 void break martial artists to guard us is really impressive. Chu Nan smiled and generously walked towards the still bright hall. As soon as he walked in, he saw High Priest Zima and Greg's deputy, Moto, sitting on either side and discussing something. Beside him, Angie Prairie was sitting alone and playing with her personal terminal in boredom. The other priest stood behind High Priest Zima. When she saw Chu Nan enter, Angie Prairie jumped in front of him. You're back. Chu Nan glanced at her with a questioning gaze. Angie Prairie immediately pointed at Moto. He came not long after you left. Chu Nan immediately understood. It seemed that the operation he had prepared did not last long. Sand Eagle's people quickly discovered that he was missing and immediately sent Moto to pester High Priest Zima and the others. Greg clearly knew that Chu Nan was relatively difficult to restrict, so he did not restrict him. In comparison, it was much easier to control High Priest Zima and the others and Angie Prairie. As long as High Priest Zima and the others, most importantly, Angie Prairie was still here, Chu Nan would not escape alone. Seeing Chu Nan look over, Moto immediately stood up and smiled at him. Since Mr. Chu Nan has returned, our discussion today will end here. After saying that, he turned to look at Chu Nan. Mr. Chu Nan, those 4 maidservants foolishly disturbed you. I've already punished them accordingly. If you have any other requests, please ask. The leader specially instructed that we must let you enjoy the most honorable treatment here, so please don't be polite. Punish. Chu Nan frowned. How did you punish them? Everyone only whipped him 100 times. There's no need for esteemed guests to worry about some small matters, Moto said casually. Chu Nan was shocked. Those 4 maidservants were ordinary people without any martial techniques. If each of them really received 100 lashes, they would be dead. Hey, why would you kill them? Before Chu Nan could speak, Angie Prairie could not help but ask. They didn't do anything wrong. They're not dead yet. Moto still maintained his amiable smile, but the words coming out of his mouth were extremely cold. However, in their current situation, they shouldn't be able to survive tonight. Angie Prairie was immediately furious. What's the difference between that and death? Of course, there's a difference. Moto smiled and turned to look at Chu Nan. Leader Greg said that since they were punished for offending Mr. Chu Nan, they should be handed over to him to be dealt with in the end. If you think they deserve to die, ignore them. If you think they don't deserve to die, we'll naturally think of a way to save them. Looking at Moto's smiling face, Chu Nan wished he could punch him. Damn, this was clearly a ruse by Greg to force Chu Nan to make a choice. If he chose to save the 4 maidservants, Greg would definitely force them over and Chu Nan could not reject. This was because if he rejected, the 4 maidservants would definitely be treated even more miserably until Chu Nan agreed. Of course, Chu Nan could also forcefully reject them and coldly watch them die to avoid future troubles. However, if he did this, it would definitely leave a huge psychological trauma in Chu Nan and cause a serious obstacle to his future martial technique breakthrough. It would even cause it to be extremely difficult for him to break through to the heaven control realm in the future. Greg's move was not bad. If he agreed to save those 4 maidservants, Greg would definitely use various methods in the future to force him to submit in the end. If Chu Nan firmly refused, an obstacle in his heart would be formed. In the future, it would be difficult for his martial technique to break through and it would be very difficult for him to pose any threat to Greg. It was equivalent to crippling a potential enemy, and it was also worth it. Countless thoughts flashed through Chu Nan's mind. In the end, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Who cared about this and that? As a martial artist, if he could not even maintain his own ideals, what was the point of cultivating martial techniques? If he was so timid, how could he become a star-grade martial artist? Chu Nan glanced at Angie Prairie who was looking at him with concern and asked Moto, you mean I can decide their lives? Seeing that Chu Nan was tempted, the smile on Moto's face became even more brilliant. He nodded, yes, they're completely yours to deal with. All right. Chu Nan stretched out his hand to Moto, hand them to me now. Chapter 673. Lord Chu Nan, we've already sent them over. Do you have any other instructions? No, you can leave. Yes. Seeing that the Sand Eagle's subordinates had left, High Priest Zima looked at Chu Nan worriedly. You really plan to take them in? The they that High Priest Zima spoke of were the 4 maidservants who had just been sent over by those Sand Eagle subordinates. Now, the 4 of them were placed together and lying on the bed side by side. They were still wearing the maid uniform from earlier in the day, but it had already torn, revealing most of their bodies. However, such a situation could not give people any seductive thoughts. Instead, it would only make people feel unbearable to look at. This was because their exposed skin was filled with wounds that went deep into their flesh. They were densely distributed all over their bodies, and they did not let go of their faces, chests, and most important private parts. From this, it could be seen how shocking the punishment they had received was. The reason why they were only unconscious but not dead was probably because Sand Eagle's people had deliberately controlled the strength of their attacks to ensure that they were on the verge of death but did not die directly. They've lost too much blood. I'm afraid they won't last more than an hour. Angie Prairie had already checked the situation of the 4 maidservants. She turned around to look at Chu Nan and gave him an encouraging gaze. Chu Nan, save them. Although I know you're worried that this is Sand Eagle's scheme, I'm unwilling to watch 4 innocent girls die in front of me. Chu Nan glanced at Angie Prairie in surprise. Previously, he had always thought that Angie Prairie had a straightforward and simple personality. It could even be said that she was heartless. He did not expect that she was actually very meticulous and was actually sensitive to his thoughts. Yes, if I didn't want to do this, I wouldn't have let them send it over. Chu Nan had just taken a step forward when High Priest Zima pulled him back and shook his head. I'm afraid that's not good. It's easy for you to save them, but what should you do after that? With the style of Sand Eagle and the others, they might continue to use them to threaten you in the future. That's not easy. Chu Nan laughed. Of course, I understand your concerns, but as a martial artist, if I let the weak die in front of me because of their own reasons, what's the point of continuing to cultivate? If Greg wants to do this, go ahead. I only care about myself. After saying that, he shook off High Priest Zima's hand and walked straight to the bed. He said to Angie Prairie, come, help me. You have to be responsible for ensuring that they don't die accidentally now. Okay. Angie Prairie nodded in agreement. At the same time, she stretched out both hands and pressed on the chests of the 2 maidservants. The flame of life was activated and quickly stopped the blood that was still flowing out of the 2 maidservants, stabilizing their injuries. However, because these 2 maidservants were too heavily injured and had lost a lot of life force, even with the help of the flame of life, the recovery was still extremely slow. It was a different situation for Chu Nan. White light flickered on his body, and he actually directly activated the life explosion effect. Then, he also stretched out both hands and pressed on the chests of the other 2 maidservants. The flame of life and the goddess song were activated at the same time. The milky white aura mixed with a large amount of green aura of life force surged into the chests of the 2 maidservants at the same time. The 2 of them immediately recovered at a visible speed. In less than a minute, the hundreds of ferocious and terrifying wounds on their bodies quickly closed and their flesh and skin completely recovered. 2 minutes later, after obtaining a powerful life force supplement, their faces had already recovered their rosiness. They opened their eyes and woke up. When they opened their eyes, they saw Chu Nan emitting the white and green light that made them feel extremely comfortable. The 2 maidservants were first stunned before they struggled to get up in surprise, but Chu Nan pressed them down. Lie down and don't move. Only then did the 2 maidservants react. They actually could not feel any pain in their bodies. Looking down, they discovered that all the wounds on their bodies had actually disappeared, and their bodies did not feel any discomfort. They immediately revealed shocked and unbelievable expressions. Chu Nan ignored their reaction and turned around to change Angie Prairie before starting to treat the other 2 maidservants. The 2 maidservants who had been saved by him earlier looked at the milky white and green light emitted by Chu Nan's hand, and the injuries of their 2 companions quickly improved. They immediately understood what Chu Nan had done to them, and their gazes were immediately filled with reverence and gratitude. It seemed that Lord Chu Nan had still chosen to protect their lives and personally save them. On the other hand, High Priest Zima and the others also sighed. Although this was not the first time they had seen Chu Nan's magical method, now that they had seen it with their own eyes again, especially when they could see that he had perfectly fused the goddess song cultivation method, the surprise in the hearts of High Priest Zima and the others was not inferior to the 2 maidservants. Compared to the first time he saw him treat the 4 void break experts of the Rand clan, Chu Nan had clearly improved. It had only been half a month since that time. To have such a shocking increase in such a short period of time, Chu Nan's talent in cultivation methods was simply unbelievable. 2 minutes later, the remaining 2 maidservants completely recovered. Seeing that they had opened their eyes, Chu Nan retracted his hand and instructed Angie Prairie, explain the current situation to them. I'll go out for a while. Okay. Angie Prairie did not ask why Chu Nan went out now. She waved at the 4 maidservants and pulled them together before excitedly describing it to them. You almost died just now. Chu Nan smiled and shook his head. He waved his hand and rejected High Priest Zima and the others. He walked out of the house and stood in the courtyard outside. He first raised his head and stared at the night sky above him for a while. Suddenly, his figure flashed and he instantly arrived in front of a wall in the courtyard and threw a punch. This punch was released with great momentum, and it brought about a terrifying 6th revolution internal breath and spatial energy. Before the fist even touched, the entire wall had already shattered into powder. A shocked face appeared behind the wall. When he saw that Chu Nan's punch had completely locked the surrounding space and did not give him any time to react, he could only bite the bullet and counterattack with the intention of fighting him head-on. Boom! Chu Nan punched his hurriedly stretched out fist. That person's arm broke bit by bit and he spat out a mouthful of blood before his body bounced back at high speed. Boom! 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 His body collided with more than 10 walls behind him and dozens of trees before he fell into the ruins and completely disappeared. At this moment, Chu Nan's body had already flashed and he arrived under another wall before throwing another punch. Chapter 674. A figure soared into the sky from behind the wall and tried his best to dodge Chu Nan's terrifying punch. However, Chu Nan's reaction was faster than him. He pulled his body up and caught up from behind. He actually flew to the top of his head and threw a punch. In order to dodge Chu Nan's sudden attack, that person had already flown up in a hurry. This was greatly beyond his expectations and he did not have the time to change his figure. He could only adjust himself slightly and slap up to face Chu Nan's fist. Boom! That person was struck by Chu Nan's punch and his body fell like a cannonball before heavily smashing into the ground. With a loud bang, a huge pit was forcefully smashed into the ground of the courtyard. At least half of the ground in the entire courtyard had completely collapsed. That person lay at the bottom of the pit, motionless. He did not know if he was dead or alive. Before the dust rose, Chu Nan's body flashed in midair and he slapped a tree from afar. A black and white palm shadow shot out and enveloped all the space around the tree. Under the terrifying pressure of the palm shadow, all the leaves on the entire tree instantly withered, and then, in the blink of an eye, the completely rotten tree trunk turned to dust. A figure that was originally hiding in the tree trunk was directly slapped by the palm shadow and could not escape at all. He was actually pressed into the palm of the palm shadow and forcefully collided with a house behind him. Boom! The tall building that was 3 stories tall and more than 7 meters tall instantly collapsed and turned into a ball of sand and rocks. Swoosh! 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 A few black shadows flew out from different corners of the courtyard and scattered in different directions. Chu Nan sneered and activated Life Explosion. It transformed into a white bolt of lightning and caught up to one of the black shadows in the blink of an eye before pressing down. The black shadow clearly did not expect Chu Nan to catch up so quickly. Due to the fact that he was frightened by Chu Nan's might earlier, he did not even dare to counterattack in his panic. He only knew to turn around and try to dodge his attack. However, Chu Nan's speed far surpassed him, so how could he let him escape easily? He caught up to him and slapped out, turning into palm shadows that filled the sky. Every palm shadow produced a huge spatial energy vortex, causing him to instantly lose control of all the spatial energy in the surrounding space. His body involuntarily fell and was sent flying by Chu Nan's palm. He turned around and looked behind him. He saw that the other figures who had fled earlier had already disappeared from the Sand Eagle headquarters in the night. Countless figures darted out from other places. Clearly, they were alarmed by the huge sound. Chu Nan ignored these people who appeared and did not pursue the fleeing figures. Instead, he floated in the air and quietly looked down. As expected, a moment later, 3 more figures flew out from 3 different places. Soon, they flew into the sky near Chu Nan and surrounded him in a triangle. The spatial energy fluctuations in the space around these 3 people were clearly different from other spaces. All of them emitted a shocking aura. Clearly, they were all extremely powerful experts that were not inferior to the previous Dakota and Kansas. Clearly, they were at least 4th stage high-level void break martial artists. Chu Nan was already familiar with the experts from the Sand Eagle. He allowed them to surround him and still waited quietly. After the 4 of them faced each other in the air for a while, another figure flew up from below. It was Moto. Mr. Chu Nan, ever since you came here, we've always treated you with respect. What are you doing? Moto flew to Chu Nan with a slightly gloomy expression. Treat him with respect. Chu Nan sneered and pointed below. Send a total of 8 void break experts to monitor us closely. Is this the etiquette of your Sand Eagle? Moto glanced down. At this moment, someone from Sand Eagle had already saved the 3 low-level void break martial artists who had been sent flying by Chu Nan. From the feedback of the news, the 3 of them were heavily injured but not dead. It could be seen that Chu Nan had shown mercy. You've misunderstood. Moto shook his head slowly. We don't have any hostility towards you and Miss Angie Prairie. These people are only sent to monitor those Rand clansmen. In the end, we haven't signed an official agreement with the Rand clan yet. In theory, we're still enemies, right? Chu Nan sneered again. To monitor High Priest Zima and the others? One had to know that there were only 2 void break martial artists in their group. Among them, there was also a void break martial artist like High Priest Zima who was completely not good at fighting and could be said to have no combat strength. Why would he need to mobilize 8 void break martial artists in a row to monitor them? However, Chu Nan did not plan to get to the bottom of it. He only shook his head and said, I don't like this. Get them to retreat. Otherwise, I'll fight everyone who comes. Moto's expression changed slightly, and a trace of anger could not help but flash through his eyes. How long had it been since someone dared to speak to him so arrogantly? Chu Nan was young and his tone was really arrogant. Mr. Chu Nan, this is our Sand Eagle's headquarters after all. Please behave yourself. Behave. Chu Nan raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, milky white light erupted from his entire body. In an instant, he was like a bolt of lightning that tore through the night sky. He had already flown from Moto to the high-level void break martial artist on the right and slapped him. The high-level void break martial artist clearly did not expect Chu Nan to attack without a word. His expression was a little surprised, but his strength was far from what the 3 low-level void break martial artists who had been heavily injured by Chu Nan could compare to. When he saw Chu Nan's palm slapping over, he sneered and slapped back without holding back. As he slapped out, the surrounding spatial energy naturally activated. His palm tore through the night sky, naturally bringing about rolling thunder. The momentum was extremely shocking. Just this palm strike immediately confirmed that his strength was even slightly superior to Kansas and had almost reached the level of a 5th stage void break martial artist. If it was in the past, Chu Nan's only choice was to escape. However, now, his thousands of palm shadows transformed into a palm that faced his opponent's palm without any tricks. Boom! Their palms collided, and a huge explosion sounded in the air. Chu Nan and the high-level void break martial artist's body shook slightly, but he instantly recovered and slapped out again. The high-level void break martial artist was shocked. In the palm strike earlier, because he had sensed the terrifying aura contained in Chu Nan's palm, he had almost used all his internal breath and mobilized the strongest spatial energy. He originally thought that even if Chu Nan could receive this palm strike, he would at least be heavily injured. However, he did not expect Chu Nan to be completely fine and actually adjust his internal breath so quickly. Moreover, he could condense an equally powerful spatial energy in such a short period of time and slap out a palm that was not weaker than before. At this moment, he had yet to recover from the unexpected powerful internal breath in Chu Nan's palm. When he saw this, he could only barely counterattack. Boom! This time, Chu Nan's body did not sway at all, but the high-level void break martial artist was forced to fly back. Clearly, he had suffered a loss. However, just as he flew out, Chu Nan had already caught up and slapped out again. This time, he did not have the time to adjust. In the end, he was sent flying by Chu Nan's palm again and his speed was even faster than before. However, Chu Nan's speed was only faster. A white light that was like lightning flashed through the night sky. Chu Nan actually caught up again and slapped out. Damn, kid, I've tolerated you repeatedly on account of the leader's orders. Do you really think I'm so easy to deal with? That high-level void break martial artist suffered consecutive losses. When he saw that Chu Nan was still not letting him off, he was immediately furious. With a thought, his internal breath circulated and the spatial energy in the surrounding space quickly condensed, instantly turning into a solid silver ball of light that smashed towards Chu Nan like a moon. Chu Nan acted as if he did not see the moon and actually flew towards it. That high-level void break martial artist frowned and sneered in his mind. Kid, you're courting death. I don't think the leader can blame me. In the next moment, his smile froze on his face. Chapter 675. A figure rushed out of the moon and actually smashed the moon into shattered light spots that filled the sky. Then, he rushed towards the high-level void break martial artist. The high-level void break martial artist was immediately shocked. This kid was actually able to take his move head-on. It could even be said that he had cracked it head-on. His strength was really extraordinary. Then, he sneered again. No matter how powerful this kid was, he was not a heaven control expert in the end. If he received it head-on like this, he would definitely be heavily injured. What ability did he have to fight him? Seeing Chu Nan fly over, the high-level void break martial artist circulated his internal breath. He risked having his meridians damaged even more and forcefully adjusted his internal breath, which had been chaotic after fighting Chu Nan a few times. He raised his palm and a faint silver light condensed in his palm as another moon rose. However, he was surprised to discover that Chu Nan still maintained the unbelievable speed. Before the moon in his palm could appear, he had already flown in front of him and threw a punch. This made it impossible for him to adjust himself to his best state, but he knew very well that he could not retreat at this moment. He could only grit his teeth and make up his mind. Kid, don't you know where you are? You actually dare to fight me? Seeing that the moonlight in the palm of the high-level void break martial artist suddenly soared, it was obvious that the other party was already disregarding everything and putting on a posture of both sides being injured. Chu Nan was not shocked but happy. His body twisted slightly and his palm that had already slapped out gently spun. As his wrist retracted to his waist, his right foot took a large step forward in the air. His left arm that was behind him pierced through his left waist and his left fist struck the other party. He actually displayed the first move of the first stance of the Hong Clan's long fist in the air, sitting horse rush fist, although it was his left fist. It had to be said that the Hong Clan's long fist was really a magical fist technique. When Chu Nan first cultivated it, he discovered that it could even automatically help him mobilize his internal breath and unleash extremely powerful power. Now, Chu Nan's strength far exceeded the first time he came into contact with the Hong Clan's long fist. He discovered that when he used it, not only could he automatically mobilize his internal breath, he could even perfectly condense the spatial energy he mobilized, causing the power of this punch to even surpass an A-rank martial technique like the flowing cloud indefinite palm. In fact, the reason for this result was very simple. The most important reason why the flowing cloud indefinite palm was rated as an A-rank martial technique was that its moves were exquisite. When cultivated to a profound level, it could allow the spatial energy condensed in the palm technique to become as ethereal as the flowing clouds, causing it to be very difficult for the opponent to grasp the palm momentum through the change in spatial energy. However, the Hong Clan's long fist was different. The Hong Clan's long fist was divided into 3 stances and 12 moves. It could not be considered a technique at all. It was only a simple 12 punches, but it was precisely because it was simple enough that it could unleash all the strength it could mobilize the most. This power included internal breath when Chu Nan only had internal breath. When he could fully master spatial energy now, he included spatial energy. Therefore, this punch was not fancy or unnecessary. It was a simple punch. However, when this punch was thrown, coupled with Chu Nan's powerful data ability, it actually gathered all the internal breath that had been adjusted to the 6th circulation high frequency in his body and all the spatial energy he could mobilize into this punch. In terms of power, it was definitely much more terrifying than the flowing cloud indefinite palm. Chu Nan even gathered the spatial energy he used to maintain flight into his fist and only relied on the high-speed inertia to fly towards the high-level void break martial artist. When he threw this punch, he actually did not leave any room for retreat. One punch was enough to determine the outcome. Although the high-level void break martial artist immediately felt that something was wrong, Chu Nan's speed was too fast. Moreover, after this punch was sent out, it actually affected the space around him and did not allow him to change his move. Boom! In the night sky covered in black, a terrifying pale silver light exploded, as if a moon had suddenly exploded in the sky. It enveloped the entire Sand Eagle headquarters below and the surrounding dozens of kilometers in silver light, as bright as day. A moment later, a loud bang sounded as if the sky was collapsing, causing the entire ground to tremble. Among the people who were alarmed by the commotion in the Sand Eagle headquarters below, not only were countless ordinary people who did not cultivate martial techniques shaken until they swayed, many people were bleeding from their 7 orifices. Even some low-level overlord body martial artists' eardrums shattered and they felt dizzy. Everyone looked up at the sky in shock. The battle between 2 void break martial artists was actually so terrifying. Then, who won? The dazzling light in the sky dimmed, and a figure suddenly fell from the night sky at high speed. A moment later, the figure smashed into an empty space in the Sand Eagle headquarters at an astonishing speed, forcefully smashing a pit. The surrounding people dispersed and did not dare to approach. The scene of the 2 of them fighting just now was too terrifying, leaving an extremely deep impression on ordinary people like them. A moment later, Moto flew down with the other 2 high-level void break martial artists and landed beside the deep pit. He lowered his head to look at the pit with a gloomy expression. Chu Nan, what do you mean by this? A milky white and light green light lit up in the pit. A moment later, Chu Nan was already unharmed. He flew up in high spirits and floated in front of Moto. I've already made my meaning very clear just now. Do as you see fit? After saying that, Chu Nan flew away and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Moto looked in the direction where Chu Nan had disappeared and discovered that this direction should be the direction where he, Angie Prairie, and High Priest Zima were staying. It seemed that even though Chu Nan had caused a commotion, he still stayed and looked fearless. Moto's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. Andrew was the powerful martial artist closest to the 5th stage void break realm in the Sand Eagle headquarters, but he was defeated by Chu Nan in such a short period of time. This kid was so arrogant, so he indeed had the qualifications to act like this. After a moment of silence, Moto opened the personal terminal on his wrist. Lord, I feel that your idea of recruiting that kid is probably not appropriate. On the virtual screen, Greg was still smiling. The stronger this kid, the more meaningful it is to recruit him, right? In addition, did you discover a very important problem? Moto was stunned. What problem? That kid is decisive and extremely ruthless, but he hasn't even killed a single person until now. Don't you think this just so happens to be a way out for him? Moto was stunned. He opened the other interface of his personal terminal and saw that he had indeed received a message regarding the survival of the martial artist. From the situation of his battle with Chu Nan earlier, he should have had the chance to directly kill him, but he did not do so. Why? Could it be that it was really as the leader had said? Chu Nan was leaving himself a way out and trying his best not to kill anyone so that it would not be difficult for him to rely on Sand Eagle in the future? However, when he recalled Chu Nan's arrogant expression when he left, Moto always felt a trace of unease. Could it be that this kid had other plans? Chapter 676. Moto had been very vexed these few days. Ever since Chu Nan entered the Sand Eagle headquarters, the headquarters that had always been very calm and peaceful had become chaotic. The 4 maidservants from before could be completely ignored, but later on, Chu Nan heavily injured 3 of the 8 void break martial artists sent to monitor them in a row. Then, he even heavily injured the few high-level void break martial artists among the Sand Eagle. If that was all, it would be fine. However, Chu Nan was still unwilling to be at peace in the next few days. It was as if he had taken the wrong medicine. Every day, regardless of whether it was day or night, he would wander around the Sand Eagle's headquarters for no reason. Then, after a period of time, he would capture a void break martial artist under the Sand Eagle and challenge him to a battle. As martial artists, naturally no one would choose to retreat in the face of such a challenge. Therefore, all the void break martial artists chose to agree to the battle, and then, they were all heavily injured by Chu Nan. Coupled with the 4 people who had been heavily injured by Chu Nan, in the past few days, the total number of heavily injured void break martial artists had already reached 11. Moreover, among these 11 void break martial artists, there was also Ankari and another 4th stage void break martial artist who had just been heavily injured by Chu Nan today. The 2 of them were the most important high-end martial artists in Sand Eagle. Lying on the bed to recuperate like this would have a huge effect on him. Although the Sand Eagle headquarters had powerful and advanced treatment technology, as long as these void break martial artists did not die on the spot, they could always be saved. However, no matter how powerful the treatment was, it still needed time to slowly recover. Therefore, they could only lie on the bed obediently and receive the treatment, unable to move. This vexed Moto greatly. Although the Sand Eagle was powerful and there were as many as 26 void break martial artists directly under him, coupled with the 4 people who had been heavily injured by Chu Nan, in the past few days, the total number of heavily injured void break martial artists had already reached 11. Moreover, among these 11 void break martial artists, there was also Ankari and another 4th stage void break martial artist who had just been heavily injured by Chu Nan today. The 2 of them were the most important high-end martial artists in Sand Eagle. Lying on the bed to recuperate like this would have a huge effect on him. However, Chu Nan had a magical self-healing ability. No matter how serious his injuries were in the battle with the void break martial artists on Sand Eagle's side, he could quickly recover and become intact without any losses. Leader, if we let this kid continue, we might not have any useful void break martial artists in a few days. Moto finally could not help but find Greg and directly give his opinion. I suggest that you change your attitude towards him and at least restrict his movements. We can't let him do whatever he wants anymore. At this moment, Greg could not continue to maintain his calm and composure. He frowned and looked at the report that Moto had handed in with a slightly surprised expression. Although he had long known that Chu Nan had caused a huge commotion at the headquarters that night and heavily injured 3 low-level void break martial artists in Ankari, a high-level void break martial artist he valued, he had neglected the situation in the headquarters because he was busy dealing with some things outside. He did not expect Chu Nan to cause so much trouble. You're right. Greg thought for a moment and finally admitted that he had made a mistake in his strategy towards Chu Nan. Although I want to be especially polite to this kid so that he's more willing to join us, I have to appropriately show him our strength and make him submit. Moto was relieved to hear that Greg had changed his mind. Then, he thought of another problem and frowned again. He smiled bitterly and said, "Leader, I'm afraid, you have to personally take action this time." Look, the void break experts in the headquarters have almost been beaten up by him. Ankari and Masa are also heavily injured by him. From this, it can be seen that this kid's strength has clearly exceeded our expectations. Even if we let a 5th stage void break martial artist like Kamens fight him, I suspect that he won't be easily defeated. Therefore, it's safer for you to personally attack and let him experience our powerful strength. Idiot. Greg's face sank and he roared in a low voice, "Do you plan to let me personally deal with a kid like him? When did our Sand Eagle become a weak organization? If you can't deal with him, can't you deal with the girl beside him and those Rand clansmen? I have many things to deal with now. Don't disturb me with such a small matter." Moto opened his mouth and wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he only sighed and agreed. Seeing him like this, Greg frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Of course, I'll personally meet this kid and warn him. Although we're all waiting for the results of the battle between the 2 Stargrade martial artists to make a final decision, if he's unwilling to settle down before that, even if I'm unwilling to kill him now, I don't mind heavily injuring him and making him unable to get up." Moto had a strange expression. Beat Chu Nan up until he could not get up? What a joke. He did not know what damned cultivation method this kid cultivated. No matter how serious his injuries were, he could completely recover in the blink of an eye as if nothing had happened. Unless he killed this guy, there was really nothing he could do. Now that the outcome of the battle between the 2 Stargrade martial artists had still not been decided and there was still no news, it was obvious that Greg did not plan to take the risk to kill Chu Nan. In that case, if he wanted to restrict this kid, he could only do as Greg had said and think of a way to deal with Angie Prairie and those Rand clansmen beside him. Chu Nan's serious injuries did not affect him, but Angie Prairie was different from those Rand clansmen. Just as he was thinking, a subordinate ran in while panicking. Seeing that Moto and Greg were both here, the subordinate did not even have the time to bow. He shouted at the two of them, "Leader, Lord Moto, not good. Lord Paali is also injured." Moto suddenly stood up and said in surprise, "Paali is also injured? Could it be Chu Nan again?" Yes, it's him." The subordinate was out of breath and could only nod reluctantly. It seemed that because the news was urgent, he had rushed over at full speed to inform them. Moto's expression immediately sank. Paali was the only remaining high-level void break martial artist he had brought to intercept Chu Nan that night. Now that he had been heavily injured by Chu Nan, did that not mean that the remaining 3 high-level void break martial artists in the headquarters were all heavily injured and could not get up? "Leader!" Moto could not help but turn around and shout. This time, Greg's expression finally sank. He stood up. "Let's go see that kid. I'll let him save them how he injured these subordinates." Moto was immediately overjoyed. He knew very well that not only did Chu Nan have the ability to quickly recover, but he also had the magical ability to help others quickly heal their injuries. After the 4 dying maids were sent over, they became lively that night. If Greg could persuade Chu Nan to act, the Sand Eagle void break martial artists who were heavily injured by him could quickly recover. Thinking of this, Moto immediately followed Greg out with light footsteps. Chapter 677. The two of them did not walk far. As soon as he went out, another subordinate of Sand Eagle hurriedly walked over. When he saw the two of them, he leaned towards Greg's ear and whispered something. His expression immediately changed. What? Moto was a little strange. What could make the leader so moved? Greg frowned for a moment and shook his head at Moto. "I can't go anymore. The space fleet is in trouble. I have to go personally and help them regain control." At this point, Greg looked up at the sky and sighed softly. "I didn't expect that the space fleet under the Small Series Security Company would actually have such powerful combat strength. The Earth Federation behind them really can't be underestimated." Moto was shocked. Although Greg had always been in charge of the matters regarding the space fleet related to the Sand Eagle and did not let him interfere, this naturally did not mean that he was ignorant. He knew that the cosmic pirate fleet that had secretly cooperated with Sand Eagle had suffered a small loss in the confrontation with the Series Security Company. However, after the leader increased the investment, the other party clearly sent reinforcements. There should be no existence in this small star field that could contend with them and obtain absolute control of the universe. Why did the leader have to personally help them now? Greg did not explain much. He only thought for a moment and instructed Moto, "After I leave, send someone to watch that girl Angie Prairie and those Rand clansmen closely. If necessary, you can attack them and injure them heavily. However, remember that no matter what, you can't kill Chu Nan and Angie Prairie. As for those Rand clansmen, it doesn't matter. Do you understand what I mean?" Moto nodded in understanding. On second thought, he opened his mouth and wanted to ask what he should do if he could not stop Chu Nan by sending experts. The leader expressed that he could kill those Rand clansmen because he felt that the other party's Stargrade martial artist would not care about the lives of a few Rand clansmen. However, what if Chu Nan did not mind? If he really killed those Rand clansmen, Chu Nan would probably lose all his reservations and could leave here casually with Angie Prairie. Before the outcome of the battle between the 2 Stargrade martial artists was decided, they definitely did not dare to touch Angie Prairie. Chu Nan could move, but, could they? When he recalled Chu Nan's shocking performance when he heavily injured his subordinates in the past few days, Moto was completely uncertain. This was a guy who did not make sense at all. It could be confirmed that no void break martial artist could do anything to him. Even if a 5th-stage void break martial artist could defeat him, it was impossible for them to truly injure or even kill him. The reason why Moto made up his mind to find Greg to personally attack was because he felt that Chu Nan was too difficult to deal with. Now that Greg had kicked the ball back, Moto immediately felt that it was extremely troublesome. However, since Greg had clearly expressed that he could not split up, Moto did not dare to say anything else. As a deputy, if he could not even resolve these difficulties, he would be too incompetent. The words that had already reached his throat were swallowed by Moto. He only bowed to Greg and watched him fly into the sky before breaking through the clouds and disappearing. Here's our chance. Chu Nan retracted his gaze from the sky and turned to look at Angie Prairie, High Priest Zima, and the others. High Priest Zima, have you decided? High Priest Zima sighed and shook his head. We've discussed it. It's better not to go with you. Why? Chu Nan raised his eyebrows in surprise. If you continue to stay here, if the other party's Stargrade martial artist returns victorious, there's no possibility of you escaping. Do you plan to stay here and wait for death? That's not necessarily true. High Priest Zima smiled and shook his head again. It's not good for them to take our lives. Moreover, we're from the Rand clan in the end. Our home is on planet Leppler, so where can we run to? Even if we escape this time, the other party has a powerful Stargrade martial artist. We can't resist at all and can only let the Sand Eagles people rule. If Supremacy Overly obtains the final victory, the outcome will be good regardless of whether we leave or not. That's right. IHO, who was in charge of protecting High Priest Zima, nodded and said, Little brother Chu Nan, you and Miss Angie Prairie are different from us. Your home is more than 1,000 light-years away from the Earth Federation. As long as you can safely escape, even if the other party is a Stargrade martial artist, it's impossible for him to cross more than 1,000 light-years to pursue you. Therefore, as long as you leave this time, you can really be safe in the future. There won't be any problems. As for us, we definitely can't escape. Chu Nan was silent for a moment before his gaze swept past the other priests. When he saw that they were all smiling, it was obvious that he had already made up his mind. Sigh, to think that I made so many preparations and even let Dongfang take the risk to cooperate to create such a good opportunity to escape. I didn't expect you to be unwilling to leave. Chu Nan helplessly shook his head and smiled bitterly. Of course, these preparations were not in vain. Now, he had spent a few days finding all kinds of reasons to provoke and heavily injured as many as 12 void break martial artists. In particular, he had heavily injured 3 of the powerful 4th-stage void break martial artists who had relied on the method of mutual destruction. Moreover, he had successfully lured away the greatest threat, Greg, causing the high-end personal combat strength of the Sand Eagle headquarters to be at an extremely weak point in time. Choosing to escape the Sand Eagle headquarters at this moment would be the best opportunity. Because he was not sure how long Greg would be gone, Chu Nan did not dare to delay. Seeing that High Priest Zima and the others had made up their minds, he did not argue with them and nodded. Alright, since you've already decided, so be it. After saying that, Chu Nan turned around and waved at Angie Prairie before walking out. Behind him, he heard the sound of someone falling to the ground. It was Angie Prairie. She had knocked the 4 maids unconscious and followed. Actually, I've said it many times. It's impossible for Master to lose. There's no need for us to escape. Angie Prairie still seemed to be dissatisfied that Chu Nan did not believe Supremacy Overly and her tone sounded unhappy. Chu Nan did not plan to argue with her about this again. He rolled his eyes at her and said, then treat this as a game of escape. Our goal is to successfully escape this planet under the wanton encirclement of the enemy, or even the entire Sapphire Star field. How about it? Are you interested? That's not bad. Angie Prairie nodded and her expression became excited again. She pulled Chu Nan's hand and rushed out. As soon as the two of them went out, they saw a group of people quickly looking over. Both sides met and were stunned. Moto looked at the two of them and asked in surprise, where do you plan to go? Chu Nan smiled at him, thank you for your warm hospitality. We have something to do and have to leave now. Goodbye. Chapter 678. Seeing that Chu Nan and Angie Prairie were about to fly into the air, Moto was extremely anxious. He knew very well that Chu Nan and Angie Prairie's flying speed was extremely fast. With the mere 2 low-level void break martial artists he had brought, it was impossible for them to stop them even with him. In his panic, Moto shouted, Chu Nan, the leader has instructed that if you run away like this, we'll immediately kill those Rand clansmen. Chu Nan's body, which had already flown into the air, immediately stopped. He turned around and narrowed his eyes to look at Moto below. Seeing Chu Nan stop, Moto was immediately overjoyed. This kid was indeed as he had expected. He was a hypocritical guy who felt that his sense of justice was bursting. Now that he was using those Rand clansmen to threaten him, he had indeed fallen into a trap. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Chu Nan sneer. What? Your leader no longer plans to continue playing the same game as us a few days ago. Is he finally planning to fall out? Moto's expression sank. Humph, don't forget what you've done these past few days? Oh, it seems that you know too. Chu Nan's expression instantly turned cold. He did not move, but in the blink of an eye, he had already descended from the sky and appeared beside a low-level void break martial artist on the left of Moto. He attacked. The low-level void break martial artist did not expect Chu Nan to dare to fight under such circumstances. In his shock, he wanted to counterattack. However, Chu Nan's speed was far superior to his, and his control of spatial energy far exceeded his. His internal breath had long reached the 3rd stage internal breath realm, and his strength could be said to have completely suppressed this low-level void break martial artist. Seeing the other party's counterattack, Chu Nan did not even dodge. Thousands of palm shadows appeared, and a moment later, he firmly slapped the chest of the low-level void break martial artist, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and fly out. He shattered the wall that had been repaired 2 days ago and disappeared into the remains behind him. Chu Nan's figure flashed again and he appeared beside another low-level void break martial artist before punching out. Compared to the extremely exquisite move of the palm just now, it was impossible to guard against. This punch was extremely simple. It was an ordinary punch that looked extremely simple and easy to dodge. However, the low-level void break martial artist enveloped by the fist force felt that all the spatial energy in the space around his body seemed to have been sucked dry and completely surged into Chu Nan's fist. He could not even move and could only barely mobilize his internal breath to block his chest. However, even if he could mobilize spatial energy with all his might, it was impossible for him to block Chu Nan's punch that seemed to be simple but had actually gathered the fifth revolution internal breath and completely gathered the terrifying spatial energy into his fist. Moreover, his mind had long been captured by Chu Nan's punch and he could not even mobilize spatial energy fully, so how could he block it? Bang! This low-level void break martial artist shot out like a cannonball, forcefully smashing a huge hole in the house behind him, revealing the surprised expressions of High Priest Zima and the others in the room. Chu Nan did not stop and slapped Moto. Moto was immediately shocked. Although he was also a second-stage void break martial artist, he had always been busy with the internal affairs of the Sand Eagle headquarters in the past few years and had neglected to cultivate. His martial technique could only be ranked last among the few second-stage void break martial artists under the Sand Eagle. Of course, he did not think that he could defeat Chu Nan. The moment he discovered Chu Nan's sudden attack, he was already prepared to escape. However, the speed at which Chu Nan repelled the two low-level void break martial artists was too fast and did not give him much time. When Chu Nan's palm arrived, his feet had only just left the ground. Feeling that Chu Nan's palm had directly sealed off all the spatial energy flow in the space around him, Moto could not help but exclaim. Although Chu Nan had already used countless practical achievements to prove that his strength was far stronger than his age, Moto could not experience it himself before fighting him personally. Now that Chu Nan had attacked him for the first time, he truly understood why those low-level void break martial artists were completely defeated by him and could be said to be powerless. Not only was this kid's cultivation method strange, his understanding and control of spatial energy far exceeded ordinary void break martial artists. When facing opponents weaker than him, he could completely crush them. Thinking of this, Moto directly gave up on resisting. He was not good at fighting to begin with, and now that he had encountered Chu Nan, an existence that did not make sense, there was naturally no possibility of winning. Seeing that Moto had actually given up resisting, Chu Nan twisted his wrist and his palm turned into a claw. He grabbed Moto's neck at lightning speed and shouted, "What? Have you given up resisting?" Moto calmly looked at Chu Nan. "You didn't kill any of us void break martial artists previously, so you naturally won't kill me now. You don't have to think of using me to threaten the leader. In his eyes, my death won't cause any losses. Is that so?" Chu Nan sneered. "It seems that your Sand Eagle people are all cold-blooded and cruel fellows. I'll tell you clearly that I won't be like that leader who doesn't care about the lives of others. On the contrary, I care very much about the lives of High Priest Zima and the others. However, what I hate the most is to be threatened. Tell Grek that if you kill High Priest Zima and the others, I'll do everything I can to kill all of you in the future. You can't let that star-grade martial artist guard this place forever. Then, it's impossible for you to defend against my sneak attack." At this point, Chu Nan exerted a little strength and pulled Moto in front of him. He looked straight into his eyes with a cold chill. "I guarantee you that the first person I kill will be you." After saying that, Chu Nan casually threw Moto out like a sack. Seeing Moto's body smash through several walls and fly out, Chu Nan clapped his hands and waved at the surprised High Priest Zima and the others in the room before flying into the sky again. After meeting up with Angie Prairie, a dazzling white light erupted from their bodies, and a moment later, they disappeared into the distance. Behind them, in the Sand Eagle headquarters, it was a long time before Moto crawled out of the ruins with difficulty. He glanced at the sky where Chu Nan and Angie Prairie were and his heart turned cold. Chu Nan had actually really run away with Angie Prairie. Wasn't everything they had done previously a waste of effort? Thinking of this, he did not dare to delay anymore. He forced himself to open his personal terminal and send a communication request to Grek. Chapter 679. A small airship broke through the atmosphere and rushed into the outer space of planet Leppler. This small airship, specially customized by the Science Security Company for the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce, was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already rushed into the synchronous orbit and gathered with a medium-sized spaceship that had been waiting here. As soon as the airship entered the entrance of the medium-sized spaceship, it immediately started the engine and left the gravity of planet Leppler with all its might. It drove at high speed towards the Stargate 31.73 degrees and 42.49 light seconds away from the top of the Silver Heart planet. The door of the small airship opened. Dongfang, Uncle Muluo, and the others who were waiting outside heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Chu Nan and Angie Prairie walk out safely. Although this retreat plan was still considered well thought out, as he had always been unable to determine the outcome of the battle between the two star-grade martial artists, there had always been variables. Moreover, putting aside the unknown factor of the two star-grade martial artists, the existence of the heaven control expert, Grek, was the greatest and most direct threat. If they could not lure Grek away as planned, it was impossible for Chu Nan and Angie Prairie to easily leave the Sand Eagle headquarters and meet up with Dongfang and the others. Of course, the reason why it was so smooth now was also a very important reason why High Priest Zima and the others chose not to leave with Chu Nan and the others. Otherwise, if he brought them along, the difficulty and time spent leaving the Sand Eagle headquarters would definitely increase greatly. Although Chu Nan was not afraid of all the remaining void break experts in the headquarters alone, he was not confident in protecting Angie Prairie and High Priest Zima. In fact, what High Priest Zima and the others had said was true. Unlike Chu Nan and Angie Prairie, the home of these Rand clansmen was on planet Leppler. Even if they escaped from the Sand Eagle headquarters now, if the other party's Stargrade martial artist, Lahir, defeated Supremacy Ovally, they would still have nowhere to escape. Instead of dragging Chu Nan and Angie Prairie down, it was better to stay and wait for the situation to turn around. Dongfeng, how's the fleet responsible for luring Greg away? Chu Nan immediately asked when he saw Dongfeng. Dongfeng smiled, don't worry, I received the news that Greg had already left and immediately ordered them to retreat. Now, they've already shaken off the enemy's fleet and are heading towards the Stargate. We wasted some time waiting for you. They'll pass through the Stargate earlier than us. Yes, that's good. Only then did Chu Nan heave a sigh of relief. In the entire plan, the most dangerous was not him and Angie Prairie, but this space fleet of the Ceres security company that was responsible for luring the enemy. In order to finally lure Greg out of the Sand Eagle headquarters, this fleet had to put enough pressure on the cosmic pirate fleet related to them in space to force him to personally provide support. In order to buy enough time for Chu Nan and Angie Prairie, this fleet had to maintain enough pressure on the enemy fleet and pay close attention to many aspects. They had to leave before Greg arrived. This time was very difficult to grasp because if they were too early, Greg might give up on pursuing them and turn around to pursue Chu Nan and Angie Prairie. However, if they were too late, with the addition of a heaven control expert like Greg, this fleet that was not equipped with a powerful battleship would be in great danger. Fortunately, Uncle Mueller, who was in charge of commanding this fleet, was experienced and calm and decisive. He grasped this timing very well. Coupled with the fact that Chu Nan and Angie Prairie left the Sand Eagle headquarters extremely quickly and took very little time, both sides safely retreated. We'll be safe after passing through the Stargate. It's impossible for that heaven control martial artist to pass through the Stargate. As for that Stargrade martial artist, Dongfeng glanced at Angie Prairie and laughed. Supremacy Ovally might have already killed him now, so there's even less to worry about. Angie Prairie looked at Chu Nan and pointed at Dongfeng. Although she did not say anything, her expression clearly revealed something. Look, you're the only one who doesn't have confidence in my master. Chu Nan could only roll his eyes and could not be bothered to pay attention to her. He found a place to sit down and started to adjust his breathing. In order to escape the Sand Eagle headquarters in the shortest time possible, he had erupted with all his might when facing Moto and the two low-level void break martial artists he had brought. He had mobilized his strongest internal breath. Coupled with the fact that he had directly carried Angie Prairie to fly later on, although the time was very short, his internal breath had been greatly exhausted. Now that he had finally obtained a safe environment, he naturally had to seize the opportunity to tease and recover. Seeing him like this, the others looked at each other and tactfully stopped disturbing him. They went to busy themselves. Angie Prairie sat beside Chu Nan and first glanced at him before revealing a thoughtful expression. Then, she closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing. Internal breath quickly flowed through the various meridians in Chu Nan's body. Chu Nan was pleasantly surprised to discover that compared to the last time he adjusted his breathing, the speed at which his internal breath circulated had clearly increased. It flowed out of his dantian and circulated for a cycle. The time it took to return to his dantian had changed from 0.173917 seconds to 0.168719 seconds. Although this increase looked minimal, if the recovery time of circulating 36 cycles was included, it was already quite impressive. Moreover, the increase in the speed of internal breath circulation was not only reflected in the adjustment of his breathing, it would also allow him to mobilize his internal breath faster in battle, allowing him to easily enter a high circulation and erupt with even stronger strength in an extremely short period of time. Apart from that, Chu Nan clearly felt that the increase in his internal breath after every cycle of circulation was slightly higher than the last time he adjusted his breathing. This range was also very small, probably between 0.12% to 0.14%. However, coupled with the increased circulation speed of his internal breath, when Chu Nan adjusted his breathing, he discovered that the speed at which his internal breath recovered had greatly increased. Soon, it returned to its previous perfect state. However, this was not the end. If it was in the past, after Chu Nan circulated the 36th cycle, he would discover that his internal breath was abundant and it would be meaningless to continue adjusting his breathing. However, after adjusting his breathing for 36 cycles, he discovered that his dantian still did not feel full. Instead, it was as if he was not full at all and was still yearning for his internal breath to be filled. Chu Nan hesitated for a moment before carefully mobilizing a trace of internal breath from his dantian. It flowed through his meridians for a cycle and returned to his dantian. In the end, this trace of internal breath flowed into his dantian as expected and was fully absorbed by it, not causing Chu Nan to feel any discomfort. Chu Nan was surprised. If it was before, because his dantian was filled with internal breath, it definitely could not accommodate more internal breath filling in. This action would even cause him to be in danger. Now, after this trace of internal breath was filled, his dantian still did not feel full. It was still as if it was very hungry and thirsting for internal breath to be filled. This phenomenon only appeared at one time, and that was when an internal breath martial artist broke through to a higher level. Because the current strength of his internal breath could no longer satisfy the need to refine his body, coupled with the fact that his dantian had been tempered and perfected by his internal breath, he needed more internal breath to join this cycle of refinement. Chu Nan felt his dantian that still yearned for internal breath to fill. Could it be that I unknowingly broke through? Chapter 680. Another internal breath flowed out of Chu Nan's dantian and quickly circulated through all the meridians in his body before returning to his dantian. Then, it was completely absorbed by his dantian without any obstruction. Then, an even stronger internal breath flowed out. Chu Nan had already done this for the 38th time. According to the steps of traditional martial artists cultivating their internal breath, they only needed to circulate their internal breath for 36 cycles at most to completely replenish their dantian. However, now that Chu Nan had added the 36 cycles of normal cultivation and controlled his internal breath to circulate in his meridians for 74 cycles, his dantian still revealed a strong desire for internal breath as if it would never be satisfied. At first, Chu Nan was still careful and only dared to increase the strength of his internal breath slightly every time it entered his meridians to circulate. However, after repeating it more than 10 times, the internal breath he mobilized from his dantian completely exceeded the amount he had controlled when he was adjusting his breathing normally. His dantian still did not feel any discomfort, so Chu Nan simply let go of the restriction and allowed his internal breath to flow naturally. Now that the 74th cycle had been completed, Chu Nan discovered that his dantian still had a large desire for internal breath. It seemed that it was still not filled and he could only continue to adjust his breathing. In the beginning, Chu Nan felt that this phenomenon was very strange, but later on, he understood. Under normal circumstances, the increase in internal breath of a martial artist complemented the tempering of the body. As the internal breath increased, the body would be tempered more perfectly. When the body was tempered to a certain extent, it would have a higher requirement for the strength of the internal breath, so the internal breath would increase further and faster. There were many ways to increase the strength of one's internal breath. The most common and basic method was to cultivate diligently. Then, as the time one cultivated increased, their internal breath would naturally gradually increase. As for speed, it was because every martial artist's talent was different. Most importantly, the internal breath cultivation method they cultivated was different and very different. Unlike increasing the strength of his internal breath, there was only one way to increase the degree of tempering of his body under normal circumstances. That was to use his internal breath to continuously refine his body for years and increase it bit by bit. This step was originally the path that all novice, overlord body, and even internal breath realm martial artists had to take. Only when his body was tempered to a certain extent and coupled with a sufficiently powerful internal breath could he break through the cosmic heaven's gate and become a void break martial artist. However, becoming a void break martial artist did not mean that the tempering of the body was completed. On the contrary, satisfying the requirement to break through the cosmic heaven's gate and become a void break martial artist was only the initial requirement. To be honest, becoming a void break martial artist only meant that your body had finally reached the initial requirement. Next, you had to face an even higher requirement. What you faced was not only the refinement of internal breath, but also the convergence of spatial energy to refine together. Only by fully mastering the joint refinement of spatial energy could his body continue to increase and advance to a higher goal, heaven control realm martial artist or even stargrade martial artist. Chu Nan should have been like all void break martial artists and slowly tempered his body further through the fusion of his internal breath and spatial energy. From there, he could gradually increase his strength and slowly break through. However, he happened to have several special cultivation methods that other martial artists could not master. He also had an experience that basically no martial artist could obtain. He was forced to float in space. Moreover, with these special cultivation methods, he relied on his powerful data ability to perfectly fuse these cultivation methods. In the end, he miraculously survived in space and even completed the second refinement of his body. The current him had already reached a level that was close to or even equivalent to a heaven control martial artist, but the basic strength of his internal breath in his dantian was still only slightly stronger than an initial stage void break martial artist who had just broken through the cosmic heaven's gate. In the end, it had only been less than a month since he broke through the cosmic heaven's gate. This formed a very strange phenomenon. Other martial artists had their internal breath increase first and used their stronger internal breath to refine their bodies and slowly increase the strength of their bodies, but he was the complete opposite. The strength of his current body clearly exceeded the strength of his internal breath, and it did not exceed 1 or 2 points, but an entire level. His body was at the heaven realm and his internal breath was at the void break realm. Such a martial artist had probably never appeared in the history of the entire Milky Way. It was also because of this that his dantian displayed a crazy desire for internal breath. It even made Chu Nan unable to be satisfied after breaking the normal 36 cycles of internal breath cultivation rules every day. In fact, Chu Nan had also felt this phenomenon a few days ago. However, because he had either experienced consecutive battles or it was very difficult for him to truly relax in the Sand Eagle headquarters, every time he adjusted his breathing, he would only simply let his internal breath recover before announcing the end. Therefore, he did not pay attention to it. Now that he was in a safe environment for the first time in the past few days, Chu Nan had the time to slowly adjust his breathing and study this phenomenon carefully. When he finally understood how this strange phenomenon was caused, he immediately did not know whether to laugh or cry. Other martial artists were worried about tempering their bodies. No matter how powerful their internal breath cultivation method was, they had to slowly refine their bodies step by step and slowly increase their strength. A powerful internal breath cultivation method only allowed them to increase their speed faster than other martial artists. On the contrary, Chu Nan was worried about the cultivation method. Although the 9 revolutions technique was already an extremely powerful cultivation method, Chu Nan had only cultivated it to the 6th level and had almost changed beyond recognition. It could only satisfy the strength of his body when it was still at the void break realm. Although Su Anshan was said to have only cultivated the 9 revolutions technique to the 7th level back then and had already become a powerful star-grade martial artist, he had clearly broken through to the 7th level when he was still a heaven control martial artist. Otherwise, he would not have improved so quickly. If Chu Nan wanted to satisfy the needs of his heaven-controlled body, he either had to master an even stronger high-level internal breath cultivation method or break through to the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique. Powerful internal breath cultivation methods, especially cultivation methods, were extremely difficult to obtain. It was simply a fool's dream for Chu Nan to obtain an internal breath cultivation method that could satisfy his current needs out of thin air. Then, the only choice left was to break through the 9 revolutions technique to the 7th level. Chapter 681. Breaking through the 9 revolutions technique sounded easy, but it was difficult to do. In the 9 revolutions technique left behind by Su Anshan back then, the 1st to 5th levels were still described in detail. Although cultivation was difficult, it could still allow people to cultivate step by step. However, from the 6th level onwards, it was unknown if something had happened to Su Anshan when he left behind this cultivation method back then, or if the cultivation method itself was indescribable. In any case, the 6th level cultivation method left behind was far more indescribable than the first 5 levels, causing not many to successfully cultivate the 9 revolutions technique to the 6th level. Chu Nan had been able to break through to the 6th level of this cultivation method because of a coincidence and his powerful data ability. However, if he wanted to use this method to break through to the 7th level now, it would be difficult. Oh, no, to Chu Nan, it was very simple to reach the heavens. It was even not difficult for his body to enter the universe. However, if he wanted to break through to the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique, it was much more difficult than letting his body survive in space. The reason was very simple. The 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique left behind by Su Anshan only had one sentence. With your body as the medium, your internal breath will turn into a bridge and your body will melt into the universe. You can roam the world and achieve the great Tao. This sentence that was left behind by Su Anshan to describe the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique was very popular in the Earth Federation. Not only was it because Su Anshan had directly announced the 9 revolutions technique to the Milky Way Network back then, but it was also because this sentence had caused countless people to question and discuss enthusiastically. However, later on, because it was very difficult for almost everyone who cultivated the 9 revolutions technique to advance, this cultivation method was gradually abandoned by people as trash and was not worth cultivating. However, no one dared to truly underestimate this sentence. After all, this was the ultimate technique left behind by a star-grade martial artist. No matter how strange it looked, no one thought it was nonsense. Apart from a small number of people who thought that Su Anshan was deliberately mystifying it, most people still felt that this sentence should be the essence of the 9 revolutions technique. It was also the essence of Su Anshan's life's cultivation. If they could comprehend it, they had hope of becoming a powerful star-grade martial artist like Su Anshan. However, until now, no one could understand it. Chu Nan had previously felt that this sentence was very strange, but now that he had the experience of floating in space, he had some understanding. Previously, he had been floating in space and could only be forced to use the goddess song cultivation method to replenish his life force. Then, he was forced to refine his body bit by bit. When he strengthened it, regardless of whether it was his internal breath or body, they were completely fused with the spatial energy in the surrounding space, allowing his body to be successfully tempered for the second time. Wasn't this the true portrayal of the first half of the sentence? Wasn't the so-called use of the body as a medium to make the body the basic medium? Then, wouldn't the internal breath turn into a bridge that allowed it to communicate with the spatial energy in the outside world? In the end, his body would melt into the universe. Wasn't that the situation where Chu Nan's body fused with countless spatial energy and was almost no different from the outside world? As for roaming the world, Chu Nan could already fly freely in space like a heaven control expert without any restrictions. Could it be that I've already broken through to the 7th level unknowingly? Chu Nan frowned slightly and controlled his internal breath to quickly circulate in all the meridians in his body. He did not discover any obvious increase in his cultivation method. It could be seen that it was clearly impossible to unknowingly break through to the 7th level. Then, the most important thing was the final achieve the great Tao. After Chu Nan decided to cultivate the 9 revolutions technique, he searched for relevant information and read many discussions regarding the 7th level. He knew that this achieving the great Tao was only a very vague realm and did not have a specific concept. It was very likely that Su Anshan had not learned his language well back then and did not know how to describe the realm of the 7th level. Or perhaps, his research on the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique had gone astray, so he did not know what the 7th level should be like. This was not Chu Nan's imagination running wild and insulting the senior expert from back then, but Su Anshan's own description behind the 9 revolutions technique. Back then, when Su Anshan left behind the 9 revolutions technique on the Milky Way Network, he seemed to be in a very chaotic state. After the cultivation method, he expressed that he was very confused about how to break through the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique and had never been able to find the direction. Apart from choosing to announce the 9 revolutions technique to give the martial artists of the Earth Federation a high-level internal breath cultivation method they could choose and give them a chance, he also wanted more genius martial artists to join the ranks of cultivating and studying the 9 revolutions technique. He hoped that someone could break through the 7th level in the future and fulfill his wish. Unfortunately, he did not expect that after so many years, not only had no second person cultivated to the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique, there was almost no one who approached. Up until now, Chu Nan should be the person with the greatest hope of breaking through to the 7th level. After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan retracted all his internal breath into his dantian and began to cultivate from the first level of the 9 revolutions technique. He had cultivated this first cultivation method for 3 years before breaking through back then. 3 years of internal breath growing from nothing left a deep impression on him. Now that he had cultivated it again, he immediately discovered countless mistakes because his strength was already many times stronger than before. Coupled with his powerful data ability, it was even more tragic. When Chu Nan had just obtained a powerful data ability equivalent to an AI last year, he had already sorted out the first and second levels of the 9 revolutions technique that he had cultivated in the past. Then, he carefully adjusted it before successfully breaking through to the 3rd level. From then on, his strength had soared until now. Now that he was sorting out the first focus method again, Chu Nan discovered that his horizons were still too narrow last year. In fact, there were many things that he could not only make simple corresponding adjustments according to the situation at that time. It could not be considered sorting out and modifying the first level of the 9 revolutions technique. Now that a year had passed, Chu Nan had first come into contact with dozens of different internal breath cultivation methods at the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce in the past year. Later on, he had come into contact with a large number of different internal breath cultivation methods in the martial arts database of Star Cloud Academy. His understanding of internal breath cultivation methods was already far from what ordinary martial artists could compare to. This time, he started cultivating the first level of the 9 revolutions technique from the beginning. He really quickly found all kinds of problems when he cultivated in the past. At the same time, he discovered that the first level of the 9 revolutions technique that he had adjusted last year was also filled with countless mistakes. It was a tragic sight. Chu Nan simply calmed his mind and the first level of the 9 revolutions technique left behind by Su Anshan appeared in his mind. He slowly circulated his internal breath in his body. With his powerful understanding of the internal breath cultivation method and his superconfidence in his own condition, Chu Nan quickly made countless small modifications to the first level of the 9 revolutions technique, causing it to become more suitable for him and become more perfect bit by bit. Chapter 682. This was an extremely detailed and complicated task. If it was any other martial artist, it was impossible to complete in a short period of time. However, with the large amount of experience he had accumulated in modifying cultivation methods and his powerful data ability, Chu Nan easily combined his current situation and further understanding of cultivation methods to complete the first level of the 9 revolutions technique. The modified first level of the 9 revolutions technique was not much different from the first center of gravity technique left behind by Su Anshan back then. It proved that Su Anshan was indeed a martial arts genius back then. The cultivation method he created had such a perfect completion rate that even Chu Nan could not improve it much now. However, outside the core, Chu Nan made many modifications. Last year, when he had just obtained the data ability, Chu Nan did not have the ability to open every meridian in his body, including every fine vein. Therefore, he had only slightly changed the circulation of his internal breath according to the change in data on the foundation of the first core method. However, the situation of the meridians in his body was already very different from back then. There were many internal breath circulation patterns that he could not complete or even think of before that he could try now. There were many modifications he could make. Chu Nan wanted to start modifying the first level of the 9 revolutions technique from the beginning because he wanted to make corresponding improvements to this cultivation method according to his current special situation. It was not like now where he could only use the meridians in his entire body when cultivating the 5th and 6th levels. He believed that as long as he finished studying it like this, his understanding of the 9 revolutions technique would definitely reach a new level and he would have hope of comprehending the key to breaking through to the 7th level. However, this was a job that was much more complicated than modifying and improving basic cultivation methods. It had to be tested extremely repeatedly. Chu Nan used his AI brain to quickly calculate. Just testing the first level of the cultivation method coupled with all the internal breath circulation routes in his meridians required him to repeat it as many as 10 million times. Even if the speed at which he circulated his internal breath throughout his body was shockingly fast every time, it would at most take 0.12 seconds. If he tried everything, it would take more than 1,000,000 seconds. That was nearly 20,000 minutes or more than 300 hours. In other words, even if he did not eat or sleep at all, in theory, he would need at least 10 days to complete the complete research of the first level of the 9 revolutions technique. After calculating this number, Chu Nan was not surprised. He only smiled bitterly in his mind and shook his head. It's impossible to improve cultivation methods. It's natural to spend a large amount of time. When he thought of this, Chu Nan calmed down and began to test all the possible combinations of meridians in his body with the original cultivation method of the first level of the 9 revolutions technique as the foundation. Before this, he had never even tried this. Trying it rashly now was actually a very risky action for any martial artist. This was because letting his internal breath circulate freely might very well cause his internal breath to lose control and his meridians to be severely damaged. However, Chu Nan's current body had already reached the heaven control realm. The toughness of his meridians had even recovered after countless ravages and had probably surpassed ordinary heaven control experts. On the other hand, his internal breath was still at the low-level void break realm and was far from being able to satisfy the needs of his body. Naturally, it could not harm his physical meridians. Therefore, Chu Nan did not have any reservations and allowed his internal breath to flow through his meridians according to his thoughts. If he felt a trace of discomfort, it would prove that this route had failed. He would immediately turn around and try again. This way, his efficiency was much higher than the test to open all the meridians in his body before breaking through to the fourth level of the 9 revolutions technique. Of course, this still required a large amount of time. Just as he was immersed in his research, he suddenly felt a strange vibration in his body and immediately woke him up. When he opened his eyes, he saw Angie Prairie jump up beside him. She rushed to the window of the spaceship and looked out. A moment later, she turned to look at Chu Nan and frowned. "We're in trouble." Chu Nan jumped up in surprise and came to the window. He looked out and happened to see dozens of bright pillars of light cutting through the distant sky and intersecting. Without a doubt, this was definitely the light emitted by the conventional weapon of the space battleship, the particle beam cannon. From the situation of the dense particle beams intersecting in front of him, 2 fleets were probably exchanging fire. Chu Nan only took a glance and immediately understood why Angie Prairie said that there was trouble. Not far from the battle was the stargate of the star system near planet Leppler. It was very likely that the battle at this time and location was related to the fleet of the Science Security Company that had evacuated previously. "Let's go see the situation." Chu Nan waved at Angie Prairie and turned around to rush towards the main control room. A moment later, the two of them rushed into the main control room and saw that Dong Fong was currently discussing something with Uncle Muluo and a few other people from the Science Security Company in front of the virtual screen of the spaceship's main control. Hearing the commotion of the two of them entering, Dong Fong turned around and waved at them. "You came at the right time." Dong Fong pointed at Uncle Muluo and said to the two of them, "In a while, you and Uncle Muluo will retreat first and find a chance to pass through the Stargate. As long as you pass the Stargate, you'll be safe." Chu Nan frowned. "What about you? What's the situation now?" Dong Fong sighed. "I really didn't expect this." Uncle Mueller and the others had just retreated to the vicinity of the Stargate and happened to encounter an enemy fleet jumping out. "The two sides are fighting now, so you should be able to see it." Chu Nan was a little puzzled. How can there be such a coincidence? Moreover, how did the other party recognize that the fleet led by Uncle Mueller is on our side? This is not difficult. Dong Fong shook his head. "Now is not the time to discuss this. I have to immediately take a small ship to meet up with Uncle Mueller. You and Miss Angie Prairie will follow my arrangements and retreat with Uncle Muluo. Then, we'll meet at the Stargate. These guys shouldn't dare to jump over the Stargate and pursue you. Moreover, they shouldn't be able to recognize this spaceship. Your chances of escaping are very high." Chu Nan frowned. "What about you?" "Me? Of course I'll jump to the Stargate to meet you after defeating the enemy with Uncle Mueller and the others." "Ha ha. You're lying." Chu Nan interrupted Dong Fong in a low voice and turned to ask Uncle Muluo, "Uncle Muluo, tell me, is the situation very bad?" Uncle Muluo and the surrounding people from the Ceres Security Company remained silent and did not answer this question. However, from their gloomy expressions, it could be seen what the answer to this question was. Chu Nan turned to look at Dong Fong and raised his eyebrows. He said angrily, "You want us to abandon you and escape? What a joke. Who do you think I am?" Chapter 683. Dong Fong looked at Chu Nan expressionlessly. "The ones fighting now are the fleet of our Ceres Security Company. You're not from our company and have nothing to do with this. I can't let you take the risk." "Nonsense." Chu Nan roared, "Forget about Angie Prairie. I previously signed an employment contract with your company. Have you forgotten so quickly?" "Oh, is that so? Alright, I announce that you're fired now." "You," Chu Nan could not help but raise his fist and want to punch Dong Fong in the face. Is there something wrong with you? Do you think I'm someone who leaves my friends behind?" Dong Fong wiped his face and sighed. "Alright, since you've said this, I'll tell you clearly. Chu Nan, you might be very powerful in the battle on the surface, but what can you do in space?" At this point, Dong Fong suddenly became agitated and shouted at Chu Nan, "Kid, figure it out for me. You're my best friend, so how can I let you take such a huge risk? What if something happens to your father and mother? What about Xioxi? Ah, damn." Chu Nan could not help but curse excitedly. "Then you can take the risk? I still have a sister, but your parents only have you as a son." "Nonsense." Dong Fong also cursed excitedly. "Don't you know what kind of person I am? If I can eat, drink, and do nothing, do you think I'm willing to take the risk? However, I'm from the Ceres Security Company now. This is a job I have to do. Do you understand?" Chu Nan's expression froze and he suddenly recalled. Dong Fong was indeed different from him. To the Ceres Security Company, he was only an ordinary outsider. He was not qualified to interfere in the affairs of the company. Similarly, the company was not qualified to ask him to interfere and help. However, Dong Fong's father was an important high-level figure in the Ceres Security Company. Dong Fong was also a member of the company now. He had the responsibility and obligation to take the risk under such circumstances and did not have the qualifications to escape. Seeing Chu Nan's expression, Dong Fong sneered. "Do you understand now, kid? Since you understand, quickly listen to my arrangements and leave with Angie Prairie. I don't have time to waste with you. In addition, you don't have to worry about my comfort. If you really can't, I'll order Uncle Mueller and the others to announce their surrender." "Ah." Chu Nan was stunned. "Ah, what? Those guys are clearly a group of cosmic pirates hired by Sand Eagle. After accepting our surrender, they have the chance to obtain a large sum of ransom. How can they kill us all? Even if they're captured by Sand Eagle's people, there's no need for them to kill us. In the end, what we're fighting for is only the scope of our influence. In the end, it's still for money." Dongfang patted Chu Nan's shoulder and his expression relaxed. Let me tell you, there's nothing in this world that can't be solved with a sum of money. If there is, give me another sum. Alright, you don't have to worry about my safety. My life is precious. I won't die casually. Chu Nan looked at him speechlessly. Dongfang often said this. Although he did not like to hear it, he had to admit that this sentence made sense in the current situation. Indeed, those guys were only a group of cosmic pirates who had come for money. As long as they were given enough money, there was no need for them to kill the people here. However, Chu Nan curled his lips and sneered, "Kid, you won't let me go no matter what. You just think that I can't help and it's useless even if I go. However, if I tell you that not only can I help, I can also help you easily defeat the group of cosmic pirates opposite you, do you believe me?" Nonsense. Dongfang rolled his eyes at Chu Nan. "I think you become arrogant because your martial technique has increased quickly recently. Do you think you're powerful?" Dongfang pointed out the window. "Get this straight. This is space. No matter how powerful you, a void break martial artist, are, what can you do in space? Could it be that you expect the other party to play naval combat with us and show off? Save it. I won't give them that chance at all. If they see that the situation is bad, they'll directly announce their surrender." "You don't believe me?" Chu Nan raised his eyebrows and pointed outside. "Actually, I can completely move freely in space now. Moreover, I can blow up the energy shields of those cosmic pirate battleships with a punch. When Uncle Mueller and the others were ambushed by those cosmic pirates, they were able to defeat the enemy with my help. If you don't believe me, ask Uncle Mueller. Did the energy shields of a few cosmic pirates inexplicably disappear at that time and they destroyed a few enemy battleships to win?" In the beginning, Dongfang looked at Chu Nan with an expression that said, "Keep bragging, kid." However, when he heard Chu Nan speak so seriously, his expression began to become serious. He had been with Chu Nan as a roommate for more than a year and knew his personality quite well. He knew that he was definitely not a person who liked to speak nonsense, let alone a guy who would brag at such a time. Since he said that, it proved that there was really such a thing. Dongfang glanced at Chu Nan twice in shock. "You can move freely in space now? You can even destroy the energy shield of the cosmic battleship? Damn, when did you become a heaven control martial artist? This is too ridiculous." The others also looked at Chu Nan in shock. However, unlike Dongfang who basically believed Chu Nan's words, almost everyone else's eyes were filled with doubt. Clearly, they did not believe him. The only difference was Angie Prairie, who had been watching Chu Nan and Dongfang argue with interest. Hearing Chu Nan's words, she did not doubt him at all. Although she was also very surprised, she happily rushed over and pinched his arm. She felt the feeling of the muscles on his arm and immediately cried out in surprise when she stretched out a trace of internal breath. "Wow, Chu Nan, why has the strength of your body increased so exaggeratedly? This has definitely surpassed the level of a void break martial artist. How did you become like this in an instant?" Unlike Dongfang and the others, not only was Angie Prairie an extremely talented martial artist, but more importantly, she also had a star-grade martial artist as her master. At the same time, she was also a master who had an extremely deep understanding of the human body, and even the cultivation method she mainly cultivated was related to the body. Therefore, Angie Prairie's understanding of the strength of a martial artist's body was far greater than ordinary people's. With a simple test, she could conclude that Chu Nan's current physical strength was extraordinary and believe his words even more. Chu Nan smiled and looked at her. He recalled the truth that he had been busy planning to escape the Sand Eagle headquarters these few days and had yet to tell her about his previous experience in space. He smiled at Angie Prairie. "If I say that I've only reached the heaven control realm with my body, would you believe me?" Chapter 684. Angie Prairie completely believed it and Dongfang basically believed it, but he still did not agree with Chu Nan's thoughts. Even if you're stronger than ordinary void break martial artists now, you're not a heaven control expert in the end. Even if you can be useful in the battle of the cosmic fleet, it's limited. I can't let you take this risk. After saying that, he did not give Chu Nan any chance to refute and turned to leave. Chu Nan frowned and moved his feet. He wanted to chase after him, but he was stopped by Uncle Muluo. "Don't make things difficult for him." Uncle Muluo looked at Chu Nan and said sincerely, "Dongfang has always treated you as his best friend. Otherwise, when your family was threatened, he wouldn't have directly sent me and Costa over. He doesn't want you to be in danger now, so it's best for you to listen to his arrangements. But don't worry, he's right. If there's really no other way, we can choose to directly surrender. Our company has actually encountered many such things. With his experience in this aspect, he can deal with it." Seeing that Uncle Muluo's attitude was firm and he spoke a lot in an extremely rare manner, Chu Nan could only stop. Although he was worried about Dongfang, he had to admit that Uncle Muluo was right. As the top company in the Earth Federation and a top-notch security company in several countries outside the Orion Arm, the Ceres Security Company had interacted with the cosmic pirates many times and had clearly encountered many similar situations. Therefore, Dongfang was confident in what he had said just now. "Let's listen to his arrangements." Angie Prairie also pulled Chu Nan's arm. "We have to believe in Dongfang's professionalism in this aspect. If he's captured and those cosmic pirates are unwilling to let him go, I'll definitely ask Master to save him." Chu Nan glanced at Angie Prairie and thought to himself that Supremacy Ovally was not back yet and his life and death were unknown. How could he expect her to save Dongfang? In the end, if not for the other party luring Supremacy Ovally away, the situation on planet Leppler would not have developed to this point. Of course, he could only think about this in his mind. Angie Prairie had absolute confidence in Supremacy Ovally, so Chu Nan would not ask for trouble. He silently watched as Dongfang disappeared from the main control room. After a while, a small spaceship flew out from the bottom of the spaceship and towards the two fleets in the battle. Chu Nan suddenly asked, since you can choose to surrender, why must Dongfang go? He can completely let Uncle Mueller and the others determine it themselves. Uncle Mu Luo was stunned, then sighed and replied, he's the highest responsibility of our company in this star field. Unless he's present, no one has the qualifications to give the order to directly surrender. Chu Nan could only be silent. This might be the risk and price Dongfang had to pay if he wanted to become a higher-up of the series security company. Alright, let's go. Uncle Mu Luo turned around and ordered. The spaceship they were on circled slightly to avoid the intense battle and quickly flew towards the stargate. As Chu Nan observed through the test screen, he looked at the distant sky through the window of the spaceship and paid close attention to the situation on the battlefield. In fact, the battle between the current space fleets looked very boring to outsiders. It was nothing more than various particle beams and missiles flying around, and then they always smashed into the energy shield of the other party's battleship, splashing the light reflected by the shield. Apart from that, there was not much reaction. There were not many opportunities to directly destroy the battleship, because when they sensed that the energy shield was about to collapse, the battleship would always leave the battlefield and advance or hide in the fleet and use the energy shield of its companions to block the attack. Therefore, generally speaking, unless one party was far stronger than the other and easily completed the firepower suppression, even if they were defeated, the defeated party could usually retreat safely. In the vast sea of stars, it was very difficult to catch up to the enemy and completely eliminate him with the speed of space travel. To the cosmic fleet, chasing the enemy out of this star field and ensuring their control of the universe was considered completing their mission. In the current situation, the other party's goal was clearly to seal off the path of the series security company's fleet to the Stargate and leave. They were not allowed to leave this star field, so they only needed to complete the suppression in terms of firepower. When the other cosmic pirate fleet hired by the Sand Eagle arrived, or when the Heaven Control martial artist, Grek, arrived, he could easily break through the space fleet of the series security company and ensure that they could not fight back. Chu Nan only paid attention to it for a moment before immediately confirming that Dongfang was not joking when he said choose to surrender. This time, the space fleet sent by the series security company to protect the safety of the Earth Federation's caravan was only an ordinary fleet. It had a total of 13 various space battleships, and more than half of them were medium and small-sized. There were only 3 near-stellar-grade battleships in the formation. On the other hand, although the cosmic pirate fleet opposite looked a little chaotic and various different types of battleships were mixed together, the degree of training and cooperation were clearly inferior to the series security company's fleet. However, they had a large number. At a glance, there were nearly 100. Under such an absolute numerical advantage, no matter how much combat strength the series security company's fleet could unleash, it was impossible to win. The battle between the space fleets depended on the attack power and strength of the energy shields of both sides. When numbers overwhelmed, tactics, cooperation, and other things were useless. Damn, Sand Eagle's people are really willing to spend money. Not only did they invite a star-grade martial artist, they even hired so many cosmic pirates. Isn't that guy, Grek, afraid that he won't be able to clean up after this? Chu Nan cursed in his mind. At the same time, he prayed that Dongfang would choose to surrender as soon as possible after taking over the command of the space fleet from Uncle Mueller. Now that it was obvious that he could not defeat him, there was no need to continue fighting desperately. Those cosmic pirates were clearly here for money. Chu Nan did not believe that the Sand Eagle people really had any deep hatred for them and had to kill them. In the end, what Sand Eagle wanted to fight for was clearly only control of planet Leppler. There was no need to argue with them. Even now, Chu Nan did not understand why. Why did that guy, Grek, refuse to let go of the series security company? If he let them retreat, wouldn't it be more beneficial for him to let these cosmic pirates go to planet Leppler to gain control? It could not be just because he wanted to kill him and Angie Prairie. Just as Chu Nan was thinking about these problems, the battle situation in the distant space suddenly changed shockingly. Chapter 685. Originally, the two fleets were fighting very normally. Most of the particle beams and missiles missed, and only a small number directly struck. However, they only smashed into the other party's energy shield and exploded into balls of light of different colors and brightness. In comparison, because the series security company's fleet had much fewer battleships, it was obvious that their firepower was completely suppressed. It was only because the training level of the other party's cosmic pirate fleet was too poor that they could last so long. However, it was still impossible to completely dodge all the other party's attacks. There were always some particle beams and missiles that directly struck. According to normal development, the series security company's fleet would not last long. The 3 main stellar-grade battleships would have their energy shields exhausted and would no longer have the ability to continue fighting. Before that, Dongfang should definitely have chosen to announce his surrender. However, just as Chu Nan turned to look at the space outside the window, an extremely bright flame suddenly exploded in the fleet of the series security company. Chu Nan's eyes immediately narrowed. This ball of flames was definitely not the reaction of a particle beam or antimatter missile hitting an energy shield. It was clearly the symbol of a battleship exploding and burning after being struck. How can this be? Chu Nan turned to look at Uncle Mu Luo in surprise. Didn't Dongfang say that he would choose to surrender as long as he saw that the situation was bad? Why was his battleship still destroyed? Uncle Mu Luo frowned slightly and a trace of doubt appeared on his face. He waved at Chu Nan and operated the main control panel of the spaceship for a while. Soon, he obtained the connection with the fleet. After a while, he turned around and looked at Chu Nan with a terrifyingly gloomy expression. Dongfang has already clearly chosen to surrender to the other party on the open channel 10 minutes ago, but he was rejected by the other party. What? Chu Nan was immediately shocked. How did they reject? Could it be that they plan to kill us all? Uncle Mu Luo slowly shook his head. We don't know yet. The other party hasn't replied. Chu Nan turned around and happened to see another ball of strange flames exploding in the distant Ceres security company's fleet. It seemed that another battleship had been struck and exploded. His expression sank. He thought for a moment and turned to Uncle Mu Luo. Prepare the fastest assault ship for me. I want to help. Uncle Mu Luo and the others were shocked. How can you help alone? Angie Prairie's reaction was different from the others. She seriously looked at Chu Nan's expression and asked, how confident are you? Chu Nan shook his head. I'm probably less than 40% confident. However, no matter what, I have to go. Are you crazy? Uncle Mu Luo could not help but rush forward and grab Chu Nan's arm. Dongfang personally instructed me to bring you and Angie Prairie away safely. Won't you be wasting his kindness by rushing over now? Could it be that you want me to watch Dongfang be killed like this? Chu Nan suddenly raised his voice and roared. Then, he saw Uncle Mu Luo grab his hand and coldly said, let go, Uncle Mu Luo. You can't stop me. I'll definitely go. If you don't want me to open a gap in this spaceship and fly out, don't stop me. Uncle Mu Luo looked at Chu Nan in surprise and could tell from his expression that he was not joking. Calm down and don't be rash. Chu Nan, this is not a joke. Dongfang still has a high chance of surviving, but if you go alone, you'll probably be sunk before you can approach. The possibility of surviving is almost zero. I can't watch helplessly as you die. I'm very calm. Chu Nan still had a cold expression, but he slowed his voice. I know my ability very well and know what I'm doing. Uncle Mu Luo, let go of me. If I watch Dongfang fall into danger and ignore it, I won't forgive myself in this life. Uncle Mu Luo still had a dark expression, but his expression became a little hesitant. Let him go, Uncle Mu Luo. Angie Prairie suddenly said, Chu Nan's strength is much stronger than you imagine. Although he hasn't become a heaven control expert yet, his body is unbelievably close to or even equivalent to a low-level heaven control expert. It's not a problem for him to float in space alone. The attacks of ordinary space battleships won't pose any threat to him, so he won't die easily. After saying that, Angie Prairie turned to look at Chu Nan with an extremely serious expression. My previous oath is still valid. If you die here, I'll definitely ask Master to destroy the entire planet Leppler. If she's unwilling, or if she dies in the hands of that Lahir like you said, I'll fulfill this oath. Uncle Mu Luo and the surrounding people were shocked. Angie Prairie actually made such a terrifying oath for Chu Nan. Was her relationship with him already so good? The coldness on Chu Nan's face retreated and a smile appeared. I told you last time that I won't let you have the chance to fulfill this oath. It won't happen again. Then, he looked at Uncle Mu Luo again. He did not speak, but the meaning in his eyes was obvious. Uncle Mu Luo frowned deeply. He thought for a moment and sighed before letting go of Chu Nan. Chu Nan, I know you're not the kind of person who likes to brag about yourself, so I believe you. However, remember, if you feel that it's dangerous, please immediately choose to give up. You don't want to see Dongfang in danger, and Dongfang also doesn't want you to be in danger for him. Do you understand what I mean? Chu Nan smiled and said, I'm not the kind of fool who will lose myself in order to save someone. If I really can't save Dongfang, I'll only escape immediately and cultivate well after I return. I'll take revenge for him when I'm stronger in the future. Angie Prairie is actually very similar to me in this aspect. Angie Prairie pursed her lips and smiled. Yes, it's meaningless to lose your life. I know you're not that stupid. Uncle Mu Luo looked at Chu Nan and then at Angie Prairie with a strange expression. However, he did not say anything and turned around to make arrangements. In the critical situation, the efficiency was naturally abnormally high. In less than a minute, everything was arranged. Chu Nan sat in the specially modified ultra-miniature spaceship. This kind of spaceship was originally only designed for a few people to move short distances in space. In order to be fast and simple, almost all the ability was reflected in speed. Apart from speed, it was basically useless. However, Chu Nan did not expect it to provide any attack power. He only wanted it to rush to the battlefield as quickly as possible. Uncle Mu Luo watched Chu Nan sit in the cabin and could only say the words be careful. Angie Prairie smiled at Chu Nan and waved her fist to cheer him on. Chu Nan smiled at everyone and did not hesitate to activate the super miniature spaceship. He directly accelerated to the highest speed and instantly disappeared into the vast universe without a single black dot. Chapter 686. The battlefield spanned about 3.7 light seconds across the surface and 1.3 light seconds across the surface. It was nearly 10 light seconds from the location of the civilian modified spaceship Chu Nan was on. Even with the speed of a super miniature spaceship that was far faster than ordinary spaceships, it took nearly 5 minutes to transport him to the airspace closer to the battle area. In these 5 minutes, 2 more small battleships of the Ceres security company's fleet were destroyed, and the situation became increasingly bad. As soon as he approached the battle area, Chu Nan immediately used the communication device on the super mini spaceship to contact the Ceres security company's fleet. To his relief, after picking up the call, Dongfang's familiar voice immediately sounded. Damn, Chu Nan, are you crazy? I already told you to retreat with Uncle Mu Luo. Why are you still here? Are you courting death? Hearing Dongfang's angry voice, Chu Nan smiled and ignored his anger. Instead, he said bluntly, there's no time to explain or talk so much. Now, you can only believe that I have the ability. Listen carefully, I'll use the location device to send a signal and guide your particle beam in a while. You only need to fire at my location, understand? Nonsense. Dongfang was even angrier, you're dead like this, do you want me to kill you myself? I told you, there's no time to explain, just believe that I have the ability. Chu Nan directly closed the communication and adjusted the direction of the super mini spaceship before rushing towards the cosmic pirate fleet that was attacking the Ceres security company from all directions. With the petite size of the super mini spaceship that could be completely ignored in the sky, he was finally discovered when Chu Nan drove it extremely close to the cosmic pirate fleet. Moreover, even if they were discovered, those cosmic pirates clearly did not take this mere small ship seriously. However, two battleships casually shot two particle beams in this direction and ignored them. With his powerful data ability, Chu Nan easily determined the direction and angle of the two particle beams in advance. He had already reacted before the other party locked onto him. It seemed dangerous, but he easily dodged the attack and instantly closed the distance between him and the outermost battleship. Even so, those cosmic pirates still did not take this seriously. This time, only one battleship attacked Chu Nan, and the other battleships were mainly focused on the Ceres security company's fleet. Chu Nan easily dodged the attack again. At this moment, he had already invaded the vicinity of the outermost spaceship. Those cosmic pirates simply gave up on attacking him. Clearly, in their opinion, even if they let this little guy stick to the battleship, he did not have the ability to cause any damage to it. Instead, it would be bad if he accidentally injured his companion in order to attack it. Chu Nan adjusted the super small spaceship to the same speed as the close-fitting cosmic pirate battleship and maintained its flight. Then, he opened the cabin door and flew out. As soon as he flew out of the cabin door, Chu Nan immediately flew towards the battleship below. As expected, his path was blocked by an invisible energy shield. Before he touched the energy shield, Chu Nan had already determined from the appearance of this battleship that it had fought with the Ceres security company's fleet and that one of the cosmic battleships that had been destroyed by him should be the same model. Now that he touched the energy shield, Chu Nan stretched out his internal breath and quickly discovered that the attributes of this battleship were identical to the previous one. After confirming this, Chu Nan opened his personal terminal and activated the location signal program that Uncle Muluo had installed. This action was actually very dangerous. If it was said that in the vast cosmos previously, even if Chu Nan piloted a super small spaceship more than 10 times the size of his body, he was still no different from a speck of dust, then now that he had taken the initiative to activate this location signal program, in the detection signal network of all the battleships, it was equivalent to a bright light suddenly erupting from the dust here. It was dazzling and eye-catching. As expected, as soon as he activated the program, the few cosmic pirate battleships closest to him immediately reacted. A few particle beams almost brushed past his head, and one of them even struck a spot not far from him, causing brilliant seven-colored light to appear on the energy shield. Clearly, no matter how stupid those cosmic pirates were, they knew very well the danger Chu Nan's actions might bring them. In the battle of cosmic battleships, accuracy had always been a huge problem. The battle range that easily exceeded a few light seconds caused even the particle beam that had reached the extreme speed of the positive spatial universe to need more than a second or even a few seconds to reach. This gave the enemy enough time to react and dodge, so the accuracy was naturally not high. However, now that Chu Nan had opened the location signal program, not only did it make him a target that was as eye-catching as a firefly in the night sky, but it would also cause the cosmic pirate battleship under him to fall into this danger. It could easily lock onto this battleship and increase the accuracy of the particle beam and missiles with their own tracking function to an extremely terrifying extent. Chu Nan glanced at the cosmic realm about 2 seconds away but did not discover any commotion. He could not help but frown. If Dongfang and Uncle Mueller did not cooperate, he would probably have to change his plan and fight alone. Although he did not think that this would put him in much danger, because he was not a heaven control expert after all, the damage to the cosmic battleship was far from enough, and the efficiency would be much lower. Before the plan succeeded, the Ceres security company's fleet would probably not be able to last long. When he thought of this, Chu Nan opened his personal terminal and sent a message to Dongfang through the program. In the eyes of others, this message was only an unknown sentence, but as Chu Nan's roommate for more than a year, he knew that Dongfang would definitely understand. The meaning of this was very simple: cut the crap and fire at me. After the message was sent, the reaction of the nearby cosmic pirate fleet was clearly even more intense. More particle beams shot towards Chu Nan's location and exploded into colorful balls of light on the energy shield. Some even exploded not far away from him and almost enveloped his entire body. Chu Nan was unmoved. He only stared at the cosmic realm where the Ceres security company was nearly 2 light seconds away and cursed in his mind. Damn fatty, what are you hesitating for? Chapter 687. Dongfang stared at the virtual screen in front of him with an extremely gloomy expression. He felt that he had never been so conflicted in his life. Damn, Chu Nan, you idiot. You want me to fire at you? How can I give this order? While cursing wildly in his mind, Dongfang turned to ask Uncle Mueller beside him, are those pirates still not responding? Uncle Mueller smiled bitterly and shook his head. We've already sent 3 surrender declarations in a row. The other party doesn't respond at all. Damn. Dongfang could not help but kick the table in front of him fiercely. Are these pirates crazy? Don't they want the ransom anymore? Perhaps, the person who hired them paid a higher price and asked them to kill us, Uncle Mueller pondered and said. Otherwise, according to the ordinary rules, they wouldn't have not even asked about the price of the ransom. I don't believe the Sand Eagle people will do such a thing. Dongfang shook his head with a dark expression. This is not in their interests. What's in it for them to kill all of us who came from the Earth Federation? Uncle Mueller helplessly spread out his hands. There's insufficient information and I can't make a judgment. After saying that, he pointed at the virtual screen in front of Dongfang. Now is not the time to discuss this. Chu Nan has already sent a signal. You have to decide what we have to do as soon as possible. Otherwise, he'll probably be unable to hold on before us. Dongfang's expression sank again. The reason why he changed the topic was to avoid this choice. However, he also knew that this choice could not be avoided, and he had to make the choice as soon as possible. Now, Chu Nan had already taken an extremely huge risk to board the enemy's battleship and sent an obvious signal. If he did not make good use of it, their only chance of escaping might be severed. However, if it was really as Chu Nan had said and fired at him, could he survive? Dongfang stared at the extremely bright signal symbol on the virtual screen. Countless time fragments from his year and a half with Chu Nan flashed through his mind, as well as Chu Nan's rapid growth in the past year after they left Star Cloud Academy. In the end, it transformed into a smiling face. Ha, Dongfang, when have you ever seen me do anything I'm not confident in? Chu Nan's proud and mocking face flashed through Dongfang's mind. He took a deep breath and slapped the table in front of him before ordering in a low voice. Pass down the order to fire at the location of the signal. When he saw several white light spots suddenly light up in the cosmic realm about 2 light seconds away and quickly shoot over, turning into several bright white beams, Chu Nan was immediately overjoyed. Ha, Dongfang was not a wishy-washy guy in the end. In the end, he still chose to believe him. Chu Nan had already calculated the time when these particle beams arrived in a millionth of a second. The palm that was pressed on the energy shield instantly erupted with a powerful internal breath and mobilized the spatial energy and the energy in the energy shield in the surrounding space. The energy shield that enveloped the entire battleship suddenly erupted with a strange 7-colored light before disappearing. Compared to the last time, Chu Nan had the experience of dealing with the battleship's energy shield. Coupled with the improvement in his internal breath usage, it was even easier for him to remove the battleship's energy shield with one hand. The last time, he had only greatly weakened the energy shield, but this time, he completely slapped it away, causing this battleship to instantly change from a big guy protected by a thick turtle shell to an unguarded naked state after its shell was completely removed. In the next moment, under the guidance of Chu Nan's location signal, several particle beams fired by the Ceres security company's fleet accurately struck the medium-sized battleship under him. At the same time, the attacks of the other cosmic pirate battleships were originally aimed at Chu Nan. Now that the energy shield had suddenly disappeared, these attacks unsurprisingly struck the battleship. Under the joint attack of the enemy and his companions, this medium-sized battleship instantly exploded into a huge fireball. The entire body of the battleship completely disintegrated. Clearly, it was damaged beyond repair. The moment before several particle beams struck the battleship, Chu Nan had already turned off the signal positioning device. He turned around and jumped into the ultra-small spaceship. He instantly started the engine and barely escaped the explosion range. With the high speed and super dexterity of the super mini spaceship, Chu Nan quietly arrived beside the battleship of the other cosmic pirate closest to him. Just like before, he jumped out of the super mini spaceship and quickly approached the energy shield. He spread out his palm and activated his internal breath to quickly investigate the characteristics of this energy shield. Then, he opened the location signal device in his personal terminal again. This time, the Ceres security company did not waste time like the last time. Almost the moment Chu Nan opened the location signal, a few beams of light shot over from the distant universe. 1.7 seconds later, when the energy shield of the battleship under Chu Nan's palm transformed into a ball of strange light and disappeared, these particle beams happened to arrive. The moment the shield disappeared, they instantly penetrated the entire battleship. Although the damage to this battleship was not that exaggerated because it did not have the help of those cosmic pirates, a few large holes penetrated by the particle beam were still enough to completely incapacitate this battleship. Chu Nan perfectly implemented the principle of real men never look back at explosions. While slapping away the energy shield, he had already coolly turned around and flew back to the super mini spaceship before flying towards the next enemy battleship. At this moment, Chu Nan had actually long lost his advantage in hiding. After losing 2 battleships in a row because of him, these cosmic pirates had clearly noticed him. A particle beam that was much denser than before, and even an antimatter missile, flew straight towards the super mini spaceship he was piloting. However, with his powerful data ability, Chu Nan could easily take in all the surrounding situations. Then, he analyzed the safest path to advance in an extremely short period of time and piloted the super miniature spaceship to sway left and right in the dense particle beams. It looked like a small boat that had fallen into a huge sea wave, but it could actually maintain its calm. Before long, Chu Nan flew to another even larger battleship. Although this battleship was much larger than the previous 2 destroyed battleships, when Chu Nan flew to the side and used his internal breath to investigate the energy shield outside, he discovered that the strength of this huge battleship's energy shield was inferior to the 2 smaller battleships. Perhaps it's because the model is too old. Chu Nan muttered in his mind. Due to the difference in the strength of the energy shield and its characteristics, Chu Nan had no choice but to spend some time analyzing it again. Of course, this so-called spent a little more time was actually less than half a minute. In this half a minute, the battleships of the other cosmic pirates desperately attacked Chu Nan and tried to kill him. However, he easily dodged them and could only cause light to appear on the energy shield of the huge battleship, weakening the strength of the shield. Half a minute later, Chu Nan completed his analysis and opened the signal positioning device again. Chapter 688. In the fleet flagship of the series security company, a group of people stared at the monitoring screen in shock, almost forgetting to do their work. Even though they were 2 light seconds away, with the most advanced signal monitoring system, the virtual screen could still clearly show what was happening 2 light seconds away. Although the scene was delayed for a few seconds because of the distance, countless people still could not help but gasp when they saw the extremely dangerous and exciting scene. Oh my god. Phew, thank goodness. Ah, be careful. Hey, dodge quickly. Hurry. Exclamations sounded one after another. Everyone nervously monitored the scene. Chu Nan first piloted the ultra-small spaceship and dodged left and right in the dense particle beams as if he was there. Before this, no one truly understood what Chu Nan wanted to do. This was because even if Dongfang, who believed in Chu Nan, had the ability to use himself as a signal guide and allow their attacks to accurately hit the enemy battleship, it was useless. After all, every cosmic battleship had an energy shield. Even if the hit rate had greatly increased, or even reached 100%, they had to exhaust the enemy's energy shield first. Before this enemy battleship that they had focused on must have long retreated. However, they later saw with their own eyes that when the particle beam struck the enemy ship, the energy shield of the enemy ship seemed to have suddenly disappeared, allowing the particle beam to pierce through the main body of the local battleship without any obstruction. Everyone was stunned. The only person who could remain calm was Fleet Commander Mueller. He quickly recalled the strange situation when he first fought with those cosmic pirate fleets. At that time, it was the same. The energy shield of the enemy battleship was inexplicably greatly weakened and almost disappeared. Then, they easily took advantage of a few enemy battleships and forced them to retreat. The current situation was simply identical to that time. After he told Dongfang this thought, the two of them quickly came to a conclusion. No matter how puzzling and unbelievable the reason was, not only did Chu Nan have the ability to move freely in space, he even had the terrifying ability to instantly make the enemy's energy shield disappear. With the help of this shocking ability, the battle they faced seemed to have become effortless in an instant. Without the protection of an energy shield, no matter how powerful a cosmic battleship was, it was only a pile of metal lumps flying in the universe. Moreover, the only problem they were worried about had been resolved by Chu Nan. Seeing a ball of light flash in the distant universe, and then the monitoring screen displayed that the huge star system-grade battleship of the enemy was easily penetrated by the particle beam, everyone in the main control room could not help but cheer. Chu Nan could actually remove the energy shield of a star system-grade battleship. It was simply too exciting. At this moment, Chu Nan was simply no different from a god in their hearts. That's great. Mueller waved his fists excitedly and turned to order his subordinate. Think of a way to transmit a 3-dimensional map of the enemy's fleet to Chu Nan and send these marks here. I hope he can cooperate with us to attack. After saying that, he turned to look at Dongfang. Is this okay? Dongfang smiled and waved his hand. You don't have to ask me the exact command. However, you have to remember to prioritize Chu Nan's current situation. He's not invincible. I understand. Mueller nodded and turned around to continue giving more detailed orders to his subordinates. The situation that was originally impossible to escape from had such a shocking turnaround just because of Chu Nan's appearance. In Mueller's opinion, even if he was given a heaven control expert, the effect was probably far inferior to Chu Nan. After all, even if a heaven control expert could fight a cosmic battleship alone, they could only fight it head-on. They could not let the energy shield of the enemy battleship disappear for no reason like Chu Nan and let them easily destroy it. If they cooperated with Chu Nan, not only could their attacks hit nearly 100%, but most importantly, every attack could directly hit the enemy ship. In the Battle of the Cosmic Fleet, this was simply a bug. Soon, Mueller received Chu Nan's response. It was only a very simple character, but it was an okay that everyone in the Earth Federation could understand. Mueller was overjoyed. That's great. If Chu Nan can cooperate with us to sink these enemy capital ships, we might even be able to turn the tables. Dongfang glanced at Mueller and waved his hand. He frowned and said, don't think about turning the tables first. As long as we can force the other party back, we'll choose to retreat immediately. Although Chu Nan is very powerful, he's taking a huge risk by doing this. We can't let him stay in such a dangerous situation. Mueller was stunned, then cold sweat seeped out of his forehead as he expressed his understanding. However, he was unexpectedly blinded by the situation and forgot to worry about Chu Nan's safety. Seeing that Mueller had begun to correct the order, Dongfang turned to look at the virtual screen. On the monitoring screen, it could still be seen that the overly small ultra-miniature spaceship was quickly shuttling through countless particle beams and flying towards the first target marked by Mueller. From the situation on the screen, the super mini spaceship that was negligible compared to the super battleship beside it seemed to be able to be struck by the particle beam at any time and turn into dust in the universe. Chu Nan, you can't die. Dongfang clenched his fists tightly. His teeth had already bitten his lower lip until blood seeped out, but he did not feel anything. Compared to the people in Dongfang and the Ceres Security Company's fleet, Chu Nan was not nervous. With his powerful data ability, the dense particle beams were not a threat to him at all. It was as if he was playing a flying shooting game that he often played when he was young and piloting a small plane to dodge the dense bullets of the enemy. In fact, compared to when he was young, the difficulty of the real game he was playing now was lower. In less than 5 minutes, he relied on the super speed of the super miniature spaceship to approach the first target. Mueller had given him a star system-grade cosmic battleship. With his previous experience of destroying a star system-grade cosmic battleship, he was even more familiar with it this time. He flew out and stretched out his hand, knowing that this star system-grade cosmic battleship should be exactly the same as the previous one. Although the characteristics of the energy shield were a little different, it was very small. He only used less than 2 seconds to analyze it and opened a location signal device. 5 seconds later, Chu Nan had already driven the super mini spaceship away, leaving behind the star system-grade cosmic battleship that was already riddled with holes by the particle beam. Chapter 689. The situation on the battlefield quickly changed. Originally, the battle between cosmic battleships was basically a competition of who had stronger firepower and thick energy shields. Under normal circumstances, whichever side had more battleships and higher levels would have an absolute advantage. Moreover, the snowball of this advantage would quickly grow larger and larger, and it would be very difficult for the other party to make a comeback. However, Chu Nan's appearance could provide an extremely precise signal location for the series security company. He could even completely locate the same point as the enemy battleship. The difference was only 10 meters, a distance that was completely ignored in the space station, causing the attacks of the series security company to always be completely accurate. Most importantly, Chu Nan could completely break through the energy shield of the enemy battleship, allowing every attack to truly and effectively heavily injure it. This was equivalent to a battle between two groups of people. Everyone held shields and armor and held spears. They competed to see whose shield and armor was more resistant. Whoever's spear was sharper would win. However, Chu Nan suddenly ran out and knocked off one of the shields. His armor was also stripped clean. In an instant, they lost all their defense and the battle naturally became one-sided. Before long, with Chu Nan's help, the cosmic pirate fleet had already lost 3 star system-grade battleships and 7 stellar-grade battleships. Although the loss of just 10 battleships did not seem to be much in number compared to the huge fleet of more than 100 spaceships in the cosmic pirate fleet, including the 2 stellar-grade battleships and 1 star system-grade battleship that had been destroyed previously, they had already lost a total of 13 large and medium-sized battleships. To the entire fleet, these large and medium-sized battleships, especially star system-grade super battleships, were the main firepower support points. After losing these medium and large battleships, the attack power of the cosmic pirate fleet instantly decreased greatly, and the threat to the series security company's fleet also decreased greatly. With the pressure reduced, the series security company's fleet could free up more energy to provide support to Chu Nan, and the speed at which they destroyed the enemy fleet became faster and faster. In the beginning, the cosmic pirate fleet did not pay enough attention to Chu Nan. Although the firepower attacking him was considered powerful, most of it was still focused on the series security company's fleet. When they continuously destroyed the battleship and finally recognized the huge threat Chu Nan posed to them, they wanted to focus their firepower on Chu Nan but discovered that they could not do anything to him. This guy would not be much larger than a fly in space when driving a super mini spaceship, but he was much more annoying, dangerous, and more flexible than a fly. In the beginning, the cosmic pirate fleet only used the firepower of the battleship to try and shoot him down. However, after realizing that this was not feasible, they sent small boats to surround Chu Nan from all directions. However, this still did not work. Not only was the super small spaceship Chu Nan drove abnormally fast, but it was also ridiculously flexible. It could always make all kinds of unbelievable rolls and sudden stops in space. If it was any other ordinary small pinnace pilot, he would probably not be able to endure it first. However, Chu Nan relied on his powerful physical body, which was equivalent to a void break martial artist, to easily complete all kinds of actions. Coupled with his even stronger data ability, he could instantly calculate the dense trajectory of the other party's attacks and easily dodge them. Most of the time, the reaction in his mind was even faster than the AI of the super mini spaceship. After playing with the enemy behind him for a while, Chu Nan had already flown to the vicinity of another star system-grade battleship. He activated the automatic driving mode of the super mini spaceship and opened the door to fly out. Seeing that the pursuer's attention had been attracted by the super mini spaceship and were crazily chasing after it, Chu Nan chuckled. His figure flashed and he quietly arrived below the star system-grade battleship above him and reached out to press on the transparent energy shield. 5 seconds later, several more particle beams shot over from the series security company's fleet 2 light seconds away and completely penetrated the star system-grade battleship that Chu Nan had slapped away. It was close to breaking. This was already the last star system-grade battleship in the cosmic pirate fleet. Now that it had been destroyed, it immediately shattered the battle intent of the cosmic pirates. All the battleships of the cosmic pirates seemed to have stopped for a moment. Then, many small battleships in the outermost area suddenly changed direction and flew wildly in the direction of the Stargate. A moment later, the remaining dozens of small and medium-sized battleships also adjusted their direction and flew towards the Stargate in a mess. Chu Nan casually glanced at it and immediately determined that with his speed, he definitely could not catch up to these cosmic battleships that were fleeing with all their might. In the end, he was not a proper heaven control expert yet. His flying speed in space could not compare to these cosmic battleships for the time being. However, this way, his mission was completed. Chu Nan heaved a sigh of relief and opened his personal terminal to call back the super mini spaceship that had already flown far away. As soon as he flew into the spaceship, the virtual screen of the central optical brain automatically opened, indicating that a message had been sent. Chu Nan smiled and chose to answer the call. Dongfang's familiar face appeared on the virtual screen. "Damn, Chu Nan, you actually did it." Dongfang had an unbelievable expression and shouted, "When did you become so strong? Why didn't I know before? Damn, you actually hid it from your best friend. Are you asking for a beating?" Chu Nan rolled his eyes at him. "When did I hide it? I only broke through recently, okay? You said I'm asking for a beating? Hee hee, do you believe that I won't drag you into space and beat you up? Beat your sister." Oh, no, this has nothing to do with Zioxy. I'll hang you up. Alright, cut the crap. Hurry up and meet up with us. Although it's all thanks to you that we dealt with those damn pirates, we still have to run quickly. Damn, we're really screwed this time. When I return, I must convince the company's board of directors to send more troops here to take revenge. Dongfang gritted his teeth. This was the first time he had been the person in charge of the company's operations, and he had encountered such a failure, causing him to be extremely upset. Mueller, who was beside him, wanted to say something but hesitated. He thought for a moment and patted Dongfang's shoulder. Let's talk about this when we get back. The board of directors should have other considerations. After saying that, he turned to Chu Nan and smiled. Mr. Chu Nan, you really have to generously help our company this time. If not for your help, we would probably have suffered heavy losses. When we return to the Federation, the company will definitely thank you heavily. Chu Nan frowned and waved his hand. I'm mainly here because of Dongfang, not because of your company's reward. Mueller paused and understood that he had said something wrong. He looked at Dongfang awkwardly. Dongfang waved his hand. I know you're mainly here for me, but you must take the reward you deserve. Otherwise, others will say that our company is ignorant. When we return, I'll show the board of directors your credit in this incident and obtain the best reward for you. Just as Chu Nan was about to say something, he was interrupted by Dongfang. Kid, don't be so generous in front of me. Even if you don't want it, you have to think about your parents and Zioxy. It's always good to take some reward to buy something for them. For example, haven't you always said that Zioxy wants to change to a new personal terminal, but your family has always been unwilling to buy it for her? Chu Nan could only nod helplessly. Indeed, it was meaningless for him to be generous at this moment. Moreover, as Dongfang had said, this was his reward in the first place. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. Alright, As soon as Chu Nan spoke, his expression suddenly changed and he looked up. Chapter 690. Above him was the narrow roof of a mini spaceship. When he looked up, he could only see metal plates. However, Chu Nan could clearly sense that the spatial energy in a large space above his head was undergoing an extremely crazy change. This energy change was much more terrifying than the spatial energy change brought about by any opponent Chu Nan had encountered in the past. It was only inferior to the few star-grade martial artists he had encountered. Heaven Control Expert. Chu Nan instantly made a judgment and determined the identity of this Heaven Control Expert. Grek. Apart from this leader of the Sand Eagle, it was impossible for another Heaven Control Expert to appear here at this moment and suddenly attack him. In the next moment, various thoughts flashed through Chu Nan's mind and he instantly made a decision. Dongfang, escape quickly. Don't worry about me. Chu Nan roared at the puzzled Dongfang on the virtual screen as he activated the super mini spaceship with all his might. He did not even have the time to choose a direction and instantly increased his speed to the limit before flying towards the vast starry sky. In the space behind him, Greg's figure floated above the place where Chu Nan was earlier. He was maintaining his palm posture with a slightly stunned expression. This kid's reaction was actually so fast. Just as he planned to attack, he had actually fled in advance. You want to run? Greg looked at the super miniature spaceship that had already turned into a small dot of light in the distance. His expression sank and his eyes danced with anger. Kid, you forced me to kill you. At this moment, Greg's heart was burning with endless anger. Ever since this kid called Chu Nan appeared, Sand Eagle's plans became extremely unsuccessful. First, this kid helped the Rand clan's Holy Mountain block 2 consecutive attacks from the Sand Eagle, causing it to suffer heavy losses and not complete the mission. After that, this kid even used a star-grade martial artist as his backing to force Greg to change his strategy against the Rand clansmen and be forced to talk to the other trash he had completely looked down on about their so-called cooperation. However, it was also because of the appearance of this star-grade martial artist that Greg successfully invited Supremacy Lahir out. He originally thought that Supremacy Lahir could deal with that star-grade martial artist from the Earth Federation, but he did not expect that 7 days had passed and there was still no news from the two of them. He did not know who would win at all. Under such unknown circumstances, Greg did not dare to directly kill Angie Prairie and Chu Nan. Moreover, there was no need. He originally wanted to try his best to recruit Chu Nan and nurture him into his capable assistant even if Supremacy Lahir returned victorious. However, he did not expect that after leaving Chu Nan in the Sand Eagle headquarters for a few days, this kid would heavily injure almost all the high-level martial artists in the Sand Eagle, causing their high-level combat strength to be greatly damaged and their other operations to be unsuccessful. Today's operation against the Earth Federation's caravan involved a huge plan. In Greg's opinion, there should be no mistakes. However, because of Chu Nan's appearance, those Earthlings had actually relied on more than 10 battleships to repel more than 100 battleships of the cosmic pirates. Greg could not understand how Chu Nan did this, but the truth was very clear in front of him, causing him to believe it. If it was said that Greg still cherished Chu Nan's talent and really wanted to recruit him, then now that he had received the news that the huge cosmic pirate fleet had actually retreated in defeat because of a single person and had clearly seen Chu Nan on the real-time monitoring video sent back from ahead, there was only intense anger and killing intent left in his heart. He could not let this kid live. If he could not kill him now, he would definitely be a huge problem in the future. With this kid's shocking talent, he believed that in less than 10 years, no, even less than 5 years, he would have hope of breaking through to the Heaven Control Realm and standing on equal footing with him. If he was given more time, Greg believed that he could even become a star-grade martial artist. At that time, it might be Greg's death. I have to kill him. While this thought appeared in Greg's mind, his figure had already moved and he chased after the mini spaceship Chu Nan was piloting. Unlike Chu Nan, who forcefully tempered his body to the heaven control level and obtained the ability to fly in space, Greg was a true heaven control expert. Not only had his body reached the strength of the heaven control level, but his internal breath had also reached this level. Therefore, in terms of flying speed, he was countless times faster than Chu Nan and could even surpass the speed of most cosmic battleships. Compared to the super mini spaceship that Chu Nan was driving that was reputed to be the fastest in true space, he was not inferior. When he flew with all his might, he actually closed the distance between the two sides bit by bit. Chu Nan did not have the time to care how close Greg was chasing after him. He did not even dare to control the mini spaceship to turn because this would only shorten the distance between the two sides. In terms of flexibility, no matter how much he controlled the super mini spaceship, it was impossible for it to compare to the control of his body by a heaven control expert. He set the super mini spaceship to the highest speed and avoided the orbit of planet Leppler. He flew in a straight line into the deep space of the universe and looked down at the virtual screen in front of him. Don't worry about me. Dongfeng, you and Angie Prairie should quickly retreat. You'll be safe after jumping through the stargate. On the other side of the virtual screen, Dongfeng gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Seeing that they had finally obtained victory and everyone could successfully retreat safely, they did not expect the other party's heaven control expert to suddenly appear. He wanted to order everyone to support Chu Nan, but he knew very well that their fleet had just experienced a huge battle and did not have much strength left. Moreover, even if they were in their peak state, they would definitely not be able to do anything to a powerful heaven control expert. If they supported him like this, not only would they not be able to save Chu Nan, they might even lose themselves. Alright, quickly retreat. You'll only be a burden to me if you stay here. If you safely retreat, I can still find a way to escape. Chu Nan deliberately made a relaxed tone and smiled, so quickly leave and don't drag me down here. Dongfeng was silent for a moment before taking a deep breath. He raised his head and looked into Chu Nan's eyes. I won't say anything unlucky. We'll wait for you at the stargate. After saying that, Dongfeng took the initiative to turn off the communication and turned to order the worried Muli. Pass down the order to advance towards the stargate at full speed and jump through it in the shortest time. On the other hand, Chu Nan looked at the virtual screen that had turned black and grinned before turning to look behind him. In the distant sky, although he could not see anything or sense any aura, he knew that Greg must still be following closely. Then come, let's play hide and seek. Chapter 691. An hour later, Greg looked at the asteroid belt covered in rocks of all sizes and sneered in his mind. Kid, do you think it's fine to hide in here? Just as the super small spaceship that had been chasing Chu Nan was about to catch up, it watched helplessly as he rushed into the asteroid belt to hide. There were many asteroids of different sizes in the asteroid belt. It was obvious how difficult it was to find a super mini spaceship that was not much larger than a rock. Moreover, as soon as Chu Nan entered the asteroid belt, he used the pitiful attack weapon on the super mini spaceship to sweep through it, causing the surrounding asteroid belt to be in chaos. Then, he turned off the engine of the super mini spaceship and everything else, causing it to be no different from a rock in the universe. It was impossible to distinguish it from the surrounding gravel. If that was the case, it was fine. As a heaven control expert, Greg had many ways to find Chu Nan. However, the most important thing was that as soon as Chu Nan entered the asteroid belt, all his aura suddenly disappeared, causing Greg to be unable to sense it at all. It was as if he had suddenly died. Of course, Greg did not believe that this detestable kid would die so easily. Therefore, Chu Nan must have used a strange cultivation method to hide all his aura and avoid getting found through spatial energy fluctuations. However, where did a young kid who's not even 20 years old learn so many amazing cultivation methods? This question had once risen in the hearts of Dakota, Kansas, and many powerful Sand Eagle martial artists. Now that it rose in Greg's heart again, it made him even more determined to kill Chu Nan. From this kid's repeated troubles, it was basically impossible to take him in. In that case, he could not let him live. Humph, do you think I can't find you like this? Greg sneered in his mind and raised his arm. Spatial energy surged wildly in the space in front of him. The smaller boulders in a large area were directly crushed into powder by the crazy spatial energy. The larger boulders that were enough to be called asteroids were shattered by the spatial energy and shattered into several smaller boulders before being crushed into powder. In just a moment, he had forcefully cleared a large clean area in the asteroid belt. Greg cleared the surrounding gravel and flew forward quickly. Wherever he flew, the area was swept away by the violent spatial energy. It looked simply like a space bulldozer with terrifying momentum. Humph, kid, let's see how you dodge. About 4 light seconds away from the area that Greg had cleared, Chu Nan continued to stay in the super mini spaceship and sank into an asteroid with a diameter of 60 kilometers without moving. Earlier, he had given up all control of the super miniature spaceship and used his cultivation method to make precise adjustments to all his internal breath and the spatial energy fluctuations around him, allowing him to completely fuse into the surrounding space without revealing any abnormalities and guarantee that he would not be easily discovered by Greg. Of course, he had not completely lost contact with the outside world. Through the only facility on the super mini spaceship that he did not close the signal detection device, he could still maintain his detection of a large area nearby and the lowest connection with the Ceres security company's fleet. After he decisively lured Greg away, Dongfeng quickly made a decision. As soon as Chu Nan left, the fleet of the Ceres security company and the modified spaceship carrying Angie Prairie and the others headed towards the stargate. Before Chu Nan hid in this asteroid belt, they had already jumped through the stargate. Under normal circumstances, they should have already arrived at another star system hundreds of thousands of light years away and were basically safe. Do you want to eat hot pot together when I get back? Chu Nan looked at the last message sent by Dongfang before the series security company's fleet jumped the Stargate. He smiled and closed all communication. Now that Dongfang and the others were finally safe, he could no longer have anything to worry about and work hard to protect his life. Although there was an absolute difference in strength between him and Greg, he also had an advantage, which was the ultra-miniature spaceship under him. If he used his internal breath and mobilized spatial energy, it would be very easy to expose his location and be discovered by Greg. However, he was only alone now and it was impossible for him to have any powerful technology detection equipment beside him. Therefore, he only needed to hide his internal breath and spatial energy fluctuations to avoid Greg's detection. Instead, with the signal detection device of the super-miniature spaceship, he could bully Greg for not having high-tech methods and brazenly release the signal detection to accurately grasp his location. On the virtual screen, it could be seen that the signal point representing Greg was quickly approaching. According to the system's central AI, if Greg continued to maintain his current speed, he would threaten the asteroid Chu Nan was hiding on in 6 minutes and 37 seconds. Chu Nan was not in a hurry. As he observed Greg's movements, he seized the time to adjust his breathing. In order to help the series security company's fleet repel those cosmic pirates, Chu Nan had exhausted a lot of his internal breath. He had to hurry up and recover. In order to avoid being directly sensed by Greg, Chu Nan did not dare to mobilize too much internal breath when adjusting his breathing. Every time, he could only carefully mobilize a trace of internal breath to circulate. Moreover, he had to pay attention to the spatial energy fluctuations around his body to prevent any abnormalities from being sensed by Greg. Therefore, his speed of adjusting his breathing was very slow. Under normal circumstances, he only needed less than a minute to completely adjust his breathing and recover his internal breath. This time, he spent a total of 5 minutes before finally finishing teasing. Feeling the rejuvenation of his dantian and his mind full, Chu Nan gently exhaled and lowered his head to look at the monitoring image on the virtual screen. He discovered that although Greg had taken some detours and wasted some time, he was still close and was less than a light second away from Chu Nan's location. With Greg's current speed, he would reach here in less than 2 minutes. If he discovered Chu Nan's location, with his shocking flying speed as a heaven control expert, he could reach him in less than half a minute. It's about time. Chu Nan composed himself and opened his personal terminal. He connected to the mainframe AI of the mini spaceship and entered a sentence. After inputting it, Chu Nan pressed his finger and opened the engine of the super mini spaceship again. It quietly flew out from the other end of the asteroid. Chapter 692. Although it was difficult for Greg to discover Chu Nan when he was still in the asteroid belt, when he flew out of the asteroid belt with the ultra-small spaceship, he discovered his traces immediately. Seeing that Chu Nan had actually circled around and flew in the direction he came from, Greg grunted and did not hesitate to turn around and chase after him at full speed. Soon, the two sides repeated the scene before entering the asteroid belt, but in the opposite direction. Chu Nan was still driving the super mini spaceship to escape at full speed while Greg chased after him at full speed. Due to his flying speed even exceeding the super mini spaceship, the distance between the two sides was also closing bit by bit. However, because Chu Nan had hidden in the asteroid belt for a while and chosen a clever angle to fly out, he happened to avoid the nearest intercept distance of Greg and used the asteroid belt to stop him for a while. The distance between the two sides was much longer than before, causing him to have to spend more time to approach. Through the mainframe AI and his AI-like brain, he determined that it would take at least 51 minutes for Greg to catch up. Chu Nan gently exhaled and relaxed. 51 minutes was enough for him to fly to the Stargate and jump over it. Although the mini spaceship was a mini spaceship and usually did not have the ability to jump through space, the mini spaceship that Uncle Muluo had assigned to Chu Nan had been specially modified by the series security company. It had a certain amount of energy shield and could complete a one-time Stargate jump. That was enough. No matter how powerful Greg was, he was only a heaven control expert in the end. He did not have the ability to jump through the Stargate with his body. Therefore, Chu Nan only needed to jump through the Stargate to safely escape. When he thought of this, Chu Nan's mood was relaxed. He adjusted the direction of flight of the super miniature spaceship and let it move straight towards the Stargate. Then, he operated the mainframe AI and sent out the sentence he had typed. Greg, who was chasing closely behind Chu Nan, suddenly discovered a huge light screen shining in front of him. He stared at it in shock and discovered that it displayed a row of Milky Way common language. Leader Greg, thank you for your warm hospitality. We'll meet again. Greg was furious. His breathing immediately became unstable and his flying speed involuntarily slowed down. He immediately realized that this was Chu Nan's trick to disturb him. He immediately calmed his mind, adjusted his internal breath, and increased his speed to chase after him again. A moment later, the huge light screen in front of him changed, and another row of words floated out. Actually, I still don't understand. I can understand why you want to kill me, but why do you have such a deep hatred for Dongfang and the others and plan to kill them too? Greg sneered in his mind. What does a young kid like you know about these things? The light screen ahead changed again. However, it's fine. In any case, Dongfang and the others have already safely retreated. It's just a pity that you must have spent a lot of money to invite those cosmic pirates over, right? Now, not only did you not complete your goal, you even made those cosmic pirates suffer heavy losses. I think you'll definitely lose a lot this time. Greg almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, wasn't it because of your appearance that my carefully prepared plan was ruined? It was one thing for there to be only some cosmic pirates, but the key was that there were also some other factions mixed in with those cosmic pirates. They had suffered losses, so it was the greatest problem if they did not achieve their goal. If not for this, Greg would not have hated Chu Nan so much and would rather chase after him alone for so long. Damn kid, when I capture you later, I definitely won't let you die quickly. I must torture you to my heart's content before I let you die in humiliation. Greg swore fiercely in his mind and focused on circulating his internal breath with all his might to increase his speed again. Seeing that Greg's speed had increased from the monitoring screen, Chu Nan was not shocked but happy. Even if his speed increased, it was impossible for Greg to catch up before he arrived at the stargate. Moreover, if someone like Greg wanted to increase his flying speed by expending a large amount of internal breath, it would only make his momentum even weaker and give Chu Nan more room to operate. As Chu Nan continued to send all kinds of carefully fabricated words to disturb and anger Greg, he opened the communication device again and sent a message to the fleet of the Ceres security company that had already arrived in another star system 41 light-years away, indicating that he would soon jump over the stargate and ask them to prepare to receive him. After receiving Dongfan's surprised response, Chu Nan laughed and stopped harassing Greg. He also started the super mini spaceship with all his might and adjusted its engine output to the limit before flying towards the stargate. Both sides used full-speed flight, causing the journey that originally needed 51 minutes to end in only 43 minutes. When he saw the symbol of the stargate appear on the star map of the mainframe AI, Chu Nan was overjoyed. This meant that the stargate was only less than 5 light-seconds away from him. With his current speed, he could reach it in less than 5 minutes. However, just as he was about to adjust his direction, the mainframe AI suddenly sounded an alarm. Chu Nan was shocked and discovered that on the monitoring screen, dozens of cosmic battleships of various sizes had suddenly appeared in the cosmic realm that led to the stargate. Damn, where's the one-on-one duel? Chu Nan thought for a moment and immediately understood. Clearly, after Greg discovered that Chu Nan was escaping towards the stargate, he had guessed his goal and contacted Sand Eagle's space fleet to stop him. As expected, the moment the mainframe AI sounded the alarm, countless particle beams shot over from the distant dark universe. Chu Nan only had time to curse before he hurriedly lowered the engine power output of the super mini spaceship. He closed the automatic driving mode and took over the manual driving. With his super data ability and reaction speed, it was naturally impossible for these particle beams to hit him from at least 2 light-seconds away. He easily dodged them. However, by doing these dodging actions and lowering the engine's power output, it inevitably caused the speed of the super mini spaceship to decrease. In just this short while, the monitoring screen had already displayed that Greg had closed a long distance behind him. However, Chu Nan had no choice. He could only try his best to dodge the attacks of the distant space fleet and find the safe path to the stargate from the dense particle beams. 4 light-seconds away from the stargate, Greg was 5.7 light-seconds away. 3 light-seconds away from the stargate, Greg was 4.2 light-seconds away. 2 light-seconds away from the stargate, Greg was 2.7 light-seconds away. 1 light-second away from the stargate, Greg was 1.2 light-seconds away. When he was 130,000 kilometers away from the stargate, Greg finally caught up. Chapter 693. Seeing that Greg had already appeared behind the super mini spaceship that was almost visible to the naked eye, Chu Nan gritted his teeth and activated the automatic driving mode of the super mini spaceship again, allowing it to quickly fly towards the stargate. He opened the door and flew out of the super mini spaceship before rushing towards Greg and throwing a punch. A trace of surprise flashed across Greg's face, then turned into a sneer filled with mockery. Kid, you know that you can't escape, so you want to risk your life? Greg sneered in his mind and spun his palm. The surrounding space seemed to have spun with his palm. Chu Nan immediately felt the spatial energy around him being sucked dry, causing him to almost be unable to control his movements. Even his body felt suffocated because of the lack of spatial energy. Fortunately, Chu Nan quickly reacted and adjusted the frequency of the spatial energy. In the blink of an eye, he adapted to this change and still threw a punch at Greg. This time, Greg was really surprised. He did not expect Chu Nan to still have the ability to move under such circumstances and even counterattack. However, kid, no matter how you possess such a magical ability, you're not a heaven control expert like me. Greg retracted his palm and slapped Chu Nan from afar. When he slapped out, it was as if the entire space had been absorbed into his palm, causing Chu Nan to have nowhere to dodge and hide. However, Chu Nan did not think of hiding at all. He sensed the change in spatial energy in the surrounding space and adjusted his punch slightly, hitting the most turbulent point in this space. Boom! There was no sound in space, but Chu Nan felt a loud bang in his head. His eardrums were instantly shattered, and his entire body seemed to have been struck by a huge hammer. Blood spat out from his mouth and nostrils at the same time, and blood seeped out of the corners of his eyes. His entire body was broken and his flesh was mangled from the intense vibration. Under the heavy blow, Chu Nan's body flew back at a speed that far exceeded his normal speed. Even if the strength of his body had already reached the heaven control realm, the powerful difference in internal breath between him and a true heaven control expert like Greg made it impossible for him to win or face it head-on. With just a strike, Chu Nan had already lost all his ability to resist. However, this was not the end. It did not mean that Chu Nan had given up resisting. Even under such circumstances, Chu Nan still barely controlled his body to fly in a strange arc in space. At first, Greg was a little strange, but a moment later, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Good kid, you actually calculated this. The direction in which Chu Nan was sent flying was actually at the right angle to the star in the direction of the stargate. According to the current movement, Chu Nan would actually overlap with the super small spaceship in front of the stargate and pass through it. Greg did not know if that super small spaceship had the ability to jump through the stargate, but he was very certain that since Chu Nan dared to do this, he could. Although his true contact with Chu Nan was not much, he still left a very deep impression. Regarding this kid, he was even more confident than his most capable subordinate many times. Seeing that Chu Nan and the ultra-small spaceship were getting closer and closer and were about to overlap and pass through the stargate, Greg's heart and expression gradually sank. This kid was extremely talented and his cultivation method was magical. If he was let go like this, he would definitely become a huge problem in the future. However, his palm strike earlier could already be considered to have been done in anger and he planned to kill Chu Nan with a palm strike. He did not expect that Chu Nan would be able to find the strongest point in his palm strike in such a dangerous situation and rely on his head-on collision to escape his spatial seal. Moreover, he was prepared in advance, causing the speed at which Chu Nan was sent flying to be countless times faster than Chu Nan's own flying speed. With just a glance, Greg knew that he definitely could not catch up. He could only watch helplessly as Chu Nan and the super miniature spaceship approached and were about to overlap. When he recalled that most of the important matters that he had carefully planned for many years had been destroyed by this kid, but now, he could only watch helplessly as he escaped, Greg was filled with anger and regret. If only he had listened to Moto's advice back then and directly killed this kid the first time he saw him, he would not have fallen into this situation. However, when he recalled Chu Nan's shocking performance in several incidents, Greg discovered that he did not have the 100% confidence he had when he encountered everything in the past. Even if he had really made up his mind to kill Chu Nan at that time, could he really succeed? Looking at Chu Nan and the super mini spaceship that had completely overlapped in the distant universe, Greg felt a trace of doubt. At this moment, several dazzling white lights suddenly shuttled past Greg and instantly crossed tens of thousands of kilometers to shoot towards the distant Chu Nan and the super mini spaceship. One of the white lights cut through the black starry sky and struck the ultra-miniature spaceship. In the particle beam fired by the stellar-grade cosmic battleship, the super miniature spaceship that did not have any defense instantly turned to dust. It did not even explode and disappeared from the universe. Greg was stunned and could not help but laugh. Kid, it seems that you're destined to die here. Ha ha. In the vast universe, the chances of hitting a super mini spaceship that was only a few times larger than a person in the distance from more than 100,000 kilometers away were definitely not higher than accurately hitting a mosquito 500 kilometers away with a cannon shell. When Greg summoned these space fleets, he originally only recalled the effect of obstructing Chu Nan's speed and did not have high hopes for them. He did not expect that at the most critical moment, they had actually completed the most important strike. The light of the particle beam faded. Greg looked at Chu Nan's lonely figure that continued to float in the cosmos in the distance and laughed wildly. Kid, let's see how you escape this time. After shouting in his mind, Greg's figure flashed and he crossed more than 1,000 kilometers to slap Chu Nan. This palm strike fused all his anger, helplessness, and regret from before. The danger of this palm strike was so great that even the entire cosmic realm seemed to be shaking. It was more than world shaking. He had to kill Chu Nan with this palm. This time, he would not allow Chu Nan to have any chance to escape. Chapter 694. Even with a super brain that was comparable to the latest AI, the moment he saw the super mini spaceship being accurately struck by the particle beam, Chu Nan was stunned for a moment. His only hope of escaping Greg's clutches was to pass through the Stargate. After all, Greg was not a Stargrade martial artist and could not pass through the Stargate with his body. Clearly, it was impossible for him to lead the fleet to jump through the Stargate and pursue Chu Nan. Therefore, as long as Chu Nan passed through the Stargate and met up with Dongfang and the others, he could confirm his safety. However, now, his only hope was shattered in front of him. He was only a step away. To be precise, he was only 0.37 seconds away from successfully flying into the cockpit of the super mini spaceship and activating it with all his might. He only needed less than 2 seconds to jump over the Stargate and successfully escape. However, this 0.37 second difference made him only be able to watch helplessly as the super mini spaceship was accurately struck by the particle beam and turned to dust. He was going to die. This was Chu Nan's first thought after he recovered. Now that he was alone in space, without the help of a super mini spaceship, not to mention crossing the Stargate, he did not even have the capital to continue playing hide and seek with Greg in space. Even if he had a powerful heaven-controlled body, so what if he could survive in space? There was no way he could fly faster than Greg, and he was no match for him. Therefore, he was dead. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Chu Nan immediately felt the crazy surge of space energy in the universe behind him. Clearly, Greg would not miss this rare opportunity and immediately attacked. Feeling the terrifying spatial energy behind him, Chu Nan smiled bitterly in his mind. No matter how easily he could kill low-level void break martial artists and defeat high-level void break martial artists, and even if he was confident that he could face the top-notch 5th stage void break martial artists, a void break martial artist was still a void break martial artist. Even if he should be the most special void break martial artist in history, he was only a void break martial artist in the end. Void break martial artists were still different from heaven control martial artists. The difference in level was simply worlds apart. In front of the true heaven control expert, Greg, it was impossible for him to win or survive. The surrounding space continued to compress and spatial energy crazily attacked Chu Nan. Coupled with Greg's palm that seemed to have filled the entire world, Chu Nan's mind was completely suppressed and even his thoughts of resisting disappeared. Kid, die! A huge roar suddenly sounded in space. It was Greg using the vibration of spatial energy to spread his roar. Although this would consume more internal breath, he did not care. He was certain that it was impossible for Chu Nan to escape. This roar was not only to sentence him to death but also to vent the anger in his heart. This guy who had brought countless troubles to Sand Eagle and destroyed countless of Greg's hard work was finally going to die in my hands. The furious roar entered Chu Nan's ears along with the vibration of spatial energy. The powerful spatial energy vibration caused his body to tremble. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices that had just stopped bleeding, and even his skin was covered in blood, causing him to look like a bloody person. Feeling the pain all over his body, Chu Nan's mind jolted, but he immediately woke up from his shock and despair. Then, he felt furious. How can I wait for death so easily? Chu Nan also roared in his mind. An extremely dazzling white light suddenly erupted from his body. At the same time, an extremely bright green aura rose and enveloped his entire body. With the powerful supplement of the goddess song cultivation method and the flame of life, his body, which had been heavily injured from fighting with Greg, instantly recovered. Then, he threw another punch. Boom! This time, both sides also attacked with all their might without holding back. The intense spatial energy fluctuation caused by the battle actually caused a large area of the surrounding cosmos to tremble violently. Countless black cracks that tore through the starry sky spread throughout this cosmos, as if countless blacker strips of cloth had been stuck to the already dense starry sky. However, every black crack meant that the positive space had been torn apart, representing endless danger. Chu Nan felt as if his body had been torn apart by countless spatial cracks. The terrifying pressure tore apart every bone, muscle, meridian, and blood vessel in his body. Extreme pain swept through his entire body. If not for the fact that Chu Nan had experienced several extremely painful tests, he might have fainted. With just a contact, Chu Nan immediately understood a fact. The chasm between a void break martial artist and a heaven control martial artist was impossible to make up for. Even if he counterattacked with all his might, it was impossible for him to do anything to Greg. He could not even cause any damage to him through his counterattack. Alright, even if I have to die, I can't die in your hands. Chu Nan's mind raced as he quickly considered the current situation and made a decision. At this moment, Greg's palm had already slapped down. The surrounding space was completely locked by his palm force. Even huge spatial energy condensed into a huge palm that covered the sky and covered the earth as it covered Chu Nan. Clearly, this was Greg's counterattack to Chu Nan's palm strike when he was demonstrating at the Sand Eagle headquarters. Compared to Chu Nan's palm strike that slapped down in the air and left a huge palm print on the square of the Sand Eagle headquarters, although Greg's palm strike did not allow him to slap out on the spot, the huge palm condensed from terrifying spatial energy was clearly visible. The size was dozens of times larger than Chu Nan's palm strike back then, causing everyone to feel that he had nowhere to dodge. Chu Nan did not think he could dodge and did not plan to. Through the small changes in the spatial energy that surged wildly around him, Chu Nan clearly controlled the weakest spatial energy in this palm strike and was the most suitable place for his next move. In the next moment, his body shook. A powerful internal breath stirred the spatial energy and erupted, causing the restriction on him to be slightly shaken. Then, he barely twisted his body and threw a punch at the second joint of the huge palm's middle finger. The punch landed. Even if this was the weakest spatial energy in the huge palm, it still made Chu Nan unable to block it. He did not really have the intention to block. While sensing a powerful counterattack, Chu Nan twisted his body again and erupted at the same time, flying in the direction of the spatial energy counterattack. He originally thought that Greg, a true heaven control expert, would be much slower, but this was the same as the previous strike. He had borrowed Greg's strength to fly out, so his speed was naturally countless times faster. However, blocking this palm strike with his body still caused him to suffer even heavier injuries. If not for the fact that his body had already reached the heaven control realm and had erupted with the flame of life and the goddess song to protect his entire body in advance, he would have died on the spot. However, even so, he had completely lost control of his body at this moment. He could only let the powerful force fly him forward at high speed. Even Greg could not catch up. In front of him was a huge stargate. Chapter 695. Seeing Chu Nan fly into the stargate and disappear into the huge spatial vortex that countless people felt like they were about to be swallowed with a glance, Greg could not help but be stunned and stop flying. He floated in space and looked at the huge stargate in the distance with an extremely complicated expression. This kid is actually willing to commit suicide in the stargate than be killed by me. In the battle earlier, he had naturally sensed Chu Nan's final strike and had also thought that this cunning kid might have other plans. Therefore, he was originally prepared to react. If Chu Nan did not die under that palm strike, he would definitely not let him continue living. Chu Nan did not have the help of a miniature spaceship now and could no longer surpass Greg in terms of speed. He could completely allow him to crush him. However, Greg did not expect Chu Nan to choose the most surprising method and directly commit suicide. That's right, other than star-grade martial artists, anyone else entering the stargate with their bodies was no different from suicide. Greg was silent for a moment, then shook his head. This kid's personality is quite unyielding. Unfortunately, he originally had the chance to become a true expert like me, and he might even become a star-grade martial artist who could truly cross the sea of stars with his body. However, he died here at such a young age without a corpse. What a pity. Greg sighed inwardly. He turned around and disappeared. Although Chu Nan had brought him and Sand Eagle huge trouble, since he was already dead and the fleet of the Earth Federation had already escaped, he could only throw these things to the back of his mind and start to deal with the greater trouble in front of him. 41 light years away. On the flagship of the Ceres Security Company's space fleet, the command room was dead silent. Just 30 minutes ago, Chu Nan had used the mainframe AI of the super mini spaceship to maintain contact with them. They could clearly see his every move. When Chu Nan left the mini spaceship and turned around to face Greg, everyone broke out in cold sweat for him. They did not know why he did such an unwise action. However, later on, when they saw Chu Nan fly back and happen to meet up with the super mini spaceship to pass through the stargate, everyone could not help but cheer. Chu Nan's idea was too bold and exceeded everyone's expectations. It also exceeded the expectations of the other party's heaven control realm expert. Only then did he finally find this turning point in his almost impossible escape. Throughout the entire process, the meticulousness, calm, courage, and terrifyingly precise calculations displayed by Chu Nan deeply shocked everyone, causing them to praise this young man who was said to be a few months younger than Dongfang. Such an extremely powerful young genius martial artist would definitely write in the history of the Earth Federation in the future and become one of the strongest star-grade martial artists. However, a change occurred. The moment the particle beam struck the super mini spaceship, everyone who had been paying attention to the huge virtual screen turned pale. After losing the ultra-miniature spaceship, how could Chu Nan pass through the stargate? How could he escape the pursuit of that heaven control realm expert? Everyone fell silent. Dongfang was the most silent among these people. He stared at the huge virtual screen that had already returned to darkness because of the complete loss of signal. He clenched his fists tightly and was silent for more than 20 minutes before saying in a low voice, "Is there a way to capture the signal of Chu Nan's personal terminal?" The subordinate in charge of monitoring the signal shook his head with a dejected expression. Dongfang took a deep breath and turned to ask his left and right, "Then is there a way to obtain the monitoring video of the Leppler Star System's Stargate? I want to know what happened after that." The subordinate was even more troubled. The stargates of such an independent starfield are all created and maintained by the NOTTEM Chamber of Commerce alone. If you want to obtain real-time monitoring video, you have to ask. I don't care so much. Dongfang suddenly roared, "Contact the NOTTEM Chamber of Commerce immediately and get them to send me the recording of that scene just now, or get them to open up the information sharing. If they dare to disagree, I swear I'll make life difficult for the NOTTEM Chamber of Commerce and our Earth Federation in the future." The subordinate was shocked and did not dare to say anything else. He hurriedly turned around and was about to try to contact the NOTTEM Chamber of Commerce according to Dongfang's instructions when he suddenly discovered an unexpected situation. He turned around in surprise and said to Dongfang that, "No, a communication request signal marked as the NOTTEM Chamber of Commerce has been sent over. Should we answer it?" "Nonsense. Hurry up and answer." Dongfang was also stunned for a moment before calming down and hurriedly giving the order. Soon, the communication request was picked up. The slightly round face of Director Roar appeared on the huge virtual screen of the command room. "Mr. Dongfang." Director Roar greeted Dongfang with a hesitant expression. He paused for a moment and sighed, "I have a piece of video information here. You might want to see it, but you might not." As the highest level person in charge of the NOTTEM Chamber of Commerce on the Sapphire Star field, Director Roar should not have said such a thing. However, he knew very well what this video information meant to Dongfang and the Earth Federation fleet he represented. Therefore, even he could not help but hesitate. Dongfang simply nodded. "If it's related to Chu Nan, send it over." Director Roar looked at Dongfang deeply and did not say anything else. He operated his hand and a moment later, a document was sent over. The subordinate in charge of information processing looked at Dongfang in doubt, and Dongfang nodded at him. "Let it out. Also, send a copy to Muluo. Angie Prairie will definitely see it." The subordinate hurriedly agreed. On the virtual screen of the command room, the figure of Director Roar, who was still communicating, was squeezed to the side. Most of the screen began to broadcast the video information that Director Roar had just sent. This video information was the real-time monitoring video of the Leppler Stargate that Dongfang wanted to obtain the most. The video information was not long, only about 15 minutes. It displayed what had happened in front of the Stargate previously. The initial part was similar to the information Dongfang and the others had. Chu Nan broke free from the encirclement of the enemy fleet and abandoned the super mini spaceship. He turned around and fought head-on with Grek. He used his ingenious calculations to achieve his goal, but he was destroyed by an unexpected particle beam. Compared to the situation that Dongfang and the others could only obtain through the information monitoring device on the super mini spaceship, the real-time monitoring system of the Stargate had the top-notch technical support of the NOTTEM Chamber of Commerce. The perspective was much wider than in the super mini spaceship, and they could see the overall situation more clearly. From this video information, all the judgments and actions Chu Nan had made at that time could be said to be perfect. It was so exquisite that it was unbelievable that a human could do this. However, he had lost to the most important element, luck. Chapter 696. Although Chu Nan moved and had thought of a way, when the particle beam happened to hit the super mini spaceship, his fate was already destined. Next, everyone saw what Chu Nan did at the last minute. Seeing Chu Nan's figure disappear into the Stargate, everyone fell silent again. Everyone knew very well that Chu Nan was not a star-grade martial artist, nor was he even a heaven control realm martial artist. Therefore, there was only one result for him to fly into the Stargate with his body. He would be crushed into the tiniest basic particles by the alternate space passageway opened by the Stargate without a corpse. This time, Chu Nan was definitely dead. There was no possibility of him surviving. After a long silence, Director Rule, who had been maintaining the communication, broke the silence with a sigh. "Sigh. To be honest, Mr. Chu Nan is a one-star VIP of our NOTTEM Chamber of Commerce. He has many cooperative research projects related to martial artists with our Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, we discovered a very worth studying about him some time ago. We originally wanted to invite him to participate in the research after he returned to the Earth Federation. I didn't expect that now." Sigh. Dongfang looked at him expressionlessly. If your not Tem Chamber of Commerce really values Chu Nan so much, why didn't you attack on planet Leppler? Must you come and put on a show after seeing him end up like this? Dongfang Mueller frowned slightly and shouted softly. After all, the other party was an important regional person in charge of the not Tem Chamber of Commerce. Mocking him would only arouse the dislike of the not Tem Chamber of Commerce. It was meaningless. Now that Chu Nan was already dead, nothing he did would change this outcome. If he still offended the not Tem Chamber of Commerce because of this, it would not be worth it. One had to know that the Ruhr Council had immediately taken the initiative to contact Dongfang and send this video information to his hand. It had already fully displayed the importance of the not Tem Chamber of Commerce to Chu Nan and also displayed their respect for him. This was enough. Director Ruhr did not react much. He only smiled bitterly and sighed. Alright, I know it's too late to say anything now. Mr. Dongfang, regarding the subsequent arrangements of this matter, if there's anything you need the help of our not Tem Chamber of Commerce, you can directly contact the Earth Federation branch of our Chamber of Commerce. Then, now, goodbye. After saying that, Director Ruhr bowed slightly to Dongfang and closed the communication interface. Dongfang's gaze moved up slightly and landed on the virtual image that occupied a large area of the virtual screen. Now, this effect stopped at the last second. Apart from a huge stargate that was like a vortex, there was nothing else. However, Dongfang seemed to have been mesmerized by this huge stargate. He stared at it without moving. After a while, the subordinate in charge of information collection carefully reminded him, Miss Angie Prairie sent a message. Dongfang's body shook slightly before he retracted his gaze. Answer it. A moment later, Angie Prairie's beautiful face appeared on the huge virtual screen. However, at this moment, this beautiful face seemed to have suddenly lost all its luster and became extremely dim. The relaxed smile that was originally on Angie Prairie's face at any time had completely disappeared at this moment. Although her expression still looked calm, Dongfang could easily see two burning flames in her eyes that were filled with bone-chilling coldness. He had never expected that Angie Prairie would show such a side one day. The reason why it became like this was clearly because of Chu Nan. When he thought of Chu Nan, the corners of Dongfang's mouth twitched and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Angie Prairie, what do you plan to do next? Angie Prairie looked at Dongfang expressionlessly. I'm not here to discuss this with you. I'm only here to inform you to let me down at the next space station. Let you go. Dongfang was stunned. You haven't completely left the Sapphire Star field. Why are you going down? Then, he was shocked. You can't be thinking of taking revenge for Chu Nan now, right? Calm down. It's impossible for you to do it now. Let's discuss it slowly after we return. I know. Angie Prairie interrupted Dongfang bluntly and was still expressionless. I won't avenge him now. I don't have the ability. However, since Chu Nan is dead, my oath will definitely take effect. I'll patiently wait until I'm strong enough. Therefore, I don't want to waste even a second. I want to focus on cultivation. Dongfang looked at Angie Prairie in a daze. He knew very well that the more calm Angie Prairie appeared at such a time, the more it proved how terrifying her determination was. When he recalled the oath that Angie Prairie had mentioned in front of Chu Nan, Dongfang could not help but feel a chill. If it was anyone else, Dongfang would definitely doubt if he could fulfill this terrifying oath. However, Dongfang believed Angie Prairie's words. This woman was usually carefree and did not take anything to heart. However, if she really went crazy, no one could imagine how terrifying she would become. Most importantly, she might really have that ability in the future. When he thought of the fate that planet Leppler might suffer, how could Dongfang not feel a chill in his heart? However, on second thought, Dongfang could not help but laugh. Ha! Planet Leppler? The Rand clansmen? Who cares if they die? Ha ha! Mueller and the other subordinates looked at Dongfang, who was suddenly laughing wildly and thought that he had suddenly gone crazy because of Chu Nan's death. Angie Prairie, you're right. Dongfang laughed wildly for a while before suddenly giving Angie Prairie a thumbs up and praising her. A bright smile returned to his face. It's true that we don't have the ability to avenge Chu Nan now, but that doesn't mean that we won't in the future. When you become powerful enough in the future, I'll definitely lead a fleet to flatten the entire planet Leppler with you and let that sinful planet die. The flames in Angie Prairie's eyes seemed to have instantly lit up. She also revealed an extremely bright smile and nodded at Dongfang. Very good, I'll patiently wait for this day. If you forget, I'll kill you for Chu Nan. Dongfang smiled and said, I won't give you this chance. Seeing that Angie Prairie and Dongfang seemed to have fallen into madness because of Chu Nan's death, the worry in Mueller's heart deepened. If ordinary people said this, they would at most be treated as crazy words and laugh it off. However, Mueller knew very well that the two people in front of him could be said to be the most outstanding two in the younger generation of the Earth Federation. Not only were they outstanding, but the faction behind them was also powerful. If they really made up their minds, an extremely terrifying force would definitely erupt. Thinking of this, Mueller could not help but smile bitterly. Chu Nan, it's peaceful for you if you die, but do you know how shocking an effect you will have on others? Chapter 697. If one had to choose between a 0% chance and a 0.001% chance, most normal people would choose 0.001%. The reason was very simple. 0% meant that it was impossible. Although the chances of 0.001% were extremely low, there was still a trace of hope. Chu Nan was a normal person, so he chose 0.001%. Without the help of a miniature spaceship, his flying speed in the main space universe was far inferior to that of a true heaven control expert like Grek. As for the hope of defeating Grek, the moment he came into contact with Grek, he had already determined that it was impossible. Then, if he continued to maintain this situation, there was only one outcome. The probability of death was 100%, and the probability of survival was 0%. Chu Nan was unwilling to die, so he made the only judgment that could let him live, which was to rush into the Stargate. At that moment, an interesting piece of news appeared in Chu Nan's mind. This was a statistic regarding accidents in the history of the various star-level civilizations in the Milky Way. The data showed that among all kinds of strange space accidents, more than 3,781 happened when the spaceship passed through the Stargate. In these 3,781 accidents, more than 100,000 people were swept into the Stargate and died without a corpse. If that was all, it would be fine. However, in the statistics, it was mentioned that in these accidents, a passenger of a spaceship that had been lost was discovered 300 light-years away from the Stargate. Although this passenger was not a heaven control expert and had long died, his corpse was still intact. According to this, the space experts speculated that this passenger had most likely encountered an unintentional passageway in the alternate space after being sucked into the alternate space channel opened by the Stargate in the spaceship's accident. Then, he underwent an unexpected interstellar crossing and arrived in another star system 300 light-years away. Although humans had opened the alternate space passageway through the Stargate to perform the interplanetary jump for nearly 10,000 years, they were still exploring the situation of the alternate space. It was normal for all kinds of unexpected situations to happen. Therefore, most people could only agree with this conclusion. Of course, more than 100,000 people were involved in the accident without any bones left. Only one person had encountered such an accident. The probability was at most 0.001%. What Chu Nan wanted was this 0.001%. If he continued to face Grek in the main space, he had nowhere to escape and could only die. Although the possibility of encountering a special spatial passageway after rushing into the Stargate was only 0.001%, it was better than 0%. He was different from that passenger. The current him already had a heaven-controlled body and could live in space without any problems. That passenger's body could still be intact when passing through the special spatial passageway, so Chu Nan naturally could. Therefore, as long as he encountered it, he had hope of surviving. 0.001%. 1 in 100,000. The moment his body came into contact with the Stargate, Chu Nan was still filled with anticipation, looking forward to becoming the lucky 1 in 100,000. This was because if he did not encounter this 1 in 100,000 chance, he would definitely die. However, as soon as his body entered the Stargate, the heartless reality immediately shattered the last trace of delusion in his heart. Due to the fact that he had been studying outside for all these years, Chu Nan had taken a spaceship to jump through the Stargate more than 10 times. He was not especially unfamiliar with the situation in the alternate space passageway. Compared to the starry universe in the main space, the battle in the alternate space was much more boring. There was no starlight, only colorful light belts that darted around. However, every light belt represented an extremely powerful spatial energy turbulence. Apart from spaceships with powerful energy shields and star-grade martial artists who were long invincible in terms of the physical body and had an astonishing understanding and control of spatial energy, nothing could remain intact in front of this spatial energy turbulence. Anything that entered the alternate spatial passageway would be crushed into the tiniest particles by the chaotic spatial energy inside. If ordinary people entered, not to mention bones, not even a cell could survive. Now that Chu Nan had suddenly barged in alone, it was as if he had instantly angered the crazy spatial energy in the alternate space. He instantly felt the extremely terrifying, crazy, and powerful spatial energy surging towards him like a raging sea. Every part of his body felt endless spatial energy crazily squeezing into his body as if it wanted to crush him, a foreign object that had suddenly barged in. Under such terrifying pressure, Chu Nan's heavily injured body immediately suffered even heavier damage. He had no choice but to quickly adjust his internal breath and barely control the spatial energy in his body. He forcefully used the flame of life to repair his body. At the same time, he had to mobilize the spatial energy to set up an energy shield around his body and try his best to block the crazy spatial energy of the alternate space. However, replenishing his life force required the conversion of spatial energy, and the energy shield would consume a large amount of spatial energy. Although Chu Nan's body had already fused with a large amount of spatial energy when he underwent the second refinement, he could not last long under such terrifying consumption. Chu Nan still tried his best to maintain his mind. He knew very well that he was not the lucky 1 in 100,000. According to the current situation, the spatial energy stored in his body could only last for a short 37 seconds. 37 seconds later, he could not continue to maintain the energy shield. His body would definitely be easily shattered by the violent spatial energy in the alternate space and turn into the tiniest basic particles. He would be deader than dead. In other words, he only had 37 seconds left to live. Will I die if I don't change this situation? Various thoughts spun wildly in Chu Nan's mind, but in the end, he faced a simple choice. Should he continue to maintain the current situation and wait for the special spatial passageway that might appear in 37 seconds to send him back to the positive spatial universe? Or should he take the initiative to seek change and find the equally slim possibility? Chu Nan quickly made a decision. He had never been a person who waited passively. In the face of a choice that had to be made, he had always liked to take the initiative to seek change and find more possibilities from it. Moreover, although the current situation was extremely dangerous, he was not completely confident. Although the spatial energy in the space around him was violent, in his opinion, no matter how violent the spatial energy was, he could still grasp some of the patterns. With the powerful data ability given to him by a powerful brain that was equivalent to an AI, he had survived the most dangerous situations in the past year. This time was definitely no exception. There were 25 seconds left. Chapter 698. Chu Nan knew very well that the test he faced this time was definitely the most serious test in his life. This was because this time, it would determine his life and death. Fortunately, Chu Nan had walked through the line of life and death a few times in the past year and had already nurtured his heart to remain calm in the face of death. At this moment, his mind was extremely clear and his mind was extremely clear. His perception and data collection of the surrounding space was even faster, more precise, and more comprehensive. Chu Nan stored all the data of the violent spatial energy that was raging around his body in his mind. He discovered that although this spatial energy was much more violent and chaotic than the spatial energy of the main spatial universe, it was still the same in essence. They were all the same spatial energy. Since their essence was the same, since he could control the spatial energy in the main space, he should be able to do it in the alternate space. At the very least, it was fine if it could affect him slightly. 19 seconds left. As Chu Nan carefully removed the energy shield that was covering his body with his spatial energy, he paid close attention to the changes in the spatial energy around him. Perhaps sensing that he had removed his defense, the already crazy spatial energy invaded his body even more crazily. Chu Nan had no choice but to increase the circulation of his internal breath and strengthen the flow of his spatial energy on the surface of his body, barely forming a balance with the violent spatial energy of the outside world. This balance was abnormally fragile. Chu Nan had to accurately calculate the balance of energy in every part of his body and quickly adjust his control of spatial energy the moment there was a change in the external spatial energy. This adjustment might be extremely small, but as long as he was not careful, the violent spatial energy of the outside world would open a gap in Chu Nan's body and swallow him whole. 14 seconds left. Chu Nan finally retracted all the spatial energy in his body below the surface, allowing all his hair and skin to be exposed to the violent spatial energy. In an instant, all the hair and skin on Chu Nan's body were completely destroyed by the violent spatial energy. If anyone saw this now, they would discover that Chu Nan had actually become a terrifying blood person who had his skin completely peeled off. Chu Nan did not feel terrified. He did not even have the time to pay attention to the pain that felt like countless needles were stabbing into his entire body. The moment the spatial energy destroyed all his hair and skin, he immediately activated the internal breath he had long prepared and faced it. Boom! Although there was no sound, Chu Nan felt a huge voice explode in his brain and every part of his body. As soon as his internal breath came into contact with the violent spatial energy of the outside world, it immediately caused a terrifying reaction that far exceeded Chu Nan's imagination. According to Chu Nan's plan, when his internal breath came into contact with these violent spatial energies, it should be like what he had done countless times in the main spatial universe. He should use his internal breath to affect these violent spatial energies and use it for himself. However, as soon as his internal breath came into contact with these violent spatial energies, it was as if a dry stick had encountered a raging fire. The originally extremely violent spatial energy became even more violent. His internal breath was also thrown into chaos by these spatial energies, causing the aura in Chu Nan's meridians to surge and he almost lost control. With just a touch, Chu Nan's flesh, which had already lost all the protection of his skin, completely exploded. The flesh on his bloody body flew everywhere, and it was even more tragic. However, Chu Nan was still not dead. 12 seconds left. Chu Nan carefully adjusted his internal breath and stretched it out again. Although the contact just now had caused him to suffer heavy losses, under the direct contact of his internal breath and the violent spatial energy of the outside world, he had gathered extremely precious data. After extending his internal breath this time, he had already made the corresponding adjustments. As expected, although the contact of his internal breath and the violent spatial energy caused another intense conflict, the reaction was much gentler than the first time. Chu Nan gathered a large amount of data from this contact again. 11 seconds left. Chu Nan spent a second quickly analyzing these data in his mind and adjusted his internal breath to a special frequency before facing the violent spatial energy that was isolated near his flesh. This time, the contact between his internal breath and the violent spatial energy was abnormally calm. His internal breath easily mixed with this violent spatial energy. Although Chu Nan could still feel the rejection of the violent spatial energy, it was no longer as intense as before. 10 seconds left. Chu Nan spent another 3 seconds and quickly made more than 100 subtle adjustments to his internal breath. Finally, his internal breath perfectly fused with the violent spatial energy of the outside world and did not reject it anymore. There were 7 seconds left. However, letting his internal breath fuse with the violent spatial energy of the outside world only meant that Chu Nan had completed the first step. Next, he had to control these violent spatial energies. In just a thousandth of a second, Chu Nan determined that it was impossible to rely on his internal breath that was only equivalent to a second-stage void break martial artist to complete the control of the violent spatial energy in the surrounding space. Since it was impossible to completely control it, he could only take a step back and let these violent spatial energies no longer reject his body. If he wanted to do this, he could only refine his body further. A trace of hesitation involuntarily flashed through Chu Nan's mind. Under such circumstances, the pain he endured far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. He did not dare to guarantee that he could endure it. However, this hesitation only made him stop thinking for less than a thousandth of a second before he threw it to the back of his mind. He had no choice. After figuring this out, Chu Nan began to mobilize his internal breath with all his might and affected the violent spatial energy around him bit by bit. He tried to fuse it into his meridians and fuse it into his flesh, blood, and bones. Chu Nan immediately felt as if his meridians had been trampled by 10,000 wild bulls. This violent spatial energy was simply unrestrained and rampaged in his body. He was certain that the injuries he had suffered in the past year were probably not as painful as this moment. If not for the fact that he was already mentally prepared and had calculated this result through various precise data, Chu Nan would definitely have completely lost consciousness at the first moment and been destroyed by the violent spatial energy, turning into another corpse in the alternate space. Now, Chu Nan was already prepared. He firmly controlled his mind to continue spinning wildly and controlled his internal breath to guide the violent spatial energy to continue entering his body. Every place he went, this violent spatial energy would cause extremely terrifying damage to his body. However, the deeper he went, the closer the violent spatial energy fused with Chu Nan's internal breath. Finally, the first violent spatial energy fused with his internal breath and entered his dantian. Phew! Chu Nan felt as if his lower abdomen had been heavily smashed by a huge hammer. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, but he was instantly destroyed by the violent spatial energy of the alternate space into the tiniest basic particles and disappeared as if he had evaporated. The heavy blow to his dantian almost made Chu Nan feel that it was about to shatter. However, Chu Nan did not panic at all. Instead, he felt a trace of joy. As he had expected, no matter how violent the spatial energy was, as long as the essence was the same, it was still spatial energy that could be controlled. Chapter 699. Although this trace of violent spatial energy that he had deliberately guided into his body had caused great damage to his body and even almost shattered his dantian, he still endured the impact and included this trace of violent spatial energy in the internal breath cycle. This meant that he could finally absorb a portion of the violent spatial energy from the outside world and replenish the spatial energy that was about to be exhausted in his body. Although the spatial energy that could truly allow him to absorb and replenish was only a very small trace of the violent spatial energy, not even 1%, this meant that Chu Nan's plan had become possible. He could really absorb and control the violent spatial energy as he did with the spatial energy in the positive spatial universe. 6 seconds left. Chu Nan did not dare to hesitate. As he urged his internal breath to circulate the flame of life to repair his severely damaged meridians, he carefully used his internal breath to guide a trace of violent spatial energy from the outside world into his body. In order to ensure that his internal breath could last long enough and his control of it was precise, Chu Nan did not even dare to burn his life. The treatment and recovery of his meridians were only enough. As long as he could ensure that his meridians would not completely break under the impact of the violent spatial energy, it was enough. In order to ensure this, he had no choice but to endure the intense pain that felt as if countless knives were crazily cutting his entire body. At the same time, he had to ensure that his brain was sufficient and rely on his powerful data ability to perform the most precise and exquisite control of his internal breath. He knew very well that if there was even the slightest mistake, the fragile balance he was trying to maintain would instantly collapse. What he faced was death. Under such an extremely harsh requirement, Chu Nan did it. The trace of violent spatial energy that was guided in for the second time was slightly stronger than the first time. However, under his precise calculations, his dantian still endured the impact. Moreover, relying on the data gathered when he endured the impact the first time, he changed the circulation frequency of his dantian this time. The ratio of absorbing this trace of violent spatial energy as a supplement increased by 10 times. Not only did this immediately replenish the exhausted spatial energy in his body, but it also weakened the impact on his dantian greatly, indirectly reducing the internal breath he had exhausted. 5 seconds left. With the previous 2 successful experiments, Chu Nan continued to increase his absorption of the violent spatial energy, and his speed slightly increased. His dantian endured the impact again and again, and his meridians were repaired again and again. The violent spatial energy he absorbed increased. In just 3 seconds, Chu Nan quickly completed the circulation of a total of 27 cycles. After circulating his 27th cycle of internal breath, Chu Nan clearly sensed that the violent spatial energy he was absorbing through guidance could finally match the rapidly consumed spatial energy in his body. Chu Nan could not help but feel overjoyed. Success! He was only less than 2 seconds away from death. He managed to survive. Success! If not for the current environment, Chu Nan would have laughed wildly. Although this was not the first time he had escaped death, it was the first time he was so close to death. Before this, as long as he made the slightest mistake, even his bones would be shattered into the tiniest basic particles by the violent spatial energy of the alternate space. However, he did it. No, I can't be happy too early. The ecstasy in his heart only lasted for less than a second before it was forcefully suppressed by Chu Nan. He was only relying on absorbing a small portion of the violent spatial energy to replenish himself, barely balancing the consumption and replenishment of the spatial energy in his body. He was only barely able to maintain his life. In order to ensure that his body was not completely destroyed by the violent spatial energy and that his meridians could maintain the most basic stability under the continuous impact of the violent spatial energy, he had to continuously mobilize his internal breath and use the flame of life to repair it. This would naturally consume his internal breath, but it was obvious that his internal breath was not endless. When his internal breath was exhausted and his body could not be repaired, his meridians would sooner or later be completely destroyed because he could not endure the cleansing of the violent spatial energy. Then, not to mention continuing to guide and absorb the violent spatial energy, his entire body would probably be shattered in an instant. From the current situation of internal breath consumption, he could still last for a long time. Moreover, as he became more and more skilled in guiding and absorbing the violent spatial energy, the speed at which he consumed it would become slower and slower. However, consumption was consumption. The consumption had always been there. If he could not find a way to replenish his internal breath, it would sooner or later be completely exhausted. Apart from that, the life force in his body would also be unable to support the consumption of the flame of life because he did not obtain enough replenishment. At that time, he would still be dead. However, it was obvious that under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to cultivate the 9 revolutions technique in peace to replenish his internal breath. Moreover, he knew very well that even the 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique could not allow him to safely complete the internal breath circulation under such circumstances. Chu Nan's heart suddenly stirred. Since the 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique did not work, what about the 7th level? A sentence appeared in Chu Nan's mind. With your body as the medium, your internal breath will turn into a bridge and your body will melt into the universe. You can roam the world and achieve the great Tao. This sentence that Su Suanshen used to describe the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique back then perfectly described Chu Nan's current situation. His body was the medium, and his internal breath was the bridge? Wasn't he using his body as the medium to use his internal breath to guide the violent spatial energy of the outside world to replenish his body and reach a balance? What did it mean to melt into the universe? In his current state, his body had already been completely invaded by the violent spatial energy of the outside world. Wasn't it similar to his body completely fusing into the universe? As for the second half, he ignored it for now. Chu Nan quickly recalled the recultivation of the 9 revolutions technique that he had tried with Angie Prairie on Uncle Muluo's modified armed spaceship. He knew very well that it would take a long time to complete this goal. The process was extremely complicated, but just like before, he had no choice. If he could not break through the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique, only death awaited him. I have to successfully break through. With a thought, the precise data in his body was stored in his mind. Then, after precise calculations, he came to a conclusion. As long as no other accidents happened, his current internal breath could still support this not intense consumption for 174 hours, 29 minutes, and 51 seconds. In total, he had been more than 7 days. If I can't break through after so long, there's nothing to say even if I die. This thought flashed through Chu Nan's mind before he threw away his distracting thoughts and calmed down. He pulled out a trace of internal breath from his dantian and began to circulate it according to the route of the first level of the 9 revolutions technique. Chapter 700. This sudden news exploded in the entire Earth Federation. The message was actually a video that was only 13 minutes and 28 seconds long. In this video that was announced on the Milky Way Network, it displayed what had happened at a certain time near a stargate. This stargate was the stargate of the Leppler Star System. What happened at this time was the part where the Ceres security company's fleet and Chu Nan fought with the cosmic pirates and Grek at the entrance of the Leppler Star System. However, a part of it was cut off in the middle, cutting off the part after Chu Nan drove the super miniature spaceship to escape. Clearly, it was specially aimed at this incident. As soon as the video was announced, it quickly caused a huge commotion in the Earth Federation. Everyone who had seen this video had countless questions. Why could that Earth Federation fleet actually turn the tables against a cosmic pirate fleet that was 10 times their number? Although from the video image, this key was on the super miniature spaceship that mysteriously appeared later. Why did the particle beams and antimatter missiles of the Earth Federation fleet seem to have eyes and hit the target accurately after it rushed into the cosmic pirate fleet? What was even more ridiculous was why the battleships of the cosmic pirate fleet suddenly seemed to have completely lost their energy shields, allowing the particle beams and antimatter missiles fired by the Earth Federation fleet to directly hit their main bodies. In the end, they instantly caused huge casualties, causing them to lose 13 large and medium-sized battleships in a short period of time and be forced to retreat. Why did that super miniature spaceship not choose to meet up with this Earth Federation fleet after this and escape to the deep space universe alone? Why did the Earth Federation fleet abandon this influence that allowed them to turn the tables and leave first? Why did that super miniature spaceship return to the Stargate later on? After finally escaping from the attack of a cosmic pirate fleet that was lying in ambush, it was inexplicably destroyed by a particle beam? Why? Countless questions were crazily raised, but no one could answer. The day after the video was announced, a post that entered a deep analysis of this video suddenly appeared, quickly attracting greater attention. In this analysis post, they entered a deep analysis of this video. When they increased the pixel of the video and zoomed in, everyone discovered that the reason why that super miniature spaceship chose to suddenly enter deep space and the Earth Federation fleet abandoned him to jump over the Stargate was actually because of the sudden appearance of a person. Clearly, someone who could fly freely in the sky and even catch up to the super mini spaceship must be a powerful heaven control martial artist. In front of the heaven control martial artists, there were less than 10 battleships left. Moreover, they had just experienced a huge battle. The Earth Federation fleet that did not have enough powerful battleships could only escape through the jump Stargate. The actions of that ultra-miniature spaceship were clearly sacrificing itself to lure away that Heaven Control Realm martial artist and create a chance for the Earth Federation fleet to escape. After understanding this, the last ultra-miniature spaceship was struck by a particle beam before it entered the Stargate, causing countless people to feel pity. No matter what, this ultra-miniature spaceship's performance could be said to be perfect. The pilot inside displayed extremely powerful driving skills, techniques, and courage, but in the end, he was unable to successfully escape. It was really a huge loss to the entire Earth Federation. However, when they saw the end of this analysis post, everyone was even more surprised. The person who posted the post analyzed the last part of the video more deeply and zoomed in. Under such circumstances, they could see what had happened more clearly. they could see Chu Nan jump out of the super mini spaceship and fight with Greg head-on. They could see that before he was about to rendezvous with the super mini spaceship, it was destroyed by an unexpected particle beam. They could see that Chu Nan was forced to helplessly turn around and fight with Greg again. Of course, everyone clearly saw the scene of Chu Nan flying into the Stargate. After reading it, everyone was stunned. This person was actually Chu Nan. Due to the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition last year and the special evaluation of the two star-grade martial artists, Mu Yatong and Norman, as well as Chu Nan's relationship with the Federation that pushed the Foundation Martial Skill Promotion Act, he could be considered a famous person in the Earth Federation. Everyone knew that although Chu Nan's talent was outstanding, it was almost impossible for him to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future because his foundation was weak. However, now, in this video, Chu Nan could actually fly out of the super mini spaceship and fight another heaven control martial artist in space. Although he was clearly not a match for that heaven control realm expert, being able to fly freely in space was an ability that only heaven control realm experts had. Could it be that after not appearing in public for a period of time, not only had Chu Nan broken through the cosmic heaven's gate, he had even become a heaven control expert? This was too ridiculous. However, compared to these unbelievable questions, the most important thing was that Chu Nan was actually dead. Regardless of whether he had become a heaven control expert, as long as he was not a star-grade martial artist, if he flew into the Stargate like this, he would only die. There would be no exceptions. This way, no matter how he defied the judgment of the two star-grade martial artists and broke through the cosmic heaven's gate, or how he had the ability to fly in space, it was no longer important. Everything ended when a person died. Now that Chu Nan was dead, it was impossible to find and ask any questions about him. If they wanted to know the answer, they could only ask other relevant people. At the end of the post, there was also some key information. That Stargate was the Stargate that belonged to the Sapphire Star Field's Leppler Star System. That Earth fleet was the security fleet that belonged to the Ceres Security Company. The Star Cloud Academy that Chu Nan was in had just organized a trial activity for new students on Leppler Planet. Chu Nan was one of these students. Although there was not much information, it was enough to make countless connections. After thinking about it, countless questions arose. In the Earth Federation, which was far more informative than the era of the surface, the speed at which this news spread far exceeded imagination. In less than 2 days, everyone in the Federation knew and it caused an uproar. For a moment, emotions were surging. To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon, stay tuned.